This year, as a function of COVID, has been a challenging year for all of us. We were supposed to be in Atlanta, Georgia, at Beth Jacob, the shul of Rabbi Feldman, Rabbi Lon Feldman, Rabbi Tendler, Rabbi Foxbrunner. But because of the situation where there's quarantine for 14 days, the whole crew that would have gone down, both in terms of filming, preparing it, working with that, because of the quarantine, we weren't able to do this. And instead, what we're doing is we're making this recording. We're on the verge right now of the 9 days. It's going to be shown on Tisha B'Av itself. And we want to thank each and every year. There's an amazing couple by the name of Richard and Deborah Parkoff. And Richard and Deborah not only have supported us at the OU, but have supported Jewish causes and our people throughout America and Israel. And they've made this broadcast possible each and every year. Last year, we had 39,000 discrete viewers between myself, Rabbi Weinreb's recording on 5 different continents. And that was only possible as a function of the support, both the emotional support and financial support of Richard and Deborah. And as each and every year, Richard and Deborah, this is now our 11th year doing this, they dedicate this in memory of Richard's parents, Avraham ben Yitzchak HaKohen and Rachel, I want to make sure I say the name properly, Rachel Bluma Bas Yehoshua. So Richard's parents, Rachel Bluma Bas Yehoshua and Avraham ben Yitzchak HaKohen, the learning that we do, the growth that we experience over the course of the next 11 hours. 6 hours will be together and 5 hours together with Rabbi Weinreb. And that is that it should be a very powerful, meaningful experience, and that hopefully out of the destruction and devastation, we'll have an opportunity for rebuilding. In the context, just to frame Tisha B'Av, you know, the Rambam writes, and we'll speak about this when we get to a number of the kinos, that you and I, when we experience avelus, so there's a time to cry, there's a time to be depressed, there's a time, though, to rebuild and to wean ourselves and take those experiences of hurt, of pain, of sorrow, and turn those into experiences of gratitude. Use those as experiences where you and I, when we look back at our parents, at our spouse, we take what they stood for and we see ourselves the rest of our lives continuing their legacy. It's a very, very different modality as we wean ourselves from the avelus. And the Rambam says, it's minhago sha'olam. You and I, every one of us, were born to die. We're not going to live forever. That's the nature of the human condition. That's the nature of the way God created us. And the Rambam says that hamis'abel yoser midai, someone who gets excessive in their mourning, meaning they can't get out of the malaise, they can't get out of the depression, hareze tipesh. The Rambam's not saying the person's a fool. Hareze tipesh means, what the Rambam's saying in Hilchos Avel, is that such a person is a person that is not dealing with reality, and that their emotions have ultimately controlled their mind and their function and their ability to lead a life of chachma. But what happens on Tisha B'Av is something very different. On Tisha B'Av, you and I, we relive the tragedies. Each and every year on Tisha B'Av, every one of us is in Shiva. That's right. Even those of you who have parents who've never lost a loved one, every one of us is reliving the Shiva. And if I could borrow the term from the Gemara in Brachos and Moed Katan, Mi shemeso muta lefanav, the dead is lying before us. On Tisha B'Av, you know what's happening? We're reliving the funerals. We're reliving the tragedies. In the kinos, whether it's the words of Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, whether it's the words of Yirmiyahu, who give us the license to engage in kinos through Eicha at night and through the 8th and 9th prakim of Yirmiyahu, the Haftarah of Tisha B'Av morning, Asof HaSifein. He's the first of the Maspidim, is Yirmiyahu, the Kalir, the great, in the case of Ashkenazic Jews, the great Ashkenazic Paitanim from Germany and France during medieval periods. And then the later kinos, Rav Schwab, the Baba Rebbe, Rav Halberstam, Rav Shlomo Halberstam, who himself was a survivor. We use their words as we literally relive and re-experience the loss. Tisha B'Av and Pesach night, Seder night, have something very in common. It's not a historical day. It's not at all a historical day. It's a day where we relive and re-experience. And that's what happens. That's why every one of us is in Shiva on Tisha B'Av. That's why every one of us is attending those funerals and reliving the tragedies, whether it's Chmielnicki, whether it's the First Crusade of 1096, that in May and June of 1096, Tat Nu went through the German Rhineland, whether it is the experience, and we're going to speak in a brief moment, about the attack not just on Jews, but on Judaism, on the Masorah. All of that we relive and re-experience. And in modern times, the innocent, beautiful people, many of them are relatives that were butchered and slaughtered at the hands of Palestinian terror, at the hands of Sunni Islam, at the hands of Shia Islam from the Hezbollah, from Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We're reliving the tragedies. Now, all of that, and we'll speak about that when we get to the 16th Kinnah, all of that is observed on Tisha B'Av. The 3 weeks lead up to Tisha B'Av. From the time we start Shiva Asar B'Tammuz, every Jew is in the period of Yud Beis Chodesh. Then, starting Rosh Chodesh Av, Minhag Ashkenaz, we all go into a modality of Shloshim. On Tisha B'Av itself, we're at the funeral. We're reliving and re-experiencing the death, and we are in Shiva on Tisha B'Av. And that happens to all of us. Okay? That's the experience. Now, where I want to start this year is on the 41st Kinnah. In the 41st Kinnah, and the reason I'm dealing with that at the beginning is because many years we never get to it, because the time flies by and we don't get to it. That was written by the famous Reb Meir of Rottenberg, the maharam of Rottenberg, the last of the Baalei Tosafos, the mentor, the leader of all of Ashkenaz. And it was through him and his students that we live till this day. Now, who is the maharam of Rottenberg? In the aftermath of 1096, many German Jews who were not slaughtered in the First Crusade, Jews living in the Rhineland, Jews living in southern Germany, after what happened to their communities, to their families, many of the survivors fled. And they reestablished themselves in northern France. I'll use an analogy. After the war, after the Shoah, the Churban Acharon, the Holocaust, what happened to European Jews? They tried to go back to Galicia, to parts of Poland, to Lithuania. And how many of them were murdered and killed? They were the few that remained of European Jewry. Their whole towns, their whole families were wiped out, and they were killed. And the most famous you're familiar with, the famous pogrom in Krakow, the famous pogrom in Kielce, Kielce. In English it's pronounced Kelsey, but I think in Polish it's Kielce. After that, they fled. They couldn't live in Poland. They couldn't live in Lithuania. They couldn't live in Ukraine. And they fled to the American zone. And from the DP camps, where did they go? They went to the United States if they could get in, to Canada. They went to Australia. Ultimately, many of them, because the British would not allow them into British Palestine, after Hakamas HaMedina, after the establishment of the State of Israel, these refugees and survivors could start there. Using that modern analogy, that's what happened with German Jews. And they settled throughout northern France. And understand, we're talking post-1096. In northern France, you didn't have, like today, the modern country of France. The south, Languedoc, the French Riviera, the area that we refer to as Provence and Languedoc, that wasn't part of northern France. It was a different country run by different feudal lords. But in northern France, under the leadership of Rashi's children and grandchildren, his daughters and sons-in-law first, but primarily his grandchildren. The greatest of them, his name was Yaakov. Yaakov ben Meir, we call him Rabbeinu Tam. They opened up schools, and many of the German refugees came, lived there, studied in these schools. In Orleans, many of you familiar with the town New Orleans. What's New Orleans as opposed to Old Orleans? Yeah. New Orleans was settled by the French because it was named after Orléans in northern France. Dampierre, Rashi's great-grandson, the nephew of Rabbeinu Tam, Rabbi Yitzchak, had a yeshiva in Dampierre. There were yeshivas of the students of Rabbeinu Tam and Rabbeinu Yitzchak in Evero. Many of the Tosfos that we have on a typical Masechta are the Tosfos from Evero. Tosfos Tuch. Many towns throughout northern France. Eventually, in Paris there's a yeshiva. The leader of that yeshiva is Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. So the maharam is one of the minority Jews still living in Germany. But in Germany, you don't have the opportunities you have in France. So he travels as a very young man, as a late adolescent. He travels to Vienna, and he studies by Rabbi Yitzchak of Wien. Who's Rabbi Yitzchak of Wien? We know him as the Or Zarua, the famous Or Zarua. And then from Rabbi Yitzchak of Wien, he travels to Paris, and he studies by Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. Rabbi Yechiel of Paris was one of the Gedolei Hador, one of the greats of the generation. And he, Rav Meir of Rottenberg, is a 25-year-old man. He was born in 1215. The Vikuach, the famous disputation, he observes in 1240. And then the aftermath of the disputation, he observes in Paris in 1242. And he is the one, the witness, that tells us that story. He observes, he witnesses what we will describe in 1242 in Le Place de Grave. Now, Le Place de Grave, many of you are familiar with, because you've all seen pictures and you all know where Notre Dame is in Paris. Just had the fire in Notre Dame a year ago. Le Place de Grave is outside of that. We'll come back to that. I want to step back. So we've got on the one hand the maharam of Rottenberg, a student, a very significant student of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris at this great institution in France. Let's step back. In medieval Europe, no matter who the feudal lord was, okay, no matter who the feudal lord was, the real power was the Christian church. It was the extension of the Vatican in Rome. Who was the extension of the Vatican? You have the Dominican friars, the Franciscan friars. There are Dominican and Franciscan friars throughout Spain, throughout France, throughout Italy, throughout Germany. And understand, when we speak about medieval terminology, there's no country of France, there's no country of Germany, there's no country of Spain. Today we have nations. At that time you had different feudal lords running different parts of these areas, different territories, but it was the power and it was the influence of the friars and the monks that controlled everything. So let's take a step back. They were very threatened by people going to university. Because in the university, who did you study? You studied the works of Aristotle. You studied the works of Plato. In 1208, 32 years before our story, there was a burning in France of the works of Aristotle. They took them out outside the university, and there was a public burning. 1232, 8 years before our story. 8 years before the story of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris and before the story of the maharam, Rabbi Meir of Rottenberg. What happened? In the southern part of France, which again we said was not the same country as northern France, in the areas of Provence, there was a passion for the Rambam. The Rambam, most of his works, not his magnum opus, not the Mishnah Torah, that was written in Hebrew. That was written in Hebrew. But everything else was written in Judeo-Arabic. Why? Because the Rambam spoke to a population that spoke Arabic and thought in Arabic. That's the language of the Jews, like in America or in Canada. The Jews speak and think in English. The people in Provence heard of this great Moshe ben Maimon. They heard of the Rambam, and they asked to have his works translated. They had the Mishnah Torah in Hebrew, that they could understand. So there were two famous Spaniards from the same family, the Ibn Tibon family, Shmuel Ibn Tibon and Yehuda Ibn Tibon. They translated the works into Hebrew so the Provençal Jews could study his works, his commentary on the Mishnah, his Moreh Nevuchim, the great philosophical work. And there were great desire and passion to learn the words of the Rambam. And in Provence itself, as well as northern Spain, and understand that northern Spain is not that far from Provence, it's just the other side of the Pyrenees Mountains, The Jews of Catalonia had this fascination and this challenge of the words of the Rambam. So his biggest, so to speak, Hasidim and his biggest Misnagdim. Now the Rambam is no longer alive. The Rambam died, I believe, if I'm correct, in 1204, in the early 13th century. What the Rambam was able to do to a population, now remember, Islam at this time, we're talking in the 12th century when the Rambam is alive, Islam is in many parts of it, is very sophisticated. You had a barbaric Islam, the Amaldahuds. The Amaldahuds drove the Jews who had been living for hundreds of years in Spain. They basically said, we're going to kill you or you leave the country. And that's what drove the Rambam and his family and many, many families out of Andalusia, out of southern Spain. But the Amaldahuds were one group of Muslims. There were some very, very sophisticated Muslims at that time. It was really the cutting edge of intellectual thought. You had Averroes, Al-Farabi, and the Rambam speaks about the great wisdom of Averroes and Al-Farabi. What's the point? Or we say Averroes in English. What's the point? The Jews were questioning, how does Jewish philosophy relate? And remember, they're thinking in categories that are Platonic, or I should say Neoplatonic categories. They're thinking in categories that are Neo-Aristotelian categories. So how does Judaism deal with this? How does Judaism, in a world of rationality and chachma, deal with the interface of science? How does science fit into religion? What predated the universe? If God's not tangible, how do we know that he exists? How does God interact with the universe if he created the universe? All of these kind of questions, and many, many more. And the Rambam articulated them. But he articulated them in a language, we say in Yiddish, in a sprach, that someone who's coming from a Neoplatonic or a Neo-Aristotelian framework or frame of reference can relate to Jewish philosophy. The Rambam was not the first to do this. You see this already in the Chovas HaLevavos. You see this in Bachya, in Rabbeinu Bachya's work, who we'll speak about later when we get to the 19th Kina. But this was very threatening for certain people. Because they're saying, the Rambam, you know what you're doing? You're taking a square peg and trying to make it fit into a round hole. You're not coming from a Jewish perspective. You're coming from a foreign perspective with foreign categories and foreign assumptions. And they were very upset. Not with most of the Rambam. Not with most of his Mishnah Torah. With what the Rambam wrote in the Guide to the Perplexed, in the Moreh Nevuchim, and what the Rambam wrote in the beginning, in Hilchos Yesodei HaTorah, the beginning of the Mishnah Torah. And there were major fights. And by the way, there were great Chachamim that felt the Rambam was wrong and challenged the Rambam. You ever hear of the term the Yad Ramah, Rabbi Meir Abulafia? Okay? Rabbeinu Yonah of Gerona, right? The great Catalonian, the author of the Shari Tshuva, the great Mefarish and the Gemara on Perkei Avos. They challenged the Rambam and they disagreed with his assumptions. The problem is when it gets into the people who might want to make a tumult. Not to the people who are looking at it from a conceptual, philosophical, theological point of view, but the troublemakers. The people sitting in the back row of shul. The people who are out, you know what I mean, having a shot, you know, outside of the hallway during the Haftorah. They're the ones who are tumbling. And it got ugly. And there were fights. And there were passions. You know, they didn't have the WWE and they didn't have UFC in those days, so they couldn't take out their aggressions in those directions. They had to make machlokas with each other, and it was ugly. And what did some of them do? The anti-Rambam camp? Because you had the most staunchest defenders and passionate followers of the Rambam in Provence, and you had the most antagonistic and I would say anti-Maimonidean camp in Provence. So what did they do? They went to the Dominican friars, and they said the Rambam is anti-Christian, the Rambam is anti-theology. Well, all you have to do is look at the Rambam in Hilchos Malachim to see. He treated Christianity as avodah zarah. He treated Trinitarian worship as avodah zarah. Wasn't unique in that, but that's what they showed him. And they showed him other works of the Rambam and other parts of the Rambam. What did the Dominican friars do? In 1232, they burnt the works of the Rambam. They destroyed it. They burnt the Rambam. You understand, in 1232, there's no printing press. You know how long it takes to write one page of Mishnah Torah? One page of the Perush HaMishnayos? And it's all burnt. in the fools and the idiots. I'm talking about the catalyst for this was Jews. This was Jews reaching out to the Dominican friars. What do you think happened? You know what happened? They weren't going to stop with the works of the Rambam. They went further. And that's the backdrop. 8 years later, you have a king. Louis IX is the king of France. And when I say France, again, I mean northern France. Northeastern and northwestern France. And you have Pope Gregory IX. As opposed to certain feudal lords who viewed Pope Gregory IX and the church as being nothing more than sticking their claws into our business, trying to interfere with the way we run our country, taking our wealth. That's how they viewed him. Not Louis IX. He was a very religious Christian. And he revered the Pope, and he revered his religion. And Louis IX, looking to ingratiate himself with the Pope, Louis IX was challenged by the Dominican friars that they wanted to put what was done with the Rambam, they want to put the Talmud on trial. And we're going to explain why the Torah Shebaal Peh, the Talmud and the Medrash. Why the Talmud and the Medrash, the Torah Shebaal Peh. They wanted to attack it and put it on trial. So what do? There's a terrible, terrible person. His name is Nicholas Donin. We don't know what his Hebrew name was. Nicholas Donin was a Geschmade Yid. He was a Jewish apostate. And unlike Pablo Christianity, 23, 24 years later in Spain, Nicholas Donin was no idiot. He was no Am Haaretz. Nicholas Donin may not have been a great Talmud Chacham, but he knew the data and he knew how to learn. And what does Nicholas Donin do? He says to the Dominican friars who push Louis IX, who is backed by Pope Gregory IX, we need to put this horrific, disgusting, vile work, the Talmud and the Medrash, i.e. the Torah Shebaal Peh, has to be put on trial. Why does he do that? Why does he do that? Background. Because the Torah Shebichsav, Christians have access to. Now, they don't have it in the original. Very few, certain monks know Hebrew, but they have the Latin, the Vulgate. What is the Vulgate? It's a translation of the Greek, of the Septuagint. What's a Septuagint? A translation of the Hebrew. So they have the Tanakh. But the Tanakh is a closed book, as all of us know. It's only the shorthand notes. How do you know what the word totafos means? You can't even translate totafos. Is totafos chartreuse and oval? How do I know it's black and square in 4 components as opposed to tefillin shel yad, which has one cloth? Malacha. How do I know that malacha is 39 categories of creative activity? It's not work. Pre-Eitz Hadar. How am I supposed to know that that's a citron, an esrog? It's not a lemon, it's not a grapefruit. That's all the Torah Shebaal Peh. How do I know that ayin tachas ayin is not Hammurabi's code? Tachas means a substitute for. When you lose that in translation, you have no clue. And even if you took the literal Hebrew, it wouldn't help you. You need a Torah Shebaal Peh. Everything is rooted. The theology of Judaism is the Torah Shebaal Peh. The Chumash is God's shorthand notes that he gave us. The Torah Shebaal Peh to Christianity was a closed book. The Bible in their mind, meaning the Tanakh, was not a closed book because they had the Vulgate. But the Torah Shebaal Peh was a totally closed book. And that's why they never could get anywhere. With all of the missionizing and all the attempts at conversion, they got nowhere. So instead of trying to win over the Jews, they were going to attack that which threatened them. Now, if it's a closed book to them, the only one that can open it up to them is Nicholas Donin. What does Nicholas Donin do? What does he do? He's 3 or 4 basic attacks. First and foremost, he says that it's anti the carpenter of Nazareth. There are Christological references in the Talmud that are not particularly flattering. They speak about Jesus of Nazareth. It was a student of Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. Number two, there are Talmudic references. Why do we refer to her as Mary Magdalene? How did she get the name Magdalene? Magdalene is from the word, what she was. Miriam, her name was Miriam, Migadel Seyar. She was a beautician. Professionally, she was a beautician. She didn't just do women's hair, she did men's hair. And unfortunately, there were records of impropriety with Roman soldiers. There was a type of hair called the bloris that she would do for the Roman soldiers. And unfortunately, she serviced them more than just making that hair. This is very offensive to Christianity, terribly offensive. You're talking about our role model. What else? The theology of the Talmud, the theology of what we call ethical monotheism, rejects by definition Trinitarian worship. The theology of ethical monotheism is a rational system of chachma, and it rejects many of the principles of Justin Martyr, many of the principles of St. Augustine. So that was the third attack that he had. It's heretical. It's anti-Christian, not just in terms of how it portrays the carpenter of Nazareth or Mary Magdalene, but how it portrays our theology, what it stands for, what it teaches in terms of how to relate to God, how to relate to providence, how to relate to one's obligation on this earth. And the fourth attack, it's a stupid work. It's a sick work. Why did he attack the Medrash and the Talmud as a stupid, sick work? It should be obvious to us once I explain it. Abstract ethereal ideas, abstract philosophical ideas are not necessarily easy to teach to everyone. Someone who's not rooted in what we call hashkafas hayadus. And even someone who has basic philosophical notions, if you project childhood or primitive infantile notions onto God, onto reality, you got a corrupt religion. So what do? They took abstract ethereal ideas and they tried to communicate them, teaching them via the form of a mashal. What's a mashal? Mashal. What is that? It's a concrete, tangible analogy. The agaditas very often are in concrete, tangible form. So if you take them literally, they don't make any sense. If you look at a medrash or an agadita literally, it looks foolish, it looks stupid. So he said, what do you expect from these Jews? Why do these Jews reject Christianity? Why do they not accept Christianity? Because they believe in nonsense and rubbish. Yeah, if you take the stories literally, you are a fool, to quote Rav Avram ben Rambam. I'll use a simple analogy, a simple example, and this is not a complicated one. You're all familiar. In Parshas Va'era, it says, it describes as tzvardeya, and then it uses the term tzvardiim. Now, tzvardeya is the singular. Sometimes a singular can be referred to the species. Whether tzvardeya means frogs or crocodiles, that's a debate amongst the Rishonim. But whatever it is, whether it's frogs or crocodiles, how do you go from tzvardeya to tzvardiim? So the Medrash says the following. When the Egyptians would hit the frogs or hit the crocodiles, then they split into two, and they'd hit them again and split into two, and it multiplied. So what's the idea of the Medrash? It's not that they hit it and then it split. That defies the laws of physics. We try to limit things that run contrary to God's science. The idea was this, that instead of the Egyptians dealing with the cause of their problem, their whole basis of worship, that they worshiped the Nile, that they worshiped a pharaoh, the primitive corrupt notions, and at how they treated other people, the way they treated slaves, the way they treated others, the way they treated women, the way that the primogeniture, that the ones who controlled the firstborn treated the others. That whole system that was corrupt ethically and morally, the whole system that was corrupt theologically and philosophically. So instead of looking themselves in the mirror and being introspective, what did they do? What did they do? They dealt with the symptom, not the cause. If you and I have a runny nose, what are you going to do? Smack your nose? Punch yourself in the nose? The runny nose is not the cause of our problems. It's a bacterial infection. It's a viral infection. So you deal with it through an antibiotic. You deal with the root cause, not the symptom. That medrash is saying the Egyptians were insecure, were incapable of looking themselves in the mirror and dealing with the cause. So what they did was they attacked the symptom, which is not going to change anything. It's an idea, it's a concept, not a difficult concept, but it's reflected in one sentence through this concrete analogy. Okay? It's just a simple example. We could go into many, many more. But Nicholas Donin and the Dominican friars didn't understand the whole methodology, what we call the derech of the Agadata. And they put it on trial. Who did they have, amongst others, as defending the Talmud? Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, the Rosh Yeshiva, the greatest Jew in that part of northern France. And this vikuach, this disputation, was a foregone conclusion. The prosecutor was Nicholas Donin. The judge and the jury were the Dominican friars and King Louis IX. The trial was over before it ever started, but it was put on trial. And the Talmud and all the works of the Torah Shebaal Peh were condemned to be burnt, condemned to be destroyed. So for the next 18 months after the trial, they go through every town, every village where Jews live. They go through Jews' homes, and any manuscript they can find, they collect. In total, 24 huge cartloads, wagon loads of manuscripts were brought to La Place de Grave. Again, we said that's outside where Notre Dame is. And they were burnt on the 20th of Sivan in 1242. It was Parshas Chukas. Zos Chukas HaTorah, Do Gezerah Doraisa. And one of the eyewitnesses to the vikuach, the disputation, and to the burning, one of the witnesses was this young budding Talmud Chacham, who's now 27 years old, Rav Meir of Rottenberg. With the destruction, and just to be concrete about it, think about how long it would take to prepare parchment, to write one amud of the Gemara with Rashi in the Balei Tosfos commentary. Think about how long it would take to produce such a thing. Do you understand there were towns that maybe had one Masechta? Nobody had a full Shas. Do you know what the cost and the value of such a thing was? Yeshivas would have many Masechtas, but not all of them. When you destroy, it's not like today. If today someone went into every Jewish home and burnt all of the Jewish books, yes, it would be a tragedy. It absolutely would be a tragedy. But you know what we would do? We would rent out printing presses all over the world, and we'd start printing and publishing new works. And we would replenish the Jewish people with our sacred texts. You can't do that before the printing press. You can't do that. This was the death of French Jewry. The Jews were not expelled in 1242. It's not the funeral of French Jewry. But when Jews can't teach their children, when Jewish men and women can't study, when Jews can't grow through our sacred text, and you all know Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam. We are a religion of wisdom, we're a religion of education, we're a religion of teaching. When you can't do that, that's the end. So the whole foundations of Ashkenaz, of the Masorah, of the Balei HaMasorah, who had moved 150 years earlier into northern France, it's over. Many of these French Jews go south. They cross the Pyrenees into Spain. That's why till this day, you'll meet many Sephardic Jews, many Spanish Jews, and their last name is Tsarfati. How do you have a Sephardic Jew with the last name Frenchman? Tsarfat means northern France. Tsarfas. How do you have a Tsarfati? Because these were Jews in the aftermath of 1242 who fled there. Most of those Jews, of the French Jews, they go back into the German Rhineland. They go back into other parts of southern Germany. That's where most of them go. They repopulate and replenish the communities throughout southern Germany. Okay? That is who you're dealing with. Now, that being the case, the leader of them, and there was a small minority that actually went into Italy. They traveled and they settled into northern Italy. Areas today like the area of Milan, they crossed over the Piedmont and they settled in those areas. Some of them went into the eastern part of Italy, closer to the Adriatic as opposed to closer to the Mediterranean. They settled in Lombardy. They studied in those parts. Now, Verona, all the parts of northern Italy, but most moved back into Germany. Who was their leader? The maharam of Rottenberg. The very eyewitness, the very Talmud of French Jewry becomes the leader of German Jewry. And he rebuilds the Masorah, and he rebuilds his community. Many of you know his students. 3 of the greatest of his students were Rabbeinu Usher, the Mordechai. The Mordechai died a tragic death. Look at the Ramah. The whole basis, one of the primary bases of our practice as Ashkenazic Jews are the opinions of the Mordechai. He, his wife, his children, they were all murdered in the Rindfleisch massacres in 1306. He was killed. He was the rabbi of Nuremberg Jewry. There's a famous commentary on the Rambam that we have called the Hagos Maimoni. When you look at the Mishnah Torah, you have the Kesef Mishnah, Yosef Karo, you have the Lechem Mishnah, the Mishnah Lamelech, but you have something called Hagos Maimoni. What's Hagos Maimoni? It was one of the maharam Rottenberg students who, whenever the Rambam said something, he would say, but the great Ashkenazic scholars, whether it was Rashi, whether it was the various Balei Tosfos, Reb Shamshon of Shantz, Sons in French, or Shantz in Hebrew, the Ri of Dampier, Rav Yosef Tuvelim, the great Balei Tosfos, when they have a comment or something on or whether it was the maharam of Rottenberg, his Rebbe, he would mark that. And so we have this great ability to see the Rambam in contrast to the Chochmei Ashkenaz. These were some of the students amongst many others that he produced. You all know the story. The maharam was abducted. He was abducted and held for ransom by the feudal lord. The Jewish community raised a fortune of money, the Jewish community, and he absolutely refused that they redeem him. Because you know what's going to happen? You're going to start a trend. It's like what Hamas does. It's like what the Hezbollah does. They try to kidnap a Jew, and then they hijack the whole Jewish nation. You know how many tens and tens of Jews have died because of the people we let go in the trade for Gilad Shalit? I'm not here to give an opinion as to whether it was correct or incorrect. But the human life and the carnage and the damage to Israel and to Jews across the world that have been caused because of the trade for Gilad Shalit? And the maharam of Rottenberg said, absolutely not. You're not going to take your money and go back home. And he lived the rest of his life incarceration. They were so frustrated, they didn't let him go, they didn't liberate him, but they allowed him to have visitors. Rabbeinu Usher writes, I had this issue, I had this problem, and I came to my Rebbe, to the mayor of Rottenberg, in the Migdal. What is in the Migdal? In the fortress where he was incarcerated, in the fortress where he was jailed. What happened? In that place, he would discuss that issue. And then it was written, and we have it for posterity's sake. He dies in incarceration. In 7 years after his death, they wouldn't allow the body out. One Jew, there was a certain Jew, who 7 years after his incarceration said, I'll pay for it. It's not the community. On one condition, I'd like to be buried next to him. Many of us have been to Worms, to the cemetery. Just last week, tragically, the maharam of Rottenberg, his grave was spray painted. There was a German who came in there and defiled this Jewish cemetery, one of the oldest Jewish cemeteries that we have in the world. I believe it's the oldest Jewish cemetery. No, it's not the oldest Jewish cemetery in Europe, but one of them. So we have his grave. But he is the last of the Balei Tosfos. He rebuilds German Jewry. And one of his many legacies that we have is this Kinna 41, the 41st Kinna, Shali Srufa Ba'esh. and you read it and you want to cry. Because of time, what we're going to be doing is we're not going to be reading it, we're going to allow people to read it later in the day on their own. But this is the attack against the Torah Shebaal Peh. And what happened in this infamous incident has been repeated many times. Those of you who have been to Rome, you know, under the Pope in 1515 was the burning of the Talmud. I mean, we did a Segway tour. We were deciding where in Rome we wanted to visit. And there on the Segway tour is a fountain, is a plaza. And there is the spot where they demarcated, where they took all the volumes of the Talmud and burnt it. The same had happened in Venice. But the difference between the burning of the Talmud in Rome and Venice, at least there was a printing press at that time. At least it didn't destroy Judaism, because they could rebuild and recreate and republish. Look, today, is it any different? The vile filth that comes out of the mouth of Louis Farrakhan, the things that he says about Judaism, you can see how jealous and how small this sick man is. Okay? There's never any substance to his arguments, because he has no substance, because he's incapable, because he's not learned, but he's threatened, because he has this terrible gnawing feeling that this is the truth, this is the Word of God, and this is the Bible. And what I've done is nothing more than a perversion against it. So he can't attack the Bible, because that undermines him. So he attacks the Jews. You think it's any different coming out of the imams in Iran? The Shia? You think it's any different out of what comes out of the mouth of Nasrallah? Out of how many of these Sunni imams in Israel itself that lead to murders of Jews? They get everyone riled up. They refer to us as pigs, as swine. They've referred to us as devils, as baby killers. And then they try to corrupt the Bible and fit it into the Bible. This hasn't stopped. And you know how many rivers of Jewish blood throughout history have been a function of this? When a community is uprooted, you think we're just going to, okay, let's transplant ourselves to a different geographic location. You know how many Jewish lives are ruined when you uproot a community? Think about what happened, the Europeans who had to flee the pogroms, okay, with blood libels and all kinds of anti-Semitic filth coming out of Tsarist Russia. Those Jews that came from the Ukraine and other parts of what was that time Tsarist Russia. They didn't just settle in America and now we'll move forward. You know what's lost? Everything's lost. There's no education, there's no communal infrastructures. It takes 30, 40, 50 years to rebuild that kind of an infrastructure. You can't turn it on and turn it off like a switch. That's the consequence of these things. Not to mention the hate and the murder that's a consequence of this stuff. That's the 41st Kinnah. And throughout our Masorah, that attack against the Torah Shebaal Peh, against the Holy Medrash, against Shas B'Havli, has been always the object of their scorn and their wrath. We're going to go back to the 16th Kinnah. And I want to give a little background to the 16th Kinnah. That deals with the initial tragedy. And that's Churban Beis HaMikdash. And I alluded to this in the introduction, but let's talk about it now. Why do you and I observe Tisha B'Av? Meaning, why did the Chachmei HaMasorah paskin it was the 9th of Av? I'm not talking about what the Babylonians did. I'm talking about what Titus did. And we'll go into who was Titus. Titus, General Titus. Who was he? We'll go into that. But you understand, he enters the Holy of Holies on the afternoon of the 9th of Av. They start to burn certain areas that can be burnt. Most, those massive stones, Herodian stones, you're not going to burn them, right? In most of the structure of the Beis HaMikdash isn't something that can be burnt. But that which can be burnt, they start torching it on the afternoon of the 9th. Most of the destruction is the next day, is the 10th. So let me ask you this. There's an opinion in the Talmud says we should be fasting on the 10th of Av. That was the day of the destruction. Why are we fasting on the 9th? This kinna teaches us why. And I'm going to, as an introduction to the kinna, I'm going to say it in the name of the Rav Zatzal, who without him, our Tisha B'Av wouldn't be a Tisha B'Av. He opened up the words of the Kalir. He opened up to us the themes of Tisha B'Av, the words of the Kalir, the words of the Rishonim. What the Rav said in his introduction was this. You and I mourn not because of a loss of real estate. Real estate, okay, we're very sad when real estate is destroyed. But that's not a tragedy that we all go into mourning for. We mourn for the following reason. When he took a woman of ill repute, when Titus takes a prostitute, goes into the Kodesh Kadashim, as this kinna refers to it, lifnai v'lifnim, and fornicates with a zona in the Kodesh Kadashim, that means, so to speak, I'm using human terms, God has abandoned his house. Siluk hashchina, that intense providential relationship that we had, the perceived presence of God, the intense providential relationship we had with the Ribono Shel Olam, God has, it's called siluk. He has removed his intense providential relationship. All tragedy stems from that moment. Whether it is Islamic terror today, whether it is the Shia regime in Tehran today, whether it's the Ukrainian Cossacks of 1648 to 1653, whether it was Hitler, the SS, and the Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Polish Catholic helpers that they had throughout Europe, whether it is what happened by Vincent Ferrer and the Dominican friars in the pogroms of 1391 that started in Sevilla and worked their way north through Castile all the way into Catalonia, all of that can only happen when you don't have the opposite of Siluk Hashchina, when you don't have Hashras Hashchina, the perceived presence of God in the world. And that's why we mourn. That's why, and we'll talk about it later today, when the survivors of the First Crusade, the Chachamim of Ashkenaz said, we want to establish a fast day and a day of mourning for this. But v'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'sadera. You don't establish a moed, a designated time, which is focused for that. No. You observe it on Tisha B'Av. What does Tisha B'Av have to do with the 23rd of Iyar and Rosh Chodesh Sivan and the 3rd of Sivan? What does that have to do with May and June? It didn't happen in Tisha B'Av. It happened in Iyar and Sivan. No, that's the whole point. The whole point is all tragedy stems from what? All tragedy stems from Siluk HaShechina. And that's why we relive it this day, Tisha B'Av. And that's why what? That's why it's the 9th of Av is a tragedy. It's not the destruction of a building. It's the fact that the Ribono Shel Olam would allow Titus to go into the Holy of Holies and do what he did. That's the backdrop. Now, as an introduction, the Roman proconsuls and the Roman governors that oversaw Judea, and understand, in the Roman Empire, the most important piece of real estate, the most important piece of real estate you can have is Israel. Why Israel? Very simply, it's the whole linchpin. Is, to quote the Latin phrase, via maris. It's the only way you can get from either Europe or Asia to Africa. If you're doing business, if you're traveling, it's the only way you can get from Africa into Europe or into Asia Minor. It is the linchpin of any great empire. That's why it was so important to the Babylonians. That's why it was so important to the Persians. That's why it was so important to the Greeks, whether it was the Greco-Egyptians or the Greco-Syrians. And that's why it was so important to the Romans. The Jews, by nature, were not looking to revolt. But the Roman stranglehold, the Roman oppression of the Jews, not just economically, it was terrible economically in terms of the taxation, but the oppression of our lives, the way they treated us, it was untenable. And the Jews, in the end, were forced by Roman oppression. They had no choice to try to free themselves of that. And a revolt started. The Romans had to import battalions upon battalions of soldiers from throughout the empire, bring them into Judea. Where does the war start? Where does it start? Gamla, the Golan Heights. Many of you have been there. Why is it called Gamla? It looks like a camelback. You know, like you have in Phoenix, Arizona, the Camelback Mountain. Well, Gamla is very similar. And the Jewish community that lived there, they fortified, they built a wall around it, a retaining wall to protect themselves. The Romans sieged Gamla. And the battle for Gamla was in the year 66. 66 of the Common Era. Now, as the Romans would take these ladders and try to climb up, the walls of the city, the Jews would boil hot oil, and they'd pour hot oil over the walls. They scalded these Roman soldiers, and they would fall to their death, tens and tens of feet off of these ladders. And the Romans tried, and finally they brought in these catapult machines. What they would do is they would round into like a ball. They would round dense stone. They carved it, I should say, into a ball. And boom, boom, they would catapult it. And they were breaking down the walls. That's how they broke through the walls of the city. By the way, Yigal Yadin, the famous archaeological site there, after the great miracle of the Six-Day War, you can go there till this day and see what we discovered. The implement that the Romans used to destroy the city. Now, once the Romans are able to break through the siege in Gamla, they took no prisoners. They slaughter everybody. Word gets out that no one survives Gamla. The Romans start moving south through the Galilee, through the Galil. Many Galilean towns, I'm using an American term, put up the white flag. Not going to fight, not going to mess with this. No way, no how. Others, on the other hand, put up a fight. The most famous of them is Yudfat. Many of you, it's in the lower Galilee, you've been to Mitzpeh Hoshaya. General Elazar Stern, who's a member of Knesset, he was the highest ranking Orthodox general in the IDF in his time. He lives in Mitzpeh Hoshaya. So there was no Mitzpeh Hoshaya in the Roman times, but there was Yudfat. And one mountain over, where you could see Yudfat very clearly from there, is the town of Tzipori. Now, Tzipori today, when you go to Israel, you have to go to Tzipori. Incredible archaeological site there. You'll see there, it's done with the University of Michigan in conjunction with many Israeli universities. You can see everything. That's where the Sanhedrin was. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi was there for a time. That is where you had great shuls, great scholars. You also had houses of Avodah Zarah. You had marketplaces. You can see from the beautiful homes, beautiful mosaic floors. You can see the other neighborhoods that were not as built up. How can we have such great remains of Tzipori? Because Tzipori saw what I'm going to describe happen in Yudfat, and they let the Romans come right in. The Romans didn't destroy Tzipori, and that's why after the Churban, after the destruction, many Jews came and settled in Tzipori, because they never put up a fight and it was never destroyed. What happened at Yudfat? The leader of the Galilean revolt, his name was Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen. You and I don't know him as Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen. How do we know him as? Josephus Flavius, the famous Josephus. So they had a suicide pact because they knew what happened in Gamla. They knew what happened in Gamla. They didn't want to suffer. Once they break through, what happened? They see that they're going to lose, they commit suicide. I don't know how they committed suicide. And by the way, we don't support that. It's not something that we support. There was a mass suicide. And the leader of the community, Josephus Flavius, he hands over the community to the Romans and says, listen, you didn't have to suffer the loss of soldiers in the battle like you did in Gamla and other places. I've given it over to you. And what happens? They make him the official chronicler. He's the one that writes. the war against the Jews. Our version of Josephus today is not 100% accurate. I mean, it's incredible and it's very worthwhile to get a sense of how life was like during the Baya Sheni. A lot of it, there's been interpolations. The Christians who came much later than Josephus, they came and they interpolated earlier history into it. But most of Josephus, you can get a good sense of what it is. Now, they take over the Galilee. By 68, they have already come to Jerusalem. And Vespasian is the general who's leading the Roman war against the Jews. And there's a siege around Jerusalem. It's sieged already in 68. Nero, the previous Caesar, dies, and the Roman Senate has a debate as to who they want to declare as the next Caesar. Hail to the Caesar! Hail to the Caesar! Who is going to be the next Caesar in Rome? It's going to be who? It's going to be Vespasian. There are 4 candidates. They voted on Vespasian. Let me make the following comment. Vespasian doesn't know that. Where is he? He's in Jerusalem, the siege around the city. While all this is happening, there's a tragedy amongst the Jews. You know it from the 5th parak of Gittin, Parak HaNizakin, the story of Kamsa bar Kamsa. You know it from Josephus Flavius, that there's intra-Jewish fighting. There's sinas chinam that's taking place. The Romans are sieging our city. It's like, it's like a sunny day. We have no other problems. No. Their focus is on attacking each other rather than dealing with Rome. Most of the Jews didn't want to fight for a very simple reason. There's no winners in a fight. So if we have to live as Roman vassals, it's not a great life, but it beats this. And there were 3 wealthy Jews. Kalba ben Savua, who was Rabbi Akiva's father-in-law, was one of them. They had huge silos and granaries in Jerusalem of wheat. So there was enough food to last a long siege. Of fuel, stockpiles of wood, huge amounts of fuel so the cold winter nights in Jerusalem we can stay warm. We've got fuel for the ovens to bake the bread. And on top of that, they had oil. They had storehouses of oil, olive oil, to cook with, etc. Now that being the case, all of that being the case, the Biryonim, the Jewish zealots, burn it, destroy everything. They burn and destroy everything. They said, better to die as a free Jew than live as a Roman vassal. You got no choice. That's very nice that someone else makes the choice for me as to how I'm going to live and die. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, one of the leaders of the generation from the school of Hillel, he sees this is a collision course. It's going to destroy. We've got to save Judaism. Because at our own hands, we've got our own people destroying us. This is crazy. So what does he do? They fake a funeral. And somehow they allowed coffins to come out of the city. Well, they catch this funeral procession. They catch this group of people taking a coffin. And they open it up, and they see the guy's not dead. It's a fake. It's a sham. They say, this is the pious, great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. The Romans, what do they know from Yochanan ben Zakkai? They take him to Vespasian. And when they take him to Vespasian, he says, hail to the Caesar. Vespasian says, I could have you killed for talking that way. Do you understand what that means? If word gets back that I didn't kill someone who says, hail to the Caesar, that's an act of insurrection. Apparently they were aware, somehow they were aware, that there would be a transition. There are different people vying for power. Nature abhors a vacuum is a political term, not just a term in physics. And that is, so he was very nervous when he said that in front of a whole group of Roman officers. And as this conversation's going on between Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Vespasian, the contingency arrives from Rome. Who knows how many weeks or months it had taken them to get there. And they say, Vespasian, General Vespasian, the Roman Senate has voted you to be the next Caesar. Hail to the Caesar. So he turns to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. How did you know? Are you an oracle? Are you a witch? Are you a soothsayer? How did you know? He says, I'm not a prophet. As Jews, we've lost prophecy many generations ago. I'm not a soothsayer. It's just basic wisdom. We have the verse, Adir b'marom yipol. The attack against Jerusalem, the attack against the Jewish people is never by a fringe. Because what we represent is always a threat to the powers of the world. We saw this in our history with the Assyrians who controlled, they were the dominant power on earth. We saw this in our history with the Babylonians. We saw it with the Persians. We saw it with the Greeks. And it's clear to me that it's a matter of time till Jerusalem falls. It's not going to happen at the hands of Madagascar. Adir b'marom yipol. You must be the great leader you must be the marom, the great leader of Rome. So what was the point? The point was the following, that Vespasian was absolutely in awe of this wise, pious rabbi. He probably had not been used to speaking to people like this, who could engage him, who were not in awe of him, but could educate him. And he says, Rabbi, I'll give you 3 wishes. I'll grant you 3 requests. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked for 3 things. Tein li Yavne v'chochameha. Give me, you know where Yavne is? It's on the west coast near the Mediterranean. It was nothing at that time. He wanted a little town that wouldn't be a threat to the Romans. It's not like the big port cities of Caesarea, or we say in English Caesarea, but Caesarea. It was Jaffa was a big port town at that time. It's not the big port towns. It's a little nothing. Today there's an archaeological site and a Ben and Jerry's there. You know, it's still not a big town, Yavne. Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. I want to have a think tank there. We'll bring the scholars together, we'll study, we'll learn. That didn't threaten General Vespasian. I'll give that to you. Can you give me Gamliel? Now, it's not clear that he told Vespasian who Gamliel was. But remember, Gamliel's father, Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, who we'll talk about later, was one of the 10 martyrs. He was the Nasi, he was the head of the Sanhedrin. He's not just the Nasi and the head of the Sanhedrin, he's the scion of the Messianic lineage. He's a descendant of David HaMelech, of Shlomo HaMelech, of Chizkiyahu HaMelech, the descendant of Hillel. So he wants to save that lineage, because that's essential to the Jewish people. That's the leadership of the Jewish people. So he asked for this young man. He says, I'll give you the young man. He says, we'll take him in with us in the school that we're studying, in the yeshiva that we're establishing. And he asked for medical care for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok was maybe not the greatest scholar of the generation. He was a great scholar, but he was the pious of the generation. He was the tzaddik of the generation. And he was suffering terrible intestinal ailments. And he asked for the Romans, for Roman doctors and for medication to help heal Rabbi Tzadok, because he felt on the schus of Rabbi Tzadok, the generation was dependent on his prayers, on his piety, on him being a role model and inspiration to the others. None of these things meant anything to Vespasian, and he was happy to give him. By giving him those 3 phenomena, Judaism survived. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was able to save the Masorah. Skip ahead to the deathbed. We're no longer in the Gemara in Gittin, in the 5th parak of Gittin. We're now in Masechta Brachos. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is on his deathbed, and he's crying. The students are surrounding him, and they're asking him, Lama ata bocha? Why are you crying? He wasn't a crier. We know he wasn't scared of dying. That wasn't it. They wanted to know why he was crying. And he said to them, he reassured them, it's not because I'm afraid to die. We are all born to die. It happens to all of us. I'll tell you why I'm crying. I don't know the path before me. If I could use English terms, and they're not our terms, he doesn't know if he's going to heaven or he's going to hell. Meaning, what did he mean by that? He doesn't know which of two paths he's destined to, and he's scared to death. He's scared more than death itself of what may be awaiting him eternally. Because, look, he didn't have time to prepare for this. He didn't know such a request. He didn't even know he was going to have a meeting. You know, a lot of times in life, the most important decisions you make are thrust upon you. You can't prepare and speak to wise men and have preparation for it. He doesn't know. You know, there's a phrase, tafasta meruba lo tafasta. If you ask for too much, you get nothing. They say in investing, bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. What did Al Pacino say in Scarface? Don't be a chazer. And that was his perspective. You're going to ask for Yerushalayim? This man has spent 4 years already, including 2.5 years sieging Jerusalem. I'm going to ask for Jerusalem, I'm going to get nothing. And that's why he asked for what he asked for. Because he didn't want to be a chazer. But Rabbi Akiva and others questioned him and challenged him. And he's sitting there crying because maybe he is responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of Jews, for Churban Bayis Sheni. Because maybe had he asked appropriately for the Beis HaMikdash, maybe Vespasian would have lifted the siege. Now, I got to tell you, I wasn't there, and I don't have any more information than you or anyone else. I would not have asked for Yerushalayim. I wouldn't have asked for the Beis HaMikdash, because tafasta meruba lo tafasta. Chazerim get slaughtered. On the other hand, maybe he should have. In the carnage, in the destruction, in the tragedy, they could have been saved by him getting a pledge from Vespasian to lift the siege and not destroy the city. And we don't know. It's like with many things in life, you don't know if you did the right thing. And that's the background to the 16th Kinnah. In the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoros Harav Kinnah, it's page 360. It says, Zachor is asher asa tsar bifnim. Remember what the oppressor. Now, who is the oppressor? When Vespasian goes back to Rome to take upon the position as the Caesar, he's not going to let 4 years of his life go for naught. What does he do? He's not going to let 4 years of his life go for naught. You know what he does? He's going to take someone he trusts to finish the job. And he appoints who? Titus. He appoints Titus to be the general. Who's Titus? His son. And he trusts his son will get the job done. And Titus is more vicious than Vespasian. And he does finish the job. And he finishes it in a terrible, horrific way. I'm not talking about the job he did. I'm talking about the consequences to us. Zachor is asher asa tsar bifnim, the oppressor, what he did inside. Shalaf charbo, he takes out his sword. Uva lifnai v'lifnim, he enters, in Latin it's called the Sanctum Sanctorum. We call it the Kodesh Kodashim. Just to give a quick backdrop, you and I know on the Temple Mount, the only part of the whole Har HaBayis that actually is a building with a roof is the Heichal. And in the Heichal, when you enter, that's not true. There are other parts that are roofed over, but the part that's a building is the Heichal. 2/3 of the Heichal is known as the Kodesh, the Sanctum, or the Kodesh. What's in the Kodesh? The menorah. What's in the Kodesh? The Mizbeach HaKetoras, the incense, the golden altar, the Mizbach HaZahav, right? What else is there? The Shulchan, with the Lechem upon him. Then there's a Paroches. You have the Paroches, the curtain. And on the other side of the curtain is the Kodesh Kodashim, is the Sanctum Sanctorum. In the first Beis HaMikdash, you had the Aron Kodesh, the Holy Ark. Until Yoshiyahu HaMelech, who we'll speak about later in the day, until he hides that underneath the Beis HaMikdash, you had the Aron Kodesh. The last years of the first Beis HaMikdash, the latter years, as well as the whole period of Bayis Sheni, the second Beis HaMikdash, it's empty. There's an Even HaShasiyah, the foundation stone, and that's all there is. There's nothing on the foundation stone because the Aron Kodesh is hidden in the various caverns that Shlomo HaMelech built when he built the foundations of underneath the mountain to support the institution. That's where it is, Ad Hayom Hazeh. Nachalasenu bies, our inheritance, right? The menucha and the nachala, the Beis HaMikdash is our nachala. What did he do? He profaned it. Kitime lechem hapanim. V'gider, he slashed the paroches bala shtei panim. Yisomim giel b'magein me'adam v'yamaded kav b'mara adam dam. Meimenu dalach v'hishkir chitzav midam. What did he do? He putrefied our waters. His sword and the swords of the Roman soldiers became intoxicated, v'hishkir, from the blood of the Jews that were being slaughtered. Now, by the way, something that we have to take into account. When you enter the old city, many of you go through Shar Yafo, some go through Shar Shchem, some go through Shar HaAshpot. How long does it take you to walk to the Kosel HaMa'aravi? If you're a good walker, 12 minutes. If you're not such a good walker, 20, 25 minutes. If you get lost, let's say you got lost, would it take you 40, 45 minutes? How did it take the Roman soldiers who were in great shape, how did it take them 3 weeks from the 17th of Tammuz? It took till the afternoon of the 9th of Av for Titus to enter the Temple Mount, for him to enter the Azara, for him to enter the Kodesh, for him to enter the Kodesh Kodashim. How did it take him 3 whole weeks, 22 days, huh? Can you explain that to me? Simple. Every inch of that old city, of Yerushalayim, I don't mean old like it's old, the Iratika, of the halachic Yerushalayim, every inch of the way, the Anshe Yerushalayim were battling the Roman soldiers. You had rivers of blood, Roman blood, Jewish blood. They were fighting for every square inch. They were fighting for every square meter. That's how it took them 3 weeks to travel such a short distance. Because there was war and combat at every point. And when he gets there, oh, is he triumphant. Oh, is he proud. Al hagoso hagos gavar. Venata el yado. He lifts up his hand. He outstretches his arm. Lemulolis gaber. And he says, Mitzrayim v'chol ha'om asher bam gavar. Look at the history. The Egyptians were defeated. They couldn't beat the Jews. The Assyrians. In the end, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks. No one could defeat the Jews. But me, B'sochivuyo. Where do I come? I come into the innermost, the sanctum sanctorium, the Kodesh Kodashim. Arutze lav b'tzavar, like that. His neck back here with arrogance, with brazenness. Avosenu, our progenitors. Zara ki hichnisu bachuruv achla esh. Who went not into the Holy of Holies, in the Kodesh, Nadav and Avihu, the 2 sons of Aaron, with their yearning and their desire to worship Hashem, to come close to God. They brought an Eish Zara, it was Ketoris, the incense, that they were not commanded, Asher lo tziva osam, and they were consumed. They died as a function of that. But the contrast, V'zeh, Tzoa Zona Hichnis. The Roman legions, to keep the soldiers happy, there were troops of prostitutes that were with them, that would accompany them to their battles, to their war. So he brings one of them. V'lo nichva v'esh. He is not singed, nothing happens to him. Avodim chitu besuko blabas esh, almeh beves esh, mimaram shaloch esh. We view that what? The destruction of the Beis HaMikdash We view Titus and the Roman legions, we view them as what? As God's agents. They're not the ones who destroyed it. The fact that God allowed them to destroy it, they were fulfilling his shlichus, his agency. It's Hashem who destroyed it with fire. Now, by the way, there's a partial nechama there. The fact that the Jewish people were not annihilated, were not obliterated, that the Jews survived, and it was the temple that was annihilated, and the mikdash that was obliterated, that's already part of the nechama. That's why Tisha B'Av afternoon, we go from this acute mourning into a state of shloshim. Why is Tisha B'Av, if that's the moment when they entered the Beis HaMikdash, if that's when the Beis HaMikdash itself was defiled, shouldn't that be the most acute period of mourning? Why is Tisha B'Av afternoon? That's why you put tefillin on Tisha B'Av afternoon. That's why we don't sit on the low benches Tisha B'Av afternoon. Why is that a less acute form of mourning than Tisha B'Av the night before and the morning before? Because there's a bit of nachem. That's why as Ashkenazim, we only say nachem at mincha. The nechama is that we were not annihilated. God, hishlich chamaso, he cast his anger, the midas hadin, al eitzim vavanim. Hishlich kaso al eitzim vavanim, and not against us. And that's why the 83rd Psalm, the 74th Psalm, Kapitel Ayin Dalid, it's not Kina l'asaf, it's Mizmor l'asaf. Why is it a Mizmor, the Gemara asks? It's a tragic psalm. It's a Mizmor because we survived. We shouldn't have. But a building was destroyed and not Klal Yisrael. B'nafshenu tavanu kahotzi kli shares. Our spirits sunk when there are 93 different clay shares, ministering vessels that were used by the Kohanim in the Mikdash. And what happened? They took them out. And you know what happened. Those of you who've been to Rome. The parade, all of Rome shut down. They were taken out, actually, out the Jaffa Gate, Shar Yafo. And then from Shar Yafo, there's a natural crevice, there's a natural terrain that today Highway 1 was built on, that gets you to the Jaffa port. Now today the Jaffa port, because of 2,000 years of soot falling, the contrast between the weather on land and the weather that happened, over the Mediterranean, so a lot of that soot, it builds up, and it's not a very deep port. But 2,000 years ago, that was a deep port. And you had all these Roman ships, and what were they doing? They were bringing back the Shvuya Yerushalayim, the captives of Jerusalem were being shipped back across the Mediterranean, sold on the slave market, as well the spoils of Jerusalem. And the greatest of the spoils of Jerusalem were the clay shares, the ministering vessels. They shut down Rome for parade. Like you have in New York, when the Yankees win the World Series, they shut down Broadway, the city's closed, and there's a ticker tape parade. This was a ticker tape parade. And we have the image of that parade. Where? Anyone where? On the Arch of Titus. Now there's a whole debate. When they are marching the menorah on the Arch of Titus, they're marching that menorah. What was that menorah? Was that the menorah in the Kodesh? We said there's three things in the Kodesh. The golden, the incense altar, the menorah, and the table, the lechem hapanim for the showbread. Maybe. It seems from the Rambam that the menorah was not something that's rounded, it seems like it's at a diagonal, spiked. So it could have been, in antiquities you didn't have electricity. How did they illuminate the area, especially people who were there at night? They had these large menorahs, not as the menorah for the avoda, but they had large menorahs that illuminated. It could be it was one of those menorahs. The state of Israel chose that menorah that's on the Arch of Titus as its symbol. Is it the real menorah, or is it one of the menorahs that was in the Beis HaMikdash? Probably it's not the menorah. But the point is, it was definitely from the spoils of the Beis HaMikdash. And that menorah, see, today, I happen to live in Teaneck, New Jersey. the Germazian family has built didn't open as a function of COVID, but the American dream. Or they built the Mall of America in Minneapolis. They built, the Edmonton Mall. These are attractions where people come from near and far and shop in these places. In Roman cities, you had that in Rome. It's known as the Colonarium. It's not like the Shuk in Machane Yehuda where everybody gets a little stall. These were big stores. I mean, you had Gucci, you had Chanel. These were big, big stores in these colonariums. And in that colonarium, and each pillar, separated the stores, that's where they kept this menorah for years. For years, to show of the conquest of Jerusalem. People think it's in the Vatican. That's questionable. That's speculation. Chances are it was probably plundered at some point when Rome was plundered. We really don't know. It's all speculation. But it was a big deal because that menorah was a symbol of the conquest of the Jewish temple in Jerusalem and the conquest of the holy city of Yerushalayim, the capital of the Jews. And of all places, where are they going to put it? In the Colonarium, in the big mall, which is the big attraction for all the people in downtown Rome. And by the way, those of you who've been to the Jewish Quarter, you see the Cardo Colonarium, where they had that in Jerusalem, such a shopping mall like that. Anyways. V'samam ba'oni shayit bam lehisharish. And they took those kalim and put them in a ship and shipped them across the Mediterranean. Oreinu namak hishki misharis. V'lo matza tishim ushlosha klesharis. The next morning, there were Kohanim who were traveling that wanted to come to the Mikdash. And they come there, not aware. There was no Fox News in those days, no CNN in those days. Not even realizing they come and they see it's all gone. They come to the compound of the Mikdash and everything's missing. Nashim kisharu ki va'aritz, bekarka habayis na'alav hecharitz. If you and I take off our shoes, as is the case on Tisha B'Av, what happens? The palm of your foot, the sole of your foot, it's very sensitive. Not the heel, but the sole. And you can feel every pebble and every little this and every little that. When you go to the Beis HaMikdash, you take off your shoes. It's a place of sensitivity. You have to be emotionally sensitive, spiritually sensitive, physically sensitive. Because there's a connection between them. The contrast of the Romans coming in with their boots, marching, and coming in, trampling on the ground of the Beis HaMikdash, as opposed to the Jews with the sensitivity when they came to that holy place. It's the image we have of the SS, of the stormtroopers coming into a town, whether it was in Poland or the Ukraine, Lithuania. It's the image we have. And that's being described here by the Kalir. Of what? Coming in, bekarka habayis na'alav hecharitz. Beveis kodesh hakadoshim tzacha naso hishritz. He dared spray his filth in the Holy of Holies. Bachurim mibachutz tzagu mechuzakim. The young people, and that's very often when you're young, you're idealistic, but sometimes you're naive. They assume we can withstand. God's not going to let his house be destroyed. We can withstand the Romans. V'taru ki yuzak b'shishim riba mazikim. They were attacked by 600,000. What are mazikim? They didn't have 600,000 Roman soldiers. That it wasn't. But the idea was, it's as if, so to speak, 600,000 is always the term that we associate with the Machane Yisrael, meaning the Jews were being attacked. The Romans might have been the vehicle, but God was defeating the Jews. But the Zekenim nivasu, kershuhu mishchakim. See, the older people knew. This is not just a battle. This is not just a stage. They feared the worst, that it's over. We're through. This is the destruction of Yerushalayim. Asos ritzono v'hu asur bazikim. The Romans were fulfilling the will of the Almighty, and it's as if God were bound in chains. It's describing the Almighty is not defending the Jews. The Almighty is not actively engaged in stopping the Romans. It's as if he were bound in chains. That's how we perceive it, because he's not saying yes to our prayers. He's not helping us. What we didn't realize, as was said earlier by the Kalir, it's not that God is bound in chains. The Romans are doing his bidding. The only way the Jews can change is by destruction and starting over again. That's how far the corruption has gone. That's how far the intra-Jewish animosity has gone. Shavas Sotain. We thought that the Bavel, once they had been stopped, that would be it. We'll be in Israel forever. No. Vayavo Admon. The red one came, the Admon, meaning Esav, Rome, because Rome are Esav's descendants. Vayasah Beiv Choma, they had surrounded the wall, Vayaves Hamon. And now they had done terrible thing to the masses of Jews. Nafla Evra, wrath has fallen up al Nitze Pitzel Lach Luz V'Armon. Think about our history. When Yaakov Avinu was being oppressed and being manipulated by Lavan, Vatechalef es maskortia, Saras Monim, he manipulated him for his wife. He manipulated him the first 14 years, but the last 6 years, in order to keep him, he said, okay, I'll pay you, I'll get a part of the business. Aseres Monim means 10 times 10. 100 times he ripped up the contract and changed the deal and changed the conditions on Yaakov. And every time God protected Yaakov. Every time Hashem looked after him. We, the base Yaakov, the Bnei Yisrael, we don't see that protection. Ad ki nutash midok armon. It's heaven has abandoned its place on earth. Al Pesach har habayis heichel lavo. On the Temple Mount they begin to come. Biyad arboa roshei tafsarav lahacharivo. What Titus did was, he took 4 different generals. He took 4 different generals, and he had them each responsible for the destruction of one side. Now here's the debate. We don't understand the Kalir. Is this referring to the 4 sides of the Temple Mount? You know that Herod built the retaining walls. We go to the western wall, right? The retaining walls of Har Habayis. He had 4 generals try to take them down. Or is it referring to the Heichal itself? The part that I described as the building that only the Kohanim can go into. And it was the 4 sides of the Heichal they were told to take down. See, that we're not sure. What is it being referred to? The Heichal or the retaining walls of the Temple Mount? Al Tzad Ma'aravi L'Zechar Hisridbo. 3 sides were destroyed, were annihilated, were devastated. 1 remained. 1 was a Srida. Sridei Eish, right? The western side. We have a Kosel Ma'aravi. Or according to the other explanation, the western side of the Heichal, the one that was closest to the Holy of Holies, that God enabled to stand and to be a remnant for us. Vitzag achar kaslenu. It was the Almighty standing behind our wall, that wall to show that despite the destruction, God was not going to totally abandon the Jewish people or totally abandon the Nachala, the place that would be our eternal heritage, a place of our eternal rendezvous with God Himself. Hashem, you in your rage, this is a phrase from the end of the 5th parak of Eicha. Now you and I know, we know this from Yeshaya HaMelech, we know this, the Rambam's explanation. God does not get mad. God doesn't get happy, sad, mad. God doesn't have emotions. The Tanakh is using human terminology. Dibra Torah belashon b'nei Adam. What does it mean when it says that God got angry? God became enraged with the Jewish people. What it means is the erech hapayim, the midah, the trait of tolerance and patience, waiting for the Jews to transform themselves, waiting for the Jews to improve themselves, it's over. The waiting is over. And now there's the employment of midas hadin, of objective justice. That's atah katzafta. Verishesa lefanos. Yiladim asher ein behem kol mum misham lihipanos. Children that had no blemish. What was done to them? You know, in the Shoah, 1.5 million children. 1.5 million Jewish children. We can't fathom those kind of numbers. In a war, in an attack, the children are always the ones that suffer the most. They're the most vulnerable. Lama ragshu goyim velo shatel mincha panos. Why do the nations rage? And you didn't turn, you didn't accept our korbanos. So these young people, these young adolescents, vishilchum le'eretz utz b'shalosh sfinos. Those who survived Jerusalem had a very different fate than those who lived in Sipori or the places that didn't put up a fight. They were taken in chains and shackles, and they were brought where? Where were they brought? Out the Jaffa gate. They were taken in ships, and they were shipped on the Roman slave market. Now, just a little background. We know basic economics. If you want to determine the price of anything, how do you determine the price, let's say, of an iPhone? You look at the demand for an iPhone and you look at the supply of an iPhone, correct? And where the demand curve meets the supply curve, that point where they intersect, that's the price. Let's say we double or triple or quadruple. Apple makes 2 or 3 times as many iPhones as they normally make. Demand is the same. What's that going to do to the price of an iPhone? It's going to go way down because now there's a flood on the market of iPhones, and with the same demand, it's going to lower the price. That's what happened to the cost of a slave after the conquest of Yerushalayim. Those who were not killed, and there were tens of thousands who died in that battle, those who were not killed were not allowed to stay and live in Jerusalem. They were taken and they were shipped and sold on the Roman slave market. But the adolescents, the young men and young Jewish women, they would be sold as sex slaves. The women, literally to serve, as sex slaves to these Roman masters. And the men, as well, for homosexual sex slaves to the Roman masters. And these young people had heard of other Jewish cities that had fought and what happened to people their age. Word got back. Because remember, many of these cities fell in 66 and 67. This is the summer of 70. It's 3 years later. So what do? And this kinna is reflecting a medrash and a Gemara in the 5th parak of Gittin, in Parak HaNizakin. Hashivenu shivu kivol b'nichveyam. Hashem, they weighed and they discussed the following. You and I know the only time we have an obligation to sacrifice our life al Kiddush Hashem, because is a Torah, as a system, it's a Torah's Chaim. V'chai behem, you should live through the Torah. It's a living Torah. We're not Islam. We're not about the next world. Of course there's a next world. We're about perfecting ourselves and transforming this world and making this world a healthier, better place. So under rare circumstances does a Jew give up their life. That's the Gemara in Ayin Daled and Ayin Hey in Sanhedrin. The Yehareg Val Yavor Sugya. Very rare. If someone says you kill another human being, you die rather than commit murder. Who says my blood is rather than her blood or than his blood? Avodah Zarah, the basic truth of this universe, I'm not willing to deny. I'm not willing to trample on the basic cause of our existence. Gilui Arayos. Shas Hashmad. There are very, very few cases. Does a person have a right, not where they're obligated, where the matir, the license to lose one's life, to give up one's life, so to speak, to commit suicide, the license behind it is the chiyuv, is the obligation. The chiyuv is the matir. Does a person ever have a reshus? Can they give up their life? Not because they're obligated. That's what these young men and young women were discussing amongst themselves. Can we jump into the Mediterranean And even though some of us might be good swimmers, we're not going to survive in the Mediterranean for days. There's no life rafts. They knew they were going to die. Some will drown immediately. Some will drown in the course of hours. Can we give up our life rather than be violated, sexually violated, either through heterosexual or through homosexual activities? And they weighed that. Is this considered suicide? You understand, suicide is homicide. The Pasuk in Parshas Noach, the Gemara in Sanhedrin that analyzes suicide. There's two types of murder. I can murder someone else, that's called homicide, or I can murder myself, that's called suicide. You're not allowed to commit murder. Can I do that? Can we do that? Do we have a license to avoid being violated? We know from the Gemara that Shaul HaMelech, he had a license, he had a matir. Rather than being humiliated and being the mock and the scorn and derision of the Philistine, like what they did to Shimshon, they would do to the Melech, the leader of the Jewish people. He fell on a sword, and he was allowed to. Are they allowed to? And that's what they dealt with. And first the women jumped over. And then the men said, if the women will be violated, which at least is a mainstream natural way, we are going to be violated in a very unnatural way. All the more so we have the right to jump over. And these young people who were the future of our nation, young stars, who would have become educated, who would have built the next generation, who would have been the continuity of our Masorah, they gave their lives. V'shitvu atmam yachad. They joined together, lin pol bayam. They agreed that we have a license to do this, and rather than lead a life of abuse and a life of suffering, of psychological, physical abuse, they jumped into the sea. Shir v'tushbacho shoreru ka'al yam. As they were dying, especially those who could float, what did they do? They said Tehillim. They said, God, the famous Kapitel Mem Daled, the 44th Psalm. Ki alecha horagnu bimsulos yam. Hashem, we're giving up our lives rather than being defiled. We're dying al Kiddush Hashem. Ki tehomos bo ad nafshan. The depth, as it consumed them, as they were drowning, kol zos ba'asnu v'lo shechachnucha chilu mimamshan. They said, God, we are not giving up our faith in you. We're not giving up our commitment to your standards. We're not giving up our commitment to your values. And please, hashivenu. No one can come to our grave to say Kaddish. No one can come to our grave to say Akel Malei Rachamim. But at that time in history, bring us back from the dead. Bring us back from the Mitzulos Yam, from the depths of the sea. Tikvasam nasnu lemeshiv mi bashan, ubaskol nishma'a ura lamatishan. And what did the heavenly voice call out? Please, God, why do you sleep through this? Why do you slumber through this? How do you allow us to suffer this way? Lamatishan. We're now going to go to the 11th Kina. And that is the story of Yoshiyahu HaMelech. We do this each and every year. And the reason why we usually get, I should say not if every year, but most years, is for the following reason. What's the story of Yoshiyahu? He is the one man that could have prevented the Churban. The one man. What do we mean by that? When we look at the study of the Holocaust, of the Shoah, I'm talking about not just by Jews, but by humanity. What are the two things that people will quote to you? The Diary of Anne Frank. In the history of humanity, one of the top 3 most read books. The Diary of Anne Frank. And Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List. Now I have to tell you, Otto Frank, who was a German Jew, came with his family trying to save themselves from the Nazis by settling in Holland. And he could not have been aware, did not realize that the Germans would conquer Holland. They would conquer the Netherlands, and his ability to escape Nazi Germany would end with the loss of his wife, of his daughter. But Anne Frank is not integral or crucial to us understanding the Holocaust. But yet it has had more of an impact than almost anything else. Why? Schindler's List, it was a movie. It's true that no one can make a movie like Steven Spielberg. He is the director of, not of our generation, of the generations. And he took a film crew, and he took actors and actresses, and they actually went to Poland. And they went to Krakow, and they went to Plaszow. But it was a movie. How did it have the impact it had? Because you and I can't, 6 million we can't fathom. The human mind can't appreciate a number like 6 million, I apologize. Can't relate to it. And it becomes a number. But you and I can relate to one person, to an individual we can relate to. Her story, his story, her struggle, what he overcame, his tragedy. That we can relate to. And what Rabbi Elazar HaKalir does, and his basis for doing this was what Yirmiyahu did with the 4th parak of Eicha. What the Kalir does, and what the medieval Paitanim do, is just that on Tisha B'Av. A number of the kinos are speaking about individuals. Because if you can empathize and feel the plight of one individual, then you can extend that to 2. You can extend it to 4, maybe to 10, maybe to a town, maybe to a nation. What's Yoshiahu's story? Yoshiahu was coming after over 62 years of terrible leadership. His grandfather, Menashe, was the leader of the Jews for 55 years. And many of you know Menashe was, unfortunately, from a point of view of ethics and morals, a justice system, from a point of view of paganism, from a point of view of harsh crime, Menashe was one of the worst leaders we ever had. And the reason why is because he had such an influence. And the first 33 years of his 55 years, everything went downhill. Jews stopped going to Yerushalayim. The whole influence of the Kohanim, of the educators, waned. And even though Menashe later in life, he himself started to come back, but he could not undo the terrible, terrible evil that happened in his first 3 decades and 3 years of the beginning of his leadership. He's followed by his son Ammon. Ammon leads for 7 years. So that's where I got 62 from, 55 and 7. And then he has a child, a young child by the name of Yoshiahu. So I'll give you an example. In America, you have amongst religious Christians, amongst religious Protestants, people will name their child Josiah. Remember the famous film with Clint Eastwood, the outlaw Josie Wales. Where does Josie come from? Josiah, which is the English for Yoshiahu. That's who we're talking about. And it's probably, with the exception of the Purim story, it might be the greatest tshuva movement we've ever had in our history. He inherited a mess. He inherited a world of rampant paganism. He inherited a world where the highways to Yerushalayim were in disarray, so people couldn't even come to the temple. He inherited a place where Jewish education was not being focused on, was not a value or a priority. And he inherited a world where the court systems didn't really convey, a moral, ethical system, didn't facilitate or create that for the Jewish nation. Now, they discover His grandfather had eradicated all text. At that time, there's no such thing as a book. At that time, it's scrolls, right? Sifrei Tanakh. They had eradicated all Torah volumes, all Torah scrolls. But there's one that, for some reason, through the hashgacha, through providence, there's one that survived. There's one that actually made it. And when they discover that, they show it to him. Where is it open to? It's open to Parshas Kisavo, the parsha we read 2 weeks before Rosh Hashanah. Before the Tochacha, in Kisavo, there's a description of the reenactment of the Mount Sinai experience, the reenactment of the covenant that the new generation, the generation that enters the land of Israel under Yehoshua ben Nun. So these are the people who were born free in the desert. These are the people who were mentored by Moshe, but now Moshe dies under Yeshua's leadership. They come to Shechem, which is the crossroads of the Via Maris. And around Shechem there are two major mountains, Har Eval, Mount Eval, which, as you know, till this day is a military installation, which the radar on that mountain is monitoring things as far east as Iraq. And Mount Gerizim, Har Eval and Har Gerizim. And they engage in a covenant. Baruch, blessed is the person that does the following. Arur, cursed is the person that violates the following. The last of the Baruch and Arurs is Arur asher lo yakim as divrei haTorah hazos. The cursed is the person that what's not yikayim, that does not fulfill or observe or maintain, but yakim, the hifil, the causative verb. What's yakim? Does not cause to be maintained, does not cause to be fulfilled. Who's that referring to? That's the Melech. Melech b'mishpat yamad aretz. The role of the king, of the executive, is to make sure that the will of the Sanhedrin is being employed, is being observed, is being carried out throughout the length and breadth of the nation. That's the role of the executive branch. They're the implementers. To make sure that the court systems are fair and just, to make sure that there's a highway system, that people can come to Yerushalayim to fulfill Aliyas HaRegel the 3 times a year, to make sure that we have a system of Kohanim who are educating, doing adult education, having schools, educating our young. So this is referring to the Melech. And the Kohanim say, young man, this is you. We're speaking to you. Do you know who you are? You're a scion of David HaMelech, of King David, of Shlomo HaMelech, of King Solomon, of Chizkiyahu HaMelech, of King Hezekiah. You're a scion. You're a scion of Asa and Yehoshaphat. And look at what they did, how they transformed these people, how they enabled the nation to live to its potential. And you could do all of that. And this young man, he literally bucks 62 years of corruption, 62 years of an unhealthy, dysfunctional society. And together with the Kohanim, he changes the nation. Incredible story. What are some of the things that he does? And by the way, let me make this comment. If you want to read about him in Sefer Malachim and in Divrei Hayamim, he is the one, he's the topic of the Haftorah of the second day of Pesach. When they describe that there had never been a Pesach like the time of Yoshiyahu HaMelech. Now that's a very shocking statement. What do you mean there had never been a Pesach observed like the time of Yoshiyahu HaMelech? What it's saying is this, that when David HaMelech establishes Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, when Shlomo HaMelech builds the Beis HaMikdash, so they're coming after Shmuel. So they're starting at an 8 and they're building it to a 9 or a 9.5. So life was much greater in their time for the Jews than it was under Yoshiyahu. But you know who Yoshiyahu is? He's starting at a 1. To go from a 1 to a 5 is much more challenging and much more significant than going from an 8 to a 9 or from a 9 to a 9.5. And that's what Yoshiyahu did. And he eradicated the public idols, and he eradicated the altars. We're not going to have these private altars because that's the beginning of the slippery slope that leads to Avodah Zarah, that leads to idolatry. He did all of this. And let's describe some of what's happening. So again, the 11th Kina, Page 288 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinos. Vayekonin Yirmiyahu Yoshiyahu. It was Yirmiyahu, not just the Kalir. He's the first one that said the Kina. Where did he say this? The fourth parak of Eicha. Eicha Yuam Zav, that we'll come back to in a few minutes. Eicha Eli, Konenu Me'elav. A wail, a lament that all of the leaders of the nation must say. His loss, it wasn't a private loss. It was a national loss. Ben Shmona Shana Hecha Lidrosh Me'elav. He was 8 years old when he started to seek out God. When he started, we call adolescent rebellion or adolescent independence. With him, it started young. He started to question and challenge the ways of his father, the ways of his grandfather. And he started to get exposed and reach out to the ways of his great descendants, David and Solomon and Chizkiyahu and Asa and Yoshaphat. But Nebuch, B'nai Cham, the descendants of Cham, who is that? Mitzrayim is one of the descendants of Cham, the most powerful. Be'avram, when they passed through, Chanu alav, they encamped against him. V'lo huskar lo sigo mifalav. In all of the great actions, all of the great deeds that he had done, did not come to his benefit. We'll come back to Mitzrayim and we'll explain all of that. Gam b'chol hamlachim asher kamu ligdor. Amongst all the leaders of Israel who had stood up to be goder, means to set up the fence, meaning to make sure that the Jews could function, that, so to speak, the holy flock wouldn't go wild and wouldn't go free and wouldn't get lost. Amongst all of the great shepherds and leaders of the Jews, no one was like him. Lo kam kamohu, no one had ever stood up like him. Mimos Avigdor, from the time of Avigdor. Who's Avigdor, of course? Avigdor was the Hebrew name that his parents gave what we call Moshe Rabbeinu. We name him Moshe, or in Arabic, Musa. Why do we call him Moshe? Because out of our historical gratitude to who? To his stepmother, the woman that saved his life, to the Egyptian royal princess, to Bas Paro. So out of our gratitude to her, God Almighty in the Torah calls him Moshe, and we call him Moses. But his real name was not Moshe. His real name was Avigdor. Why is no one as great since the time of Avigdor? Who did Moshe start with? A nation of illiterate pagan slaves. That's who Moshe started with, a nation of illiterate pagan slaves. And he built them up. And he turned them into a nation of thoughtful, educated, decent, moral human beings, passionate Jews who had a real relationship with God, with humanity. Yoshiyahu was starting at a very low point. Lo kam kamohu mimos Avigdor. But tragically, davak bo avon leitzanei hador. What clung to him? The sin of the mockers, of the scorners of the generation. Asher achar hadelis kamu lizdor. Because they were the ones that had the idols behind the door. The police would come in, so to speak, the frum police would come in, and they would check the premises to make sure there were no idols. But what they didn't realize is, as the door was opened for them, the back of the door had the image. And when you would close the door, based upon the part of the paneling in the wood next to the door, then you'd have the image. You could never know that unless the door was closed and you were looking at a closed door. But that's not what the police came in, or the Kohanim came in from the front, and we opened the door like this. So that was one of the ways that they basically hid from Yoshiyahu the idols that they were worshiping. I'm going to skip down. Zaku Amarav, the Zion. Kidnam das lahakim bitza emraso be'arur asher lo yakim. That's when they discovered the Torah. It was open to arur asher lo yakim es divrei Torah zos. Chashach taro. His beautiful complexion became darkened. Kinyatzoru chukim. Bevetza moasei das v'chukim. Why? Because of the sin of those who rejected the theology, who rejected observance, who rejected our value system, who wanted something primitive and licentious. And ultimately, how does that affect Yoshiyahu? We'll see as we go on. Tovim reim nikro kishalchu malach. So this is getting into what happened with the Egyptians. In Egypt, which has become the great North African empire, the leader of Egypt, the name we use is the Pharaoh, Paro. But this particular Paro was known as Paro Necho, okay? He is going to battle against Ashur in the north. So you have the great Mesopotamian Empire, which takes up parts of Turkey and Syria and Iraq. This is before Babel, this is Ashur. That's the great Mesopotamian Empire. And that's the Northern Empire. And you've got the Southern Empire, which is where? The northeastern part of the African continent. Who's between these two great empires? Little Israel, Yoshiyahu. And it's very important to him to maintain neutrality. Because what does Paro Necho ask him? Paro Necho asks him the rite of passage. The only way you can get, as we said before, from Africa to Mesopotamia is through Israel. So they're going to come up. They can't take Highway 60, which is you or I as an individual could take. That's like that's the passage to the mountains. That's how Avram Avinu came. That's how Yaakov Avinu came when he came from Lavan, when he came from Syria. But if you're dealing with a whole army, masses of people, masses of horses and chariots, you can't make it through that little crevice. You can only take the Via Maris going up what? Up the Mediterranean coast. So you come from Egypt, through the Gaza Strip, through Ashkelon, through Ashdod, through Tel Aviv, Netanya. And where do you cross into Mesopotamia? At the Megiddo Junction. Megiddo. Why do many of the evangelical Christians, many religious Christians, they use this term Armageddon? Where does Armageddon come from? The word Armageddon comes from the word Megiddo, because that was always where the battles were. Why were the battles there? That was the junction. That was where the crossroads, where you'd go from coming east-west to going south, or you know, you're coming from the south, you were going north. That's where you go from going north, you turn east. Today, there's an archaeological site there at Megiddo. Thousands of stanchions of horses they've discovered, all the way back to Achav, maybe even back further to Shlomo HaMelech there. What were they having? Barns and barns, stanchions and stanchions of horses? Because the horse was a tank. The horse was a military implement, correct? And what did they do with it? What they did with it was they used it in battle. Well, if there's going to be a battle, it's going to be at Armageddon. It's going to be at the Megiddo Junction. And that's where they stored the horses. It's what you and I would call where the great armories were, where the great garrisons were, okay? That's where Yoshiyahu is waiting for the Egyptians. And that's where the battle's going to take place. Why is he going to fight the Egyptians? The Egyptians are not going to war against Yoshiyahu. They're going to war against Ashur. So why are the Jews getting involved? He has no choice, he feels. Because if he allows Egypt to pass through his nation, to pass through his country untouched, that passivity is a declaration of war. It's a declaration that he is an ally of Egypt and he's an enemy of Ashur. And he feels that Ashur is much stronger and that he can't afford that. And he says to the Pharaoh, Paro Necho, no, not coming through, not happening. Okay? Yirmiyahu at this time is a young prophet. It's the beginning of his nevuahs during the time of Yoshiyahu. And Yirmiyahu comes to him and he says, no, let them go. Let them traverse. What's Yoshiyahu's logic? Yoshiyahu's logic is that we, the Jews, are on such a level, such a madrega, that we're zocha, we merit cherev lo savor ba'artzachem. What's the famous verse? Cherev lo savor ba'artzachem. It comes right out of the Tochacha in Parshas Bechukosai, that if the Jewish people function in line with our nature, play the role in creating the society that we're supposed to create, and being a role model, engaging the other nations to create a moral, ethical world, to create philosophically, theologically a healthy world, a proper world, then God will enable us to play our role. The economy we won't be caught up with. There won't be famine, there won't be disease. In other words, we can put all of our energies into what we're supposed to and not to be sidetracked. That's assuming that we live a life in line with our nature. That's the story of the Tochacha. So it describes shalom. And then after shalom, it says, Cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem. The sword shall not pass through your land. Well, if you're going to have peace, what are you saying that, Rashi is bothered by that. What's the additional phrase, the sword won't pass through your land? So Rashi says, afilu cherev shel shalom. Even if what? Even armies passing through your land, not to fight you, not to combat you, but just to get to where they're going. Because that's a very uncomfortable experience. And allowing for such an experience also means that you're declaring sides in battle which is not your battle. So he felt that they were worthy of cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem, the sword shall not pass through your land. Why? He eradicated the private altars, he eradicated the idols. Jews are coming back to Yerushalayim, they're learning, there's education. What he doesn't realize, and that's what Yirmiyahu is begging him and pleading with him, is something? People might change their actions, but a human being is not putty. They're not Play-Doh that you can just mold them. It's been 6 decades of corruption, 6 decades of philosophical corruption. It takes time. It takes time to educate and transform a new generation. It might take 2 generations. People don't turn on a dime. That's just not the way people function. We saw that with the Jews leaving Egypt. We see that in our own lifetime. Look at the Jews who came out of the Iron Curtain after being exposed to 7 decades of communism, 7 decades of a world view. It wasn't easy. It's not like the Iranian Jews who came here as refugees and could function and build Jewish communities. It's not like other groups, not when they're rooted in socialism and in communism. To undo that and to change a whole Weltanschauung, a whole worldview, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes decades. And that's why Yirmiyahu said to him, please let them go. We're not on the level you think we are. Not everything is so simplistic as what meets the eye. So let's keep reading. Tovim re'im nikro. So to speak, our friends, the Egyptians, Kishalchu malach, he sent a message. Mali v'lach hayom l'talach. Listen, get out of my way, Yoshiyahu. I have nothing against you. I'm not going to fight you or your people. But don't get in my way, or I'll do to you what my plan is to do to the Assyrians. Kila hamonai lechas aram naharayim. The masses of Jews, thousands of Jews were lost in this battle. As the Egyptians were on their way to Aram Naharaim, as they were on their way into Syria, into Turkey. Where? At the Megiddo Junction, when they stopped going north and they started going east. Why? Leman lo sa'avor cherev kol shehu be'Ephraim. This terrible battle took place, part of it took place in the land of Ephraim. Lo shama lechoze. He didn't listen to the visionary, meaning he didn't listen to the prophet Jeremiah. Lashuva charayim, to retreat, to retract. Ki gzeira nigzor lesachsech Mitzrayim b'Mitzrayim. And what is this caused by? Mechatos stiras mezuzos, the mem, from the sin behind the closed door. Chazon ansosi hechelu levazos, the vision of Jeremiah. Why is he called Antoti? Anatot. Today that's the the Jerusalem suburb of French Hill. That's where many of the Kohanim lived. It was in the area of Matei Binyamin. That was Anatot. So the vision of the man from Anatot, Hechelu Levazos, they mocked it. They trampled on it. Na'o anamim luchmo lahavzos v'lo hesev panav v'saftu alzos. Tragically, the Egyptians, the Anamim, they advanced and they destroyed us. Suru heidu ad lo shi'ia v'yamanu suru mat yesod neshia. Penei karev. The battle came, v'lo alsa lo shi'ia. He was not successful. His prayers did not help him. Vayoru hayorim lamelech Yoshiyahu. What happened, and we'll talk about this in a second, they took him, they captured him, they set him up as a bullseye, as target practice. And the Egyptian archers, before he died, they started shooting arrows into his body. Odenu otseim einav begevyo nochatzim. His eyes had already closed. Chetz achar chetz, arrow after arrow, morim velochatzim, boom, boom, boom. They started puncturing, continuing to puncture his body. Tzadu v'samuhu kematara lechitzim. They trapped him, they set him up as a bullseye. Vayizraku bo shlosh meos chitzim. 300 different arrows were piercing his body. Now, is that literally or is that figuratively? Kalim tzatzasu acharav ezon motzafihu. Swift ones, after the Egyptians stopped shooting their arrows into his body, they came to him as he was dying. His eyes are closed. He can't even talk. All that's coming out of him is wind. It's like a whisper that's coming. Think about someone who's famished, at the end of the day on Tisha B'Av, after talking all day, you can barely speak with a voice. It's, this is what's coming out. So what happened? He says the following. Ruach svasav, just the air from his lips, hivtsa mipihu, is projecting out of his mouth. Tzadik hu Adonai ki marisi fihu. What is the very last thing he says? God was righteous. I rebelled against his command. Meaning what? He pushed Jeremiah away. He said, why are you sticking your nose into politics where it doesn't belong? Jeremiah was not interested in politics. In no way, shape, or form was he interested in politics. But he was coming as a Navi Hashem, as the prophet of God, saying, God, please, God is asking you not to do this. And he refused to listen. And he refused to listen. He says, you don't represent God. The very last thing he says before he dies is that I was wrong. I had no right to rebel or reject what I was being told. It's when you're a king and everyone fawns over you and everybody praises you, it's hard to hear no, or it's hard to hear you're mistaken or you're wrong. And that's the last thing he says before he dies. He acknowledges that, what we call tziduk hadin. Sisi Nof ki kanozam. You can rejoice. Nof is a famous city in Egypt. L'shalem shonam bavon bitzam tam kesem hatov. Amzu b'pasham. V'konin alav kol echa yu amzav. What happened? His golden, apparently he radiated. There was something special about him. And it all became sullied and blackened. And Yirmiyahu did not beat his chest and say, I told you so and they should have listened to me. God forbid. What did he do? He came and he was the one that gave the hesped, the eulogy, at Yoshiyahu's funeral. What's the phrase? Tam b'mikra echad kos Megiddo lishtos. Unfortunately, like Achav, who also was killed at Megiddo, he drank the same poison cup. When was it? B'moed shnas hashmita, kegah hakel le'esos. As you know, every 7 years is a Shemitah year. And after the Shemitah year, even though not everyone would always come to Yerushalayim, they're supposed to, but not everyone did for Sukkot, for the Aliyas HaRegel. You know why? Because it's the harvest season. People are very busy during those times, correct? They're very busy during those times, and not everyone always comes then. But that year, because it's 1 out of 7 years, the first year, it's the year after the 7th year, make Havdalah, everybody comes, anashim, nashim v'taf. They bring the children, they all come to the Temple Mount. And they build a huge platform. They erect a huge platform. And the Melech gets up there. And he reads the key parts of Sefer Devarim. The Shema, the Aseres HaDibros, the Tochacha, the Brachos HaKlalos, the Hazinu, the Shira. Because the people are now going back. It's after a year of sabbatical. Many of them are going back to work. And it prepares them. But what the idea is, at least the way the Rambam describes it, every generation, every 7 years, what does the generation do? They recommit themselves, because this is a reenactment of Ma'amad Har Sinai. The king up there on the mountain is playing the role of the giving of the Torah and the principles and the values of the Torah and the nation enveloping it. Little kids, it's past their bedtime. Why did the parents schlep them? They don't necessarily understand everything that's being said. A little kid's not going to know all of what the king is saying, but it's the experience. That kid will always remember, that little kid from a fishing village on the Kinneret, that little kid from a farm town in the Galilee, that little kid from a little village down in the Negev. They'll always remember coming that night, being with the whole nation. More people than they could ever imagine live on this earth. Looking around, starstruck, with all the Jews together, learning together, being together, one people, one nation, committed to one covenant. That kid will always remember that scene. You know, my great uncle, Arthur Hyman, was nifter this past week. After he survived Westerbork, he came and he settled in West Hempstead, Long Island. He was one of the families that started the shul with Rabbi Fendel and Rabbi Kanatowski. And I remember we came to visit. I was, I think, 6 or 7. My brother was 4 or maybe 4 or 5 at the time. We had never been to New York City. We came to stay with them. And they took us into Rockefeller Center. It was Hanukkah. And they lit the menorah. I remember Abe Beam, they put him up in a cherry picker, he lit the menorah. I didn't know so many human beings were on this earth. We came from a small farm town. We knew there were a lot of cattle, there were a lot of chickens, certain farmers had hogs, you know, that we knew about. But we'd never seen, the biggest scene we'd ever seen is the July 4th parade. Maybe 150 people out there for a parade. When we went into that scene in Manhattan with those massive buildings and all of those people, I didn't know there were that many people on earth. I'd never seen so many people. That's the image this kid has. Yoshiyahu Melech was going to be the one teaching Torah. You know? He was going to be teaching the Torah. Never made it. He was killed at war that summer. Instead of them kigah coming for Hakel to learn from him, to reenact the covenant with him, they all came together to mourn him. And it says the following. We know that the hesped that Jeremiah, that Yirmiyahu gave, consisted of the Aleph base. Every letter, the 4th parak of Eicha, is from Aleph to Taf. What's the idea being conveyed from Aleph to Taf? The idea is this, that the nature of the devastation is so all-encompassing, you can't describe it. You could go from A to Z, from Aleph to Taf, and you can't describe the loss of what this one man was. Because the movement that he started, and the support that he had, and him winning over even the cynics, it was going to change the Jewish people. It could have prevented a Churban Beis HaMikdash. Tola esrim ushtayim meharos shasos. It suspended the destruction of the temple for 22 years. The Churban didn't take place for 22 years after the death of Yoshiyahu. 1 year for each of the crying and the introspection and the catharsis that the Jewish people went through for each line of that hesped. Ki saftu lo eicha yom zav be'esrim ushtayim osos. The tragedy of Yoshiyahu, his tragedy is what? That with his loss, what one person can do, the impact that one person can have, and by learning about his life, we appreciate not just his loss, but then the loss of all of the others. Because when you can relate to him, you can start to relate to others. What one person could have been, what one person could have accomplished. And it was all lost. And the very cynics, you know, who couldn't stand him, would curse him behind his back in his lifetime. After he was dead, Acharei Mos Kedoshim Emor. After he was dead, they could appreciate him. Only then could they start to appreciate him and who he was and what he was and what he had done for them. But no one expected him to die. He was in the prime of his life. In the end, Yehoiakim takes over. He was a terrible leader. Yehoiakim undid all of the good that Yoshiyahu had accomplished. Yehoiakim, there's a medrash that says that he tattooed the ineffable name of God on his male organ. You don't have to be a Freudian to appreciate, how he related to religion. When he had the prophet Jeremiah, he incarcerated him. He was afraid to kill him because he thought that might have too many reverberations, but he arrested him and put him in a chatzar matara, in an underground prison. And from there, Yirmiyahu dictated the first 3 chapters of Eicha. And he gave it to his student, Baruch ben Neriah, who takes it to Yehoiakim, and they start reading it. He doesn't want to hear it. You know what he does? He takes the scroll, Megillas Eicha, and he burns it. He puts it in a fire. And it's just a downhill, it's just like a snowball effect. And ultimately the Jewish people are defeated, destroyed by the Babylonians. And we go into exile. And that's the tragedy of one person. Every human being is a Sefer Torah. Every human being is a world, is an Olam Katan. But some human beings who live up to their potential, they literally can transform our world, what one human being can do. And that's that tragedy. And along those lines, we're now going to go to the 21st Kina. The 21st Kina is the story of the 10 Martyrs, the Asara Haruge Malchus. Twice a year, we study the Asara Haruge Malchus in a much more expanded version on Yom Kippur. We're talking about their loss and what their loss means to us and our responsibility to live up to to be their legacy, to be their Mamale Makom, their successors, and to continue their mission and what they lived for, what they died for. So that's a mechaper. That's something we go through on Yom Kippur, and we look at ourselves and we see ourselves as their successors. So Yom Kippur is a day of atonement. It's a day of forgiveness. It's a day of tshuva and transformation. Tisha B'Av, the focus is very different. We don't read Eila Eskara, which is a text that we read on Yom Kippur. On Tisha B'Av, we read Arzei HaLevanon, the cedars of Lebanon. It's a day of mourning, as we said. Every one of us is reliving these tragedies. Now you understand that the Medrash, which is the basis of Eila Eskara, didn't literally happen. It's a fictitious Medrash. Because the first 2 of the 10 martyrs, the Kohen Gadol Rabbi Ishmael and the Nasi that we referred to before, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, they were killed at the time of the siege of Jerusalem by Vespasian and Titus, somewhere in the range of 68 to 70. The others were all killed as an act of defiance against the Hadrianic decrees. What's the context? After the Churban, you still had Jews living in Judea. They were starting to rebuild. They were starting to repopulate, to reestablish a Jewish community there. But the Roman proconsuls became so oppressive. The Roman governors just made it almost impossible for us to live as Jews there. It was terrible what we were going through, just terrible. And what they did was, those Roman proconsuls and governors, they basically were forcing us where we had no choice but to revolt. A new emperor, Hadrian, Andar Yavesh, Hadrian becomes the new emperor. And a contingency of Jews says, listen, it's not in your interest. It's not in the interest of the Roman Empire. And Hadrian actually backs off and he tells his proconsuls to stop with the oppression and to change. And he makes promises to the Jews. But that backfires because those very governors say, listen, you're living in Rome. We have to live amongst these Jews. We have to live in this climate. Who are you? You with them or you with us? You turning on your own people? And he realizes he's going to lose his own people. So he retracts everything he promised the Jews. And in order to strengthen their power now, which has been weakened, he gives them even more power. And it just becomes so bad. It becomes unbearable. And there's a revolt. It's called the Bar Kokhba revolt. We'll speak about it in a few minutes. But that Bar Kokhba revolt, which is so successful at the beginning, just to give you a context, it took 4 major battalions, which is 54,000 Roman soldiers, 4 major battalions to defeat the Jews in what we learned before. The Churban Beis HaMikdash, the destruction of Jerusalem. It started in Gamla in 66, it ends in Masada in 72. The Bar Kokhba revolt required 9 Roman battalions. They had to bring in the crack unit that was in Great Britain. They had to ship them to the mainland continent. They had to travel the European continent, go all the way through what is today Turkey, till they got to Israel. It was so much more difficult for them to defeat the Jews under Bar Kokhba than it was 60-some years earlier, because we're talking at the revolt is in the 130s. And keep in mind, if you're a Jew living at this time, what's your whole context? When the Babylonians destroyed the first Beis HaMikdash, it was 52 years before we had the right to return, right? The Persians overthrew the Babylonians, they assassinated Belshazzar, and they took over the civilized world. We started returning after 52 years. We rebuilt the Beis HaMikdash after 70. The Beis HaMikdash was only destroyed, Jerusalem was only destroyed for 70 years. So their whole historical frame of reference is not ours. You and I have been in exile. We've been in refugees for 1950 years. They're thinking it's 60-some years. It's going to happen in our lifetime. It's going to happen in a decade. We'll rebuild Jerusalem. And they saw Bar Kokhba as the Mashiach. And he had the potential to be the Mashiach. He was a Davidic descendant. If you look at the Rambam and Hilchos Malachim, everything was going very well. And then what happened? Success, ego, went to their head, to his head. And in the end, the Romans defeated Bar Kokhba. But the aftermath of that defeat was a genocide. The Psichta, the introductory Midrashim to Eicha, say that 800,000 Jews were killed in that genocide. It was the worst genocide until the Holocaust. How many Jews were on earth at that time? 1.7, 1.8 million Jews? It wiped out most Jews in Israel. That's where the Talmidei Rabbi Akiva died. You know what the Meforshim say, the Rav and others say. Askaria, the Gemara that describes it, they died of Askaria. Askaria means diphtheria. They didn't die of diphtheria. They were slaughtered. Those 24,000 who were the Balei HaMasora were amongst the hundreds of thousands that were killed by the Romans, by the Malchus HaRasha. And in the aftermath of this, Jewish apostates, some of them were Judeo-Christians, some of them were Elisha ben Avuya. Jewish apostates come to the Romans and they say to them, you think you're going to stop these Jews? Why do you think God calls them Am Kshei Oref? Why does God refer to them as a stiff-necked people? They're not just stiff-necked to God, they're stiff-necked to everybody, and they'll be stiff-necked to you. The only way it's going to work is you got to water down the religion. If you water down the religion, they'll assimilate. Look at American Jewry. So what did they do? What does that do? We're going to stop public Jewish education. No Jewish education. We're going to stop the smicha. What is smicha? It's the ordination. It's the transmission of the Masorah. So you'll know who are the real bona fide leaders, who's for real and who's not, to turn to for guidance in the next generation. A whole series of religious decrees that again were catalyzed by apostate Jews going to the Roman authorities. These are called the Hadrianic decrees. The latter 8 were killed, were murdered by the Romans in defiance of the Hadrianic decrees. So why they put together with the Kohen Gadol and why they put together with the Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel? Because what it's saying is during this period of time, and it goes back to the Gemara in Gittin, the issue that was the Achilles heel of the Jewish nation was sinas chinam, was intra-Jewish animosity. It says we wouldn't go lifnim mishur din. One Jew didn't go above and beyond the letter of the law for his fellow Jew. We were backstabbing each other. We were fighting each other. What is sinas chinam? To borrow the medrash of Eila Eskara, it's the Achilles heel historically of the Jewish people. It goes back to the Bible. The story of the sale of Joseph is all about intra-Jewish, brother versus brother, Jew versus Jew. The Ramban says the reason that gets more press than any other incident in all of Sefer Breshis is because this is a paradigm. This is a paradigm that we have to be very aware of, because this is going to be our challenge as a people. Functioning as a nation, functioning as a people, functioning as a family. And tragically, in the period of the Bayis Sheni, in the Roman period, we didn't do that. We were worse. Why do they get punished? Not because they personally were guilty of this. These were great pious leaders. These were great scholars. But they have to bear the responsibility. They're the educators. They're the teachers of the generation. And they bear the responsibility of the flaws of the generation. That's the idea of Eila Eskara. And that's the link between the two, the Kohen Gadol and the Nasi, and the others, who many of them were never even born. They didn't even live in the same time period. Yes, Rabbi Akiva was alive. He lived to be a very old man. He was alive during the period of Rabbi Ishmael, Kohen Gadol. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava might have been a little child, but the others were not even born then, weren't alive during that period. But it's one time period. Why? I just said it's two time periods. How can it be one time period? Because the flaw of those two generations was the same flaw. It was the same flaw. And that was sinas chinam. And that's what unites their martyr deaths. Now let's go into the details. Again, in the Kinos Masoros Harav, it's page 415. Arzei Alavano. These are the cedars of Lebanon. We mourn the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, right? The cedars of Lebanon were the building of the Mikdash. But the real cedars of Lebanon are the living Beis HaMikdash, the living Torah. That's the scholars. That's the pious scholars. Adirei HaTorah, the masters of the Torah. Baalei Tresin b'Mishnu v'Gemara. They were the ones that bore the shield of Mishnah and Gemara. Meaning what? Rav Kook describes why they call Baalei Tresin the scholars. Their goal is not to attack you. It's not to attack the other, to show I know more than you or you're wrong. Baalei Tresin means a shield. The idea is to protect the truth. If they feel that they have a correct opinion, to defend it against the attacks, to test it, to make sure that it's really true. Mishnah is the data of the Torah Shebaal Peh, the data of our theology. What's Gemara? That's the analysis. That's the application. That's the inductive reasoning. That's the categorization. It's the application of the data. Okay? Giborei Koach. It doesn't just mean that they were great, they had great strength. Yes, they had superhuman strength in the sense of their commitment, their lack of sleep, their devotion to their people. But here Giborei Koach means what? What was their strength? Ezehu, what's the phrase? Ezehu Gibor HaKovesh Es Yitzro in Pirkei Avos. They were totally in control of their emotions. They were totally in control of their instincts. Ameleha Betara. They labored in purity. They were sincere and they labored in purity. Damam nishbach kamayim. Their blood was spilled like water. Like Niagara Falls, it was spilled. Nashasa Gvura. And we lost that Gvura. Hinam, who are they? Kedoshe Haruge Malchus Asara. The holy ones, the ones who were executed by the Romans, the 10. Val Ela ani bochia ve'eni nigra. It's not like regular Avelis, where you have to rebuild your life. I keep coming back every year and reliving their destruction, their downfall. I keep coming back every year and crying. The tear ducts are like Niagara Falls coming out. Zos b'zachri. Just even mention what happened to them. Ezak za'aka gedola umara. I will cry out such a horrible cry. The cry like it's described that Mordechai when he heard the genocide of his people. Chemdas Yisrael, the most precious of the Jewish people. Klei HaKodesh, the holy vessels. Nezer v'atara, they were our crown. Tahorei Lev, everything they did was the most sincere. It was driven and motivated by sincere motivations. Kodshei Kadoshim, the holy of holy. But yet shchitasan b'misa chamura. They were slaughtered. They were butchered in such a horrific way. Yadu Goral, the first two, the Kohen Gadol and the Nasi, neither of them wanted to see each other's death. Each one of them preferred to die first. And there was a lottery, Mi Rishon L'Cherev Barura, who's going to be slaughtered by the Roman sword first? Kin Fol Goral al Rabbi Shimon. The lottery ended up on Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. Pashat Savaro Ubacha Kenigzera Gzera. He extended his neck. The Rabbi Shimon Chazer HaHegmon Lahorgo Benefesh Netzura. There's a medrash, it's a mechilta in Parshas Mishpatim. And Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, he was asking the Kohen Gadol, why is it that we're being slaughtered like this? What did we do? I understand we're responsible for the generation, but in such a horrific, vicious way, what did we do? He says, let me ask you something. The Kohen Gadol says to him, everyone used to come to you. They used to come to you for charity. They used to come to you for help, for guidance. Did it ever happen? Maybe you were taking a nap because you were exhausted. Or maybe you were elongated in a meeting. And there was a widow out there. Or an orphan out there. And they're sitting there forever, waiting and thinking to themselves, if only I was important, he would have taken me. But I'm sitting here for hours. You didn't do that on purpose. It happened. You were focused on who you were with. But whatever, your assistants, they made this person feel so alone. Did anything like that ever happen? He says, it very well could have. Yes, something like could have happened like that. He says, look at the pasuk. He says, when the widow and the orphan cries out to God, it says that your wives will become widows. Your children will become orphans. He says, you didn't do it on purpose. But if you caused pain, anxiety, depression, hopelessness amongst a widow or an orphan, there's a consequence to that. God takes into account their pain, their tears, their sense of hopelessness and helplessness. He says, you comforted me. He says, thank you for sharing that. And his head was literally sliced off. He was decapitated. So the Kohen Gadol, Mizera Aaron Shal Bevakasha Livkos al Ben Agvira. He cries, he's mourning over Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. Natal Rosh Es Rosho. You have to understand, he's a Kohen. Normally they're very, very careful. I think he was so overcome emotionally, even though he was Tamei Meis because they're in the same room. But he picked up the decapitated head. Unesano al Arkuvosov, and he puts it on his lap. And he says, Menorah HaTahora. This mind in this tongue that illuminated, it was the pure menorah. It illuminated us in Torah. Sameinav al neinav. He put his eyes to his eyes. Piv al piv. He put his mouth to his mouth. Be'ava gemura. Anov Amar, and he declared, Peha misgaber b'Torah. This mouth that articulated, that communicated ideas in such a beautiful way, that educated us, that inspired us, that guided us. Pitom, like that, niknes alav misa mishuna v'chamura. Such a horrific, terrible death. Tziva lahavshid es Rosho HaMelech b'sar schira. The Kohen Gadol, the daughter of the Roman proconsul, she was infatuated. He was gorgeous. He was stunning as a man, a handsome, stunning man. She says, Daddy, peel off the skin off his face and we'll put it on a bust. And I can stare at him and I can get aroused looking at his gorgeous face. So how did they kill him initially? Before executing him, They literally had these sharp razors and they peel all the hair off, all the skin off of his face and set it up on a bust. Kiyam ba'oro, amru l'nafshech shchi v'nal. It's a pasuk from Yeshaya Nun Aleph. We say, what do they say? Get down that we may walk over you. Rasha haposhet, the wicked one who was cutting off his skin. Eis higia limkom tefillin mitzvah. When he came to this point in the forehead, where he was going to be peeling off the part of where the tefillin would ride. Shima tza'aka. Only then did he cry out. He withstood the pain, but he cried out, knowing he never ever can wear the name of God. He can never wear those miniature sifrei Torah, the tefillin. V'nizda olam eretz isparara. With that cry, with that scream, it's as if the world trembled. Tamod zechusa ledoros. May his merit, what he meant to us and what he meant to the world, may it always remain for the generations. Kol ad Hashem bahadara was the voice that was heard from God. Me'acharav, and Me'acharav is not immediately afterwards, it's the next generation, 60-some years later. The mid-130s, 65 years later. Heviu es Rabbi Akiva. They brought Rabbi Akiva. Who was he? Oker harim v'tochanan zu bezu b'svara. He literally would pick up mountains and grind them. That's a figurative phrase, meaning what? He was so insightful. He was so analytical. He had such a razor-sharp mind that what he could do for us, to teach us, to understand, to explain things. Es bisara misarkin, b'masrei kabarza lihishtabra. They had these iron combs. The iron combs didn't just comb and cut out the flesh. It cut into the bone. He was an elderly man. He was way over 100 years at this point. And every day they would take him out and with these iron combs just literally take out chunks and chunks of his flesh, cut through nerves, cut through sinews, through tendons, until finally he expired. And this, of course, was in Caesarea. And they did it in the Roman Colosseum, and they made the people watch this. Yatzaso nishmaso be'echad. Ubas kol amra. What was the last word out of his lips? Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Ad Hashem Echad. Right? What does it say afterwards? Ve'aftas Hashem Elokecha b'chol levavcha v'chol nafshecha v'chol meodecha. Even if God takes your life, he was willing to defy the Hadrianic decrees. He was incarcerated. And there was another Jew incarcerated, not for a capital offense. He says, listen, I understand why I'm here. I got to make a living. And if that means I got caught stealing something, that's what it takes to live. What are you here for? Why, you couldn't have taught Torah in private? You had to be a public educator? You had to defy the Hadrianic decrees? What are you, nuts? You're looking to be a martyr? You're looking to commit suicide? You're looking to commit suicide? Why'd you do that? Huh? Why'd you do that? I don't get it. Rabbi Akiva says, you don't understand. And he gave him an analogy. Remember, these are the mashalim that the Dominican friars attacked us for. It's the story of a fox and a fish. You understand the fox and the fish? The fox says, hey, fishy, come on out here. The traps that the people set for you, if you come out on dry land, you won't get caught in the trap. The fish says, you're the fox, the one that they call the shrewdest, the most subtle of the animals? Are you kidding me? When I'm in the water, I might get trapped. I may get caught by the fisherman's net. I may survive. It's a suffix. Come out on dry land, I'm dead. I'll dry up and wither away and die. That's for sure. And what's the nimshal? It's analogous the water to Torah. If the Romans try to catch us teaching Torah, some of us are going to die. Some of us may die. But at least we have a chance to survive as a people. If we shut down and stop teaching and we stop Jewish education, That's the end of Judaism. It's the end of the Jewish people. We'll wither up, dry away. Look, that's the story of the large majority of American Jewry today. And that's what Rabbi Akiva was saying. And you know what happened? The Romans assumed if we execute Rabbi Akiva, that'll put fear and trepidation into the hearts and minds of the people. Nobody will go into Jewish education. No one will do this anymore. It backfired. Rabbi Akiva became the flag bearer. He became, the so to speak, the call. Akiva's death should not be for naught. Don't let Rabbi Akiva die for nothing. Let's continue his legacy. And what happened? His death ended up, is the word I'm looking for, not perpetrate, it caused, what's the word in English?
Perpetrate?
Not perpetrate, but to perpetuate. That's the word I'm looking for. It was a catalyst that perpetuated Jewish education. That's what it accomplished. And his death was not for naught. And it started a revolution. And it was a revolution that once the Hadrianic decrees, 2 generations later, in the time of Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, were revoked, Judaism actually survived. Let's keep reading. Next was Ben Bava, that's Rabbi Yehuda Ben Bava. Acharav Heviu, B'shivron Leva Azhara. Nerag ben Shivim Shana Bidei Risha Arura. Yoshiv Bitanis Haya Naki V'chasid B'melachta Lamara. He would sit and fast in sackcloth over the generation. He was an incredible person. Chassid means he would always go above and beyond. He felt that he's got to give smicha because otherwise there'll be no next generation. Who will be the leaders of the next generation? He took 5 young men. Rebbe Meir was the greatest of them. Rebbe Meir is a late adolescent, had gotten smicha from Rebbe Akiva. But the fear was people wouldn't respect it because he was so young. So this is a number of years later. He's in his 20s. So he gives them smicha. Now this was the Hadrianic decree. Not only the masmich, the person that gives smicha, not only the musmach, the one that receives smicha, but the town which the smicha is given, we will annihilate, we will obliterate. Okay? So he took them out into the Galilee, not near any town, into the hill country, and he gave smicha. Some apostate reached out to the Romans, and the Romans found out about it, and they started chasing. And he tells the boys, this is a Gemara at the end of the first parak of Sanhedrin, he tells these great young men, run. They don't want to leave their mentor. They don't want to leave Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. He says, the whole reason I did this was that Judaism would survive. It can only survive through you. You're the leadership of the next generation. I'm demanding that you leave. And they escaped, and he was executed by the Romans. We have his grave till this day. We go to visit his grave there. There's an ohel that has the Gemara, that story. But he died by ensuring the next generation. Who is the 5th? Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion. Now you all know him. That's the father-in-law of Rabbi Meir, the father of Bruria. Makil Kihilos B'Tzion Shara. You know, in antiquities, you didn't go into a city. It's not like a modern city. They came out, all the people who had stores and goods, and outside the gate is where the courts were held, that's where the produce was, that's where the markets were, that's where business was done, the villagers from around, the people from far cities would come, and that's where they would do business during the day. So in the crowds and throngs of people, he gathered them, makil kehilos, and he taught them. Now you understand there are no books. All you had were Sifrei Torah, Sifrei Tanakh. What did he do? Yoshe Vidoresh. He would sit and he would teach. V'sefer Torah imo. The Torah was with him. V'hikifuhu b'chavile zemora. They enveloped him in the Sefer Torah, and then they lit the fires. They lit the fires that would cause a bonfire to him, to burn him and the Sefer Torah together. Es ha'ur hitzitzu bahem, ukrachu b'Sefer Torah ubaru v'havara. Lelibo, but they were sick and sadistic. They wanted him to die a slow death. So even though he's wrapped in the Sefer Torah and bundles of wood, But on his chest, they take these woolen sponges and they soak him in water. So he should die a slow, painful death. Lelibo svokin shel tzemer hinichu, shelo yamus mehera, so that he shouldn't die quickly. Chasid Rabbi Yeshev hasofer haragu amamora. What did they do? Zerakuhu v'hishlichu leklavim v'lo hukvar bikvura. They had these vicious wild dogs, and they threw him to the dogs, and the dogs ate him up alive. Kol bas yatsa alav. So the voice from heaven went out. Shelo hiniach klum mitaris Moshe l'shamra. There was nothing of the Torah that he didn't observe, that he didn't. What does the shamra mean? It doesn't mean that he didn't just keep and observe it. What it means was every dimension and aspect of Torah, whether it was practical or not practical, he understood the system. He could explain it in a way that you understood what this mitzvah was doing to transform you, to perfect you, to make you a better human being, to make a society a better society. How it perfected you in your relationship with God, with others. That's shmira. It's not just the do's and don'ts. It was understanding the whole method of every aspect of the system. As Rabbi Chanina ben Chachinai v'acharav Rabbi Chutzpitz b'yom Evra. Miyad of haporeach b'havel piv nisraf kivedura. Rabbi Chutzpitz is Rabbi Chutzpitz hamiturgaman. What does that mean? Not every great scholar was a great orator. Rabbi Chutzpitz was the one who would say over the shir for the great Tanaim. He would take the ideas. He himself was a great scholar. He wasn't on their level, but he was a great scholar. He was one of their top students. And he could communicate it to the masses in a way that educated, that transformed and inspired the masses. The description is, when he was teaching, if a bird would fly over, it would get burnt up. It's a euphemistic phrase to tell you how passionate it was, how excited people were, how transformed people were. But what did they do? They took his tongue and they cut it out before they killed him. Because they knew his tongue was the greatest weapon against Roman values and against Roman oppression. Because he was the great teacher and educator. Tzadik Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua ba'acharona neharag kimad keira. You know the story of Rabbi Akiva. After his 24,000 students who were killed in the genocide post-Bar Kokhba, mi Geva ad Antipras, or mi Antipras ad Geva. That means throughout the length and breadth of the nation of Israel. You know what happened, right? What happened? Rabbi Akiva should have just rolled up and died of depression. He was an old man. But he started all over anew. And he took these 5 young men. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Shimon, as in Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Yehuda, as in Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, and Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua. He took these 5 young men. And Judaism survived through these 5 men. The Mishnah we have, Stam Mishnah, is Rabbi Meir. Because everything that Rabbi Akiva had learned from Rabbi Eliezer, who was from the Beis Shammai, and Rabbi Yoshua, who was from the Beis Hillel, the whole 2 schools were unified and synthesized in one Masorah, Rabbi Akiva. And that we have through Rabbi Meir. The Torah's Kohanim, the Medrash Halacha, and Sefer Vayikra, that's through Rabbi Yehuda. The Sifra and Sifrei, and Bamidbar and Devarim, that's Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. The basis of the Zohar is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. What about Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua? By the way, the Seder Olam is Rabbi Yossi. The whole history of the Masorah is Rabbi Yossi. What about Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua? He was executed. He was killed. He was one of the martyrs. When did it happen? Yom Erev Shabbos Haya. It was Friday afternoon. Zman Kiddush. He was making Kiddush, Vayikadesh, Vayikra. What did he do? It's a minhag that we still observe today. It's a very old minhag. Before making the brach of Kiddush, we say, Vayichul Shamayim V'aretz V'chol Tzva'am. Right, that whole paragraph from Parshas Bereishis. So he was saying that, and Cherev Shalfu Alav, they didn't even let him finish saying the Kiddush. They took out the sword, they didn't even allow him to complete it. and his neshama leaves as he's saying, Asher bara Elokim la'asos, they kill him. Hine chahena v'chahena. Like this is the pasuk referring to David's wives. Not only these 6, but chahena v'chahena. Not only these 8 that are mentioned here, all 10 are mentioned in Eila Esker on Yom Kippur. Here, 8 are mentioned. But like these and like these, don't think these were the only ones who were executed by the Romans in defiance of the Hadrianic decrees. Hosifu b'nei avla la'anos begara, beskila, sreifa, hereg v'chenek, miyucha l'shara. Every type of horrific death you can imagine was employed. There were crucifixions, there were beheadings, there were peeling the skin off the flesh, there were burning alive. You cannot imagine what they did. Noseres mimena yochlu arayos. And what's happened? Well, the Jewish people are always equated with the lamb. In Tanakh, the lamb. The lions have devoured the lamb, the seh pezura. Yochluha b'makom kadosh. They consumed us in a holy place. Kachatas v'chasham la beit zichra. You know, what happened? The korban is brought to the Beis HaMikdash. Where were we consumed? Teaching Torah, educating the nation. That becomes a holy place. That becomes a temporary Beis HaMikdash, that spot, where we're teaching the knowledge of God. And they were murdered doing this. Chazei hatznufa v'shokat truma. The best, the most choicest pieces of the korban that get the tenufa and truma that are waved before God. Tarfu, they've been consumed and devoured, ha'aryeh v'akvira, by the lions and the wild animals. Yitav beinei Adoshem v'lo yosif od liyasra. Please may it be good in God's eyes. Please that this should never ever continue. We should never ever have this happening again. Unfortunately, you know, this was the story. When the Germans would come into a given town, they would take out the rabbi and murder him in front of the townspeople. That's what they would do. They would they would ask for the leadership of the community, and they would bring them into the synagogue and burn them alive in the synagogue. But we plead with God that this should not happen anymore. This, of course, is what happened in Sivan, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, in the 3rd of Sivan, in Worms and Mines, when the Balei HaMasorah, the great students and rabbis and teachers of the yeshivas, of the students of Rabbeinu Gershom in Worms and Mines, this is what happened to them. Ametz birkayim koshlos, please strengthen those who are weakened at the knees. You can't stand when you're weakened at the knees. You can't stand. You don't have any foundation. And with losing our scholars, losing our best, losing our mentors, we don't have that. Chelek Yaakov, the portion of Yaakov, u'Moshia beis tzara. And please save us in our time of crisis. Litzedek yimlach melech. V'shalmu yemei evlech la'ora nisav v'nelech. Please, we ask that God should be our leader, our mentor. We're a people without a leader. When we're at the hands of the Tsarist Russia, when we're at the hands of the Germans, when we're under the control of these oppressors, we have no one. Please put an end to the period of mourning, and by the light, the knowledge of God, may we be able to rebuild ourselves and move forward. Nisav v'nelech. Next, we're going to the 23rd Kinnah Chav Gimel. And this is what I feel one of the kinnos that is probably speaks to our generation as much as any time in history. It's a tragic story, but the question that we all ask about this kinnah is, this is not, on the surface, is not the most tragic event that ever happened. I mean, it's the story of survivors, the son and daughter of Rabbi Ishmael Kohen Gadol, who we just spoke about in the 21st kinnah. And what's their story? They die of depression. No one tortures them to death. No one kills them. They die of depression. Why are we sitting on Tisha B'Av? Yes, it's tragic. It's the loss of life. It's the loss of a future. They could have had families. They could have built forward. But why are we mourning them? And that's the question we're going to have to answer after we read the Kinnah. So let's read it basically. It's 439 in the Masoras Harav. Esnavi chatasi hishmima. My sin hath caused the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. Right? Zeke li vanvehu. I will build a noveh, a place, a navi. Because of our sins, we have allowed its destruction. We have facilitated or caused its destruction. V'dimasi. My tears alecha yazrima. I can't get over this. I just keep streaming down tears, crying away. Uviyom zeh, on this day, nehi arima. On this day I will raise up my voice in moaning and crying. Vahima miyamim yamima. Each and every year we come back. Each and every year we go back into Avelus and back into mourning. Avel lev, a very, very heavy mourning. V'nichum chadal chadol. You can't comfort me on this. There's no nichum. I resist. Stop trying it because I refuse to be comforted. Umikol ke'ev tzari nivdal badol. This is worse than any other pain that I've suffered. What is that? It's my lament over Albeinu Bas Rabbi Ishmael Kohen Gadol, the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol. Zichram, to even speak about them, even mention them. Yikod bilvavi asima. A fire burns in my heart. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Each and every year when we come back and relive this tragedy. Eis nishbu v'naflu l'shnei adonim. They were abducted. Listen, the Shvuyei Yerushalayim, we said it's not like Tzipori. Anyone who survived Jerusalem, they were taken. They were shipped out the Jaffa gate, in the Jaffa port, put into ships. And now they're sold on the Roman slave market, okay? And what happened? Haim shecheinim, zelu mazuchonim. The two buyers, it turned out, one lived across the street from each other. Vayisapru zela zeinyanim. They're bragging to each other. What a deal did I get? Because of course it was so cheap to buy slaves. Shavisi shivya levusha shan. I'm sorry. Ze'amar. The first one says mishivyas tzionim. Tzion, of course, is the Beis Hamikdash. Tzion is also Jerusalem. From the captives of Zion, you know what I got? A young woman. Oh, we're going to put her in gorgeous clothing. Boy, will she look good. Kalavana bezivu klaster panim. Think about how the moon radiates the sun's light. It just glows. You have a dark night and that white glowing moon. Oh, she's so beautiful and she radiates. V'toar kiksia v'yamima. The description of the beautiful children of Eov, of Job, Kitsia and Yamima. This is real. This is not just something that we're reading about. We're seeing it. Re'ehu, his neighbor, said to him, Siper lo b'keflaim. You think you got a great deal? You think you got something special? Hey nani ba mishvi Yerushalayim. You know what I have from the captives of Jerusalem? Shavisi eved yefei naim. See, on our farm, we'd look at the cow. You want to know about the health of a cow? Look in her eyes. Look at these eyes. This is something special. Kashemesh b'takvo eis tzaharayim. The sun at high noon. Remember Gary Cooper, the sun at high noon. It's blinding. It radiates so well. You think like the moon at night? I got like the sun at high noon. V'sar eis semana hishlima. V'ahima miyamim yamima. So they say, hey, I got an idea. Bo Nazav game. Come, let's breed them. Like you would do like with a horse or with a cow. Let's breed them. V'nechalka bintayim. And we'll split up the children. So not only will we have slave labor, and we'll also make more money off of selling the kids. Bivlados kemo kochvei shemayim. Their children, they'll be like the stars of the heaven. L'shemazos titzalna aznayim. To even have to listen to this. This is how you talk about an animal. This cow's got a bad back, but she produces a lot of milk, so we're going to get her a stud bull that has a good spine. This cow produces a lot of milk, but not enough milk fat. The percentage of milk fat's not enough. So, we're going to get her. It's just to even listen to this. L'zecher zos es madai afrima. And even the mention of this, I want to rip my clothing, tear kriya. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Again, there's certain things that are not minhago sha'olam, to go back to the Rambam. It's sick. This is how they were treated? This is not somebody who's born and who lives 80, 90 years, and they live a full life. That this is what was made of them, this is what was done to them. This is not minhag she'olam. And this is something you can't get over. Ki skimu al zo shnehem yachad. As the two of them agreed to do this, la'erev zivgum b'cheder echad. What would they do? This is like their form of pornography. They're going to put them in a room, and they're going to be outside the room, looking down at it, and watching getting their kicks. Va'adonim b'chutz libam ke'echad. But in that room, v'hem bochim b'mar nefesh ofachad. They had no idea that it was brother and sister that were put together. They had no idea of that. And what happened is each was in their own corner crying. Ad boker b'chiyasam lo hitmima. Until the morning. It didn't stop that this was their plight. Ze yispod b'yakod levav yimseh. The son of Rabbi Ishmael. He says, how can a nin Aaron, a scion of Aaron the Kohen, ech l'shivcha yinoseh? There's halachas about who he can marry, who can he be with. V'hi gam hi, in the sister, tiyalel b'tigra shoseh, she's wailing. Bas yocheved ech le'eved tinaseh. The descendant of Yocheved, the scion of Yocheved, produced the Beis Aaron, the Kohanim, and also produced the Beis Halevi. Yocheved was the mother of Aaron, Miriam, and Moshe. How is it that this is what's going to be happening? She would have married who? She would have married one of the people that would have been on the Sanhedrin. She would have married a great scholar. She would have been a mentor to the women of the generation. She would have been the Sarah Schneer of her generation. He probably, most likely, would have been the next Kohen Gadol. And now they're like animals, as breeding tools. Oy wo kizos gazar omer ve'oseh. This is the decree. This is what God has said, and this is what has become of His people. Lezos yivku ash ksil v'chima. That's a key line. What are ash ksil and chima? Orion, Pleiades. Meaning this is not an individual tragedy. This is not just a family tragedy. This is not even just a national tragedy. This is a cosmic tragedy. This is a cosmic tragedy. Because who they could have been, who they would have been, the impact they would have had on humanity, on the world, this is a cosmic tragedy. Every year I go back and mourn. Or boker, when the sun came up, and they recognized each other. Hoy achi, oh my God, it's my brother. Oy acho, it's my sister. They didn't know if each other was alive, what had become of each other. V'nischabchu yachad v'nischabaru. They embraced each other. They came together. Ad yotza nishmasam b'neshima. Until they died. Their last breath went out. Now, I think what it's being conveyed with this line is they died of depression. We all know many people. They give up the desire to keep living. They stop eating, they stop exercising, and they just want to die, and their body ultimately shuts down. They die of a malaise, of a depression. And that's what happened to each of them. Lizos, over this, Yakone Yirmiyahu b'She'iyah. In horror, Yirmiyahu mourns over this. Gzeirazu tamid ani bochia. I will never ever forget this. I will keep crying. Ubilvavi, in my heart, Yakod uchvia. A fire, a blaze rages. Al beinu bas misbeid rav anehima. Over the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol will I deliver such a powerful eulogy. Vahima miyamim yamima. Answer the question. Why? Why is this such a tragedy? Is this different? Is this different? Is this worse than the others? No. Maybe they should have had the strength to keep living. Maybe they should have fought through it all. And who knows, maybe they would have had a better plight in 5 or 10 years. That question fails to appreciate what it means to go through a tragedy. And we're going to answer that question by talking about our world. You know, we know the stories of the survivors that came here with nothing, that had lost most of their family. And they started and they married and they had children and they rebuilt themselves, and then they built a business, and then they built our shuls and they invested in our yeshivas. And we have monuments and plaques for them and their families at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, at Yad Vashem, and we can go to a shul, to a school, to institutions, and they're just a paradigm, they're a model, a guide for us of what a human being can suffer and how they can come back, and how they can take the gift of life and rebuild their world. And there are many, many stories. But no matter how many of those stories exist, those are all the exceptions to the rule. What happened to those who survived? The group we call the 7th, the 8th, the 9th million. They're the ones who were ridden by guilt the rest of their life. Why me? Why did I deserve to survive? This sibling, this spouse was so much more righteous than me. Of all the people in our town, why am I the survivor? And that survivor guilt haunted them. They lost any optimism about life. They lost any desire to live, to go forward, because everything was taken away from them. Their parents, their children, their home. And they breathed and they lived, but they were dead. They never survived 1945. Physically, they survived 1945. Not emotionally, not spiritually. Life was one malaise and one depression after another. That was their life. Their marriage. They would have never married the person they married in a million years. These were Hitler's shidduchim. They were left, they were alone, no one else in the world with them. And they married somebody who culturally, yes, they were both Jews, but from a different part of Europe, different mentality, different culturally. They're just not meant for each other. And then the dysfunction continues in the children. That's who you're dealing with? That's a tragedy. That's their life? What about these boys who in 1973 never said goodbye to their mother or father? There were sirens going on. And they were called out of the synagogue on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. And what happens? They run down to the Sinai and they're fighting the Egyptians. And they're not weaponized, they're not prepared. Total surprise. And they watch everyone around them slaughtered. Or they're part of Ariel Sharon's group that literally saves the nation because they cut off the supply lines to the Egyptians and they go around the Egyptians. But you know how many of them died doing that? It was an incredible military move, but you know how many of them were slaughtered doing that? And they come back scarred. And they come back broken. And they come back depressed. That's what we're dealing with. Yes, they become fathers. Yes, they become husbands. Not functional fathers. Not functional husbands. And they breathe and they eat. But the joy of life, the desire to build, the optimism they had, the idealism they had, it's all gone. It was all lost in that war. See boys who come back after having, nervous breakdowns. And they're shivrei luchos, a pale skeleton, a shadow of themselves. You look here in America, In the United States of America, how many boys and girls came back from Iraq and Afghanistan? There was a 7-year period where we were having 22 suicides a week. 63 attempted suicides, 22 suicides a week. Did they come back from Iraq? Did they come back from Afghanistan? Physically. Did they ever survive that war? No. See, for the 6 million we say Kaddish. For the 6 million we say Kel Malei Rachamim. For the 6 million we have memorials, we have museums, we have tributes. What about those who lived? Who never had the chance to deal with the trauma? Who never had the chance to get the therapy? Who never had the chance to have a warm, loving community help them rebuild? Instead, they were called cowards because they had everyone who sat with their righteous indignation had no clue, had no understanding what they went through. But they sat in judgment. They were called soap bars. They were called sheep to the slaughter. Shame on you, you didn't protect your own children. Shame on you, you didn't protect your parents. Had the people who asked those questions, had the people who condemned them been there, they would have never asked such a question. The question they would ask is, how did you survive? How were you able to have the strength to wake up and live another day? That's the question they should have asked them. And this is the tragedy. And this is the story of the 23rd Kinnah. This is what we go through. And what the 23rd Kinnah says is, we don't just mourn the Kedoshim. We mourn the living Kedoshim. We acknowledge, we show gratitude to the living Kedoshim. Whether it's those who survived the Churban Acharon, the Holocaust, whether it's these boys who came back from war, whether it's the victims of terror. You ever meet some of the victims of terror? The trauma of what they went through, what they survived, and now they're a skeleton of who they were. And all their optimism and all their idealism and all their youth has been taken away. That's the story of the son and daughter of Rabbi Ishmael Kohen Gadol. We're going to the 19th Kinnah. We'd mentioned before in the context of the Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim that there are 3 great philosophical works that really addressed the Jews who were living in Arabic world, in a Muslim world, where there was a very sophisticated Muslim world. The very first one was Emunos V'Deos, that's Rabbeinu Sadia Gaon. The second was Rabbeinu Bachya, the Chovas HaLevavos, the duties of the heart. In the Chovas HaLevavos, he asks a fascinating question. He says, what's what we would say in Latin, the conditio sine qua non? What's the foundational principle of the Jewish religion? And everybody gives answers to that question. What's the most important part of Yiddishkeit? Is it that this is the religion of logic and rationality? It's a wisdom religion of Chachma, Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam. It's the system rooted in Chachma. Some want to say it's the religion that gave God is the creator of the universe. The idea of keeping Shabbos. Shabbos is the foundation stone of Judaism because it's a testimony to the fact that God is the creator. Others want to say it's the religion of charity. What Judaism demands is looking after your fellow human being. Your fellow human being is not another. It's not something which is gracious of you. It's not caritas, which is charity, to bestow goodness on someone. It's tzedek. It's not your money. It's not your money. Part of what you accrue is your responsibility to take care of others. All different answers. And I don't want to go into any of them now because each deserves its own development. He disagrees. You know what he says? He says the foundational principle of Yiddishkeit is hakaras hatov. It's gratitude. It's profound sense of gratitude, whether it's to parents, whether it's to teachers, whether it's to an employer, whether it's to God Almighty, whether it's to a neighbor. The definition of gratitude is not about saying thank you or being grateful. It's something that shapes and defines who and what we are. And he says a Jewish person, by definition, is a grateful human being. And if that doesn't ooze from the pores of their skin, they're missing the point of our religion. Okay? Now, why did we say that introduction? because that is the theme of this kinna. It was the lack of gratitude. It's the ingratitude that the Jewish people had to God for everything that was done throughout our history. It's the 19th kinna. L'cha adu Shem hatzedakah. It takes the verses from Perek Tes of Daniel. To you, Hashem was tzedek. What you did for us was such an act of tzedakah. Ba'osos asher hifleisa me'az v'yadata. Throughout our history, the signs and the wonders that you gave to us, that enabled us to become who we became. But how humiliated. See, now we're expressing a terrible humiliation at our lack of gratitude. V'lanu boshes hapanim b'v'china asher nitzrafnu v'osanu tiafta. How we've abhorred you, we've rejected all the good that you gave us. We spit back in your face. L'cha adu Shem hatzedakah, b'goy mikerev goy lakachta b'masos. You extricated us, a nation from the midst of a nation. What was Mitzrayim referred to? Egypt. Egypt is a poor term because Mitzrayim was the northern third of the African continent. You're talking about the Nile River Basin, you're talking about the Sudan, Libya, Egypt. It was a huge area, and it was the most powerful area. It was the dominant nation of civilization. It says that it was called the Kur HaBarzel, the iron furnace. No one ever escaped Mitzrayim. But God extricated a whole nation from the midst of a nation. Goy mikerev goy lakachta b'masos. V'lanu boshes upon him. How humiliated are we? B'dofi asher nimsa banu k'maasei masos. What did we do? We started acting like the Egyptians. Whether it was sexual mores, whether it was financial propriety. Instead of showing gratitude, we started aping and acting like who they were. You know that phrase, you can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy? We were extricated from Egypt. Unfortunately, Egypt was not extricated from us. L'cha adu Shem hatzedakah, b'halchu Elokim livdos lo la'am. God, you yourself, you through specific providence, redeemed us. V'lanu boshes upon him. How humiliated are we? V'yamru al yamsuf goy be'elokav b'pasham. The very, very moment which was set up to, for once in all, liberate us from Mitzrayim. The Yam Suf, the great military. Egypt wasn't just a great economy. Egypt had the state-of-the-art military. Why do we make such an issue of Sus v'rochvo, the horse and the chariot? Because Egypt, the horse and chariot, changed all of military warfare. Before Egypt's horse and chariot, you know how people fought? Bows and arrows, spears, shields, knives, swords. What did you do? You the Egyptians, you just changed everything. And you used that state-of-the-art, the ICBM, the nuclear weapon. You came after us with it. And what did God do? God, for once and for all, put an end to them. Destroyed their military so they would never hunt down the freed slaves. They would never bring those slaves back into captivity, back into slavery. And the part of the miracle was they had metal, on their armor. They should have sunk, metal sinks in water. But they didn't sink. Part of the miracle was they ended up washing up on the seashore so that we could see that just like we came out one end, we would think they went out another. They didn't come out another end. They were killed. No more. The Egyptians will never ever haunt you. It's over. It's done. What did we do? At that very Yam Suf, we rebelled against God. How humiliated are we? L'cha adu Shem hatzedakah, b'zecher v'atem edai v'ani Elokim. The witness people. Not the way that the Catholic Church calls us the witness people, that we have to live, to survive, to witness and to acknowledge the wrongs of our ways with the second coming. Here the witness is in the sense of Shabbos. We testify to God's control over history, to God's providential control, to God as a creator, as a sustainer of the universe, to God's system as a true system. We become God's witnesses, Vani Elokim. Velanu boshes upon him. But what did we do? Becherfeinu basim, kum aseh lanu Elokim. Kum aseh lanu Elohim. What happened? The only time in history where it wasn't just an individual, it wasn't just a prophet, men, women, children, Jew and Gentile. The Erev Rav came from Mesopotamia, they came from Philistines, they came from Mitzrayim, they came from Black Africa, Cush. There was an Erev Rav of people that left Egypt with the Jewish people. Jew and Gentile alike. We converted to Judaism at that moment, at Mount Sinai. And we perceived the knowledge of God. It wasn't us relying on Moshe Rabbeinu. It's not because we trusted Moshe. We perceived that body of knowledge. He spoke directly to us. And what happened? 40 days later, we go and we make a golden calf. How embarrassed, how humiliated are we? L'chod Hashem hatzedakah, betam shehitamta kitzapichas dvash. You provided the man. The man is something that could taste like whatever you wanted it to. It didn't weigh you down. We didn't have to go digging, through the sand in the desert, digging places to excrete, because it was absorbed. It wasn't the kind of food that you ended up emitting out the back end. It was something that was absorbed into the bloodstream through the digestive process. You were never weighed down. It was light. It tasted like what you wanted it to taste. But that's not the way we treated it. It wasn't just the manna. It wasn't just the man. But there was the traveling water. We never lacked for water in a desert. There was the ananei kavod. We never were burnt up by a hot sun. The image you have, of Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, out in that desert, where his whole skin dries up. We had ananei kavod. We could function. There was enough shade that we could function, that it smoothed, so to speak, the terrain in front of us. But what do? We spit back in God's face. We rejected all of the gifts. We called it lechem haklokel. We called it the light bread. Meaning what? What kind of sick food is this that you can't even feel full? You can't even excrete such food. This is crazy. Avosenu ba'alehem baragnan. L'cha ad Hashem hatzdaka b'midbar lo chasarnu davar. We lacked nothing. Velanu boshes aponim. We lacked nothing. But at every step of the way, we rebelled. B'niatzus lavan v'chatzeros v'di zahav kimedubar. Because of the gold you gave us, we took it and used it for a calf. The man that you gave us, we rejected it. Chatzeros, we're going to enter the land of Israel. And what do? We rebel with the Maraglim. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah, b'sichon va'og v'chol mamlechos Canaan. You gave us, I know we were only promised the east bank of the Jordan River. That's what we were promised. I apologize, the west bank of the Jordan River, from the Jordan to the sea. You gave us the whole east bank of the Jordan River. Sichon is the area that's southern in central Jordan. Og is the area of the Golan Heights in southern Syria. And we didn't lose any soldiers in those battles. And how humiliated are we? Be'achan asher mal b'cherem b'li mitzoma'an. We were so wealthy from those wars, from the spoils of those wars. God asked the first city in Israel proper, the first city on the west bank of the Jordan, it's like the Truma, it's like the Bikurim, it's like the Chala, it's the Reshis. That we're not going to take for ourselves. There's a cherem on that. And we didn't even set up a system to prevent Achan and others from breaking into it, from taking from the spoils, from taking from booty, which we didn't have the rights to. And it's not because he was poor or we were poor. Shame on us. The one place that hands were off, and we couldn't keep our hands off. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah, b'fo'al asher pa'alta, ba'arbo asar moshi'im. You gave us, throughout that 369-year period of Shiloh, of the Shoftim, what did you do? We were never unified. We didn't function as a unified nation. Ein melech b'Yisrael. There was no central government. Ish kol hayashar be'einav yaseh. Every group did its own thing, went its own way. And what happened there? We suffered at the hands of the Midianites, the Midyanim. You sent us Gidon. We suffered at the hands of the Canaanim because we didn't drive them out of northern Israel and they came back to oppress us. You gave us Devorah. We suffered at the hands of the Pelishtim from all along the Mediterranean coast. You gave us Shimshon. We suffered at the hands of Ammon. You gave us Yiftach. You gave us Arba Asar Moshi'im, Ehud, to confront Eglon Melech Moab and the Moabites. You helped us every step of every time we got ourselves in trouble, every time we had problems, you were there and you gave us a vehicle to save us. But throughout that time, what did we do? Vilanu boshes hapanim. How humiliated are we? Bitzela micha bo anachnu poshim. Because we had the icon, the avodah zarah of Micha that was kept, not by the majority, but was not eradicated out and was being utilized and worshipped throughout all of that. Shame on us. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah b'kimas Shiloh v'no v'givonu beis olamim. You gave us Mishkan Shiloh. After that was destroyed by the Pelishtim, you gave us Nov. After Shaul destroyed that, you gave us Givon. And then Yerushalayim a first time, and then Yerushalayim a second time. But through all of that, Velanu Boshes Apanim Beresha Shenimsa Banu Shecharvu Uvam Anach Nichlamim. This goes back to the point. All of those were destroyed. All of those were destroyed by our enemies. And nevertheless, we were not destroyed. You enabled us to function as a living, dynamic people. You enabled us to survive everything. But our humiliation, time after time, we had the opportunity to rebuild ourselves, repair ourselves. And time after time, we failed. Next, again, the tzedakah, the hishlich ka'aso al eitzim vavanim. The midas hadin was on the mikdash, and we survived. But velanu boshes hapanim, how humiliated are we? B'shuvenu elecha b'chol lev shetashuv eleinu berachamim. We should finally get our act together as a nation, as a people, and finally return to you. To come back. You've waited for us. You've given us the opportunities. After the Shoah, after the Churban, the educational that you've given us institutions like Art Scroll, you've given us a Machon Yerushalayim, you've given us yeshivas, you've given us institutions, you've given us freedoms in Israel and the diaspora to rebuild ourselves. And we still don't get it. L'chad Hashem HaTzedakah. Now this is the Kalir speaking. You know, there's a major debate. Who was Rabbi Elazar HaKalir? There's an opinion in Tosfos and Chagiga that says that it was Rabbi Elazar ben Hurkinus, Rabbi Elazar Hagadol. Many, including the Ravs Zatzal, feel that Rabbi Elazar Kalir lived much later. It was not a Tana. Who was Rabbi Elazar Kalir? He was a contemporary of the Gaonim. He lived in Israel. We know he lived in Israel because there are parts of Israel that only observed one day Rosh Hashanah. And we've got Kalir's piyutim for Yom Kippur and for first day Rosh Hashanah. There's no piyutim. There's none of the piyutim that we say from the Kalir for second day Rosh Hashanah. Okay? But there's a couple of sources here, what we're going to read, the next line in the 19th Kinnah. And if you look at the Kinnahs, the Krovitz that he wrote, for the Amida that is said, that is said during Shachris, most of us don't say it. There's an additional piyut that's put into every one of the brachos in the Shmona Esrei for Tisha B'Av, just like there is for Purim. And he talks about it there also. But I want to read this line. Vilanu boshes hapanim b'shuveinu, l'chad Hashem hatzedakah b'tesha meo shana, the 900 years, shahayas hasina kavusha milahishama. After the Churban Bayis Sheni, which happened in the year 70, it's been 9 centuries. So we're talking sometime in the early 10th century he is. Doesn't mean literally 900 years, but in close to 900 years. That's when he wrote this, in which we have not gotten our act together. For us, it's 1950 years. 2020 is 1950 years since Churban Bayis Sheni. And you've waited for us. And you've tolerated our foibles and our failings. Vilanu boshes aponim kitava ish chamudos v'shiva hate elokayos nechoshema. And we are waiting. This is the beginning of the next Kinnah, the 20th Kinnah, which is also from Daniel. Please, Hashem, incline your ear. Please hear our crying out. Please hear our tefillot, our prayers. What I'd like to go now is not to the 20th Kinnah. Hopefully we'll get to that later. I'd like to go back to the 13th Kinnah. Okay? The 13th Kinnah deals with the following issue. How do you understand the word Eicha? And we've talked about this most years we cover this Kinnah because it's integral to Tisha B'Av. What does Eicha mean? What does it mean? One possibility is it means why. You're questioning God. You and I know that the rest of the year, the response to tragedy, a Jew's response to tragedy is Vayidom Aaron. When Aaron's two boys were killed, they made mistakes, but their attempt to relate to God, on their own terms, by breaking boundaries, it was a tragedy. It was a real tragedy. And Aaron doesn't question God, doesn't challenge God. To borrow a term from Eov, you and I, we barely understand the physical universe. How many of us have an understanding of quantum mechanics, of linear algebra? And those that do, Einstein said, we're just starting to scrape the outer surfaces of how the universe works. And that's from the greatest physicist in history. We're going to sit and be the arbiters, and we're the ones who have knowledge of metaphysics? Come on. Our limited, frail intellect is human beings. We have a finite intellect. And they're bodies of knowledge we don't know, both in physics and in metaphysics. And instead of being arrogant to acknowledge that we don't know everything and we're not masters of everything, we see that now. With all of our knowledge of scientific research, we have no idea how to deal with this little COVID-19 and how it's turned the world upside down. So that's the response the rest of the year. We'll say, Lema, for what? Now that this tragedy has happened, how will I lead the rest of my life? What will my perspective be? How can I make the world a better place as a consequence of what I've experienced? That will ask, what? The Rav says, but never why. That's every other day of the year, 353 other days of the year. But Tisha B'Av, and why do we say Eicha at night? And why do we say Asof Asifim? The Rambam says the minhag of Sfardim was they would actually read Eicha in the morning as well. But many Sfardim and all of the Ashkenazim, we don't read Eicha in the morning, we read Asof Asifim, the 8th and 9th prakim of Yirmiyahu. What is that? The Rav said, Rabbi Soloveitchik said, it's a matir. It's a license for us to say kinnos. Because what right do we as limited, finite human beings have the right to question God? We have no such right, no such ability. Who gave us the license one day a year? Yirmiyahu. That's why kinnos have, the first kinnah is not the first kinnah at night. The first kinnah is Eicha. The first kinnah is not what we start in the morning. It's the Haftorah. That's the kinnah. That's the matir. That's one approach. Others, including one of the Rav and Rav Aaron Kotler's great Talmudim, Rav Yisrael Chait, he said, no. What is it? Eicha is a repetitive question. It's a rhetorical question. How could it be? Not even on Tisha B'Av. Not just every other day of the year. A Jew has no right to sit in question of God. There's no such right. What is Eicha? Eicha is a rhetorical question. How could it be? How could this city that was teeming with people, that was streaming with masses of people, how can it be that it's desolate? Eicha yoshva vadad. How could that be? The third approach to Eicha is not that it's why, not that it's how could it be, but this kinnah says Eicha consists of two words, Eiko. Yes, the pshat is how could it be or why, but it's Eiko. Where is the ko? What does the word ko mean? Ko is a term of Jewish destiny. The word po means here. The word sham means there. Ko is a term of Jewish destiny. A ko. Where is the ko that God promised? Whether it was Avraham, whether it was Moshe. And each of these terms, ko, has a different nuance and a different focus in terms of the destiny of Am Yisrael, of the Jewish people. Let's read the 13th kinnah in the Masoros HaRav, it's page 315. Eiko, where is the ko omer karas la'av b'fetzach, that you said to our father, to the founder of all of ethical monotheism, Avram Avinu, B'vris bein absarim, you made a covenant with him, the covenant of Jewish history, ko yihi ezaracha lanetzach, that your descendants will eternally play the role of being God's partner in the transformation of the destiny of humanity. V'hein ata, but now, in this kinna keeps going back to the kapitel Ayin Daled. The second half of every line goes back to Ayin Daled. Now, bulul atzamai beretzach. The descendants of Abraham, our bones are being crushed, we're being murdered. Lama Elokim zanachta lanetzach. Why does it seem that forever you have abandoned us? Eko gash kiseh la'ola. Where is the ko that you said when Yitzchak Avinu, like a seh, to be brought as an ola, to be brought as a korban before you, l'ratzosecha? What does he say? The question was asked. They were accompanied by two people. By Eliezer and Ishmael they were accompanied. And what did it say? It's the third day of the journey. They had left the Hebron Hills, and he sees on a very clear summer day, there's a cloud attached sitting on one mountain. Very strange. And he turns to Eliezer and Ishmael and said, do you see anything? He said, no. He turns to Yitzchak, do you see something? He says, yeah. He says, I see a cloud that's attached to that mountain. So Avram turns to Eliezer and Ishmael. He says, Shvu lachem po im hachamor. The two of you, stay here with the donkey. Vani vanar nelcha ad ko. And I and the young man, we will go, not sham, not there, ad ko. Ko, because this would be the place of Jewish destiny. In other words, Sheva mitzvahs b'nei Noach, no one is obligated to give their life al Kiddush Hashem. There's no mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem for Sheva mitzvahs b'nei Noach. There is a mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, v'nikdashti b'soch b'nei Yisrael. There is a notion of that kind of commitment and sacrifice that Am Yisrael is obligated in. He said, Nelcha ad ko, pitu veid vosecha, vein ata, but now, daku kefelach, we're sliced like a pomegranate, raya secha, your people, your flock. Yeshan abcha, the smoke that burns from a blazing fire, betzon marisecha, meaning the midas hadin. Where's the promise that you promised at the Akedah? When we made that commitment, and you said that Yitzchak's descendants would be kekolchvei hashamayim. Now we're being slaughtered. Eiko havtachas akudim nikudim b'masaos. Im ko yomar ko yuchashos. We talked about Yaakov Avinu was being manipulated. Yaakov Avinu was what was being done to him. Vatechalef es maskorti aseres monim, 100 different times. 100 different times. In 6 years, the contract was ripped up. What did God do? He came to him and said, look, when Lavan comes to you, these will be the conditions you should give. Or if Yaakov gave the conditions, the Almighty enabled that the flock would breed and produce offspring according to those conditions. So you saw the hashgacha, you saw the specific providence that protected Yaakov, that protected his wives, his children, the Jewish family, before we became a clan, before we became a people, that protected us. And now what's happened? There's no protection. The city is filled with shrieks and cries, and you think about what happened when the Germans came into these towns, or when they brought in their Lithuanian helpers. The Lithuanians, you should know, they didn't even need the Germans. If you read the book that was just published, translated into English, Our People, by Effie Zuroff, and you'll see what happened town by town. And we know this from Father Patrick Dubois. This is what happened in Ukraine. This is what happened in White Russia. This is what happened when the Germans come into a town in Poland. The Ir Malaya Teshuos. Eko zam v'harig mitzri began na'ul b'kodesh vayifen ko v'cho chutam be'edus kodesh. The famous story of Moshe Rabbeinu. He's the prince of Egypt. He vayar b'sivlosam. What does he want to do? He's not happy living the life of Riley, living off the fat in the royal palace. He knows that he comes from a people who are afflicted, who are suffering, who are in pain. And he goes out very quietly, very subterranean, he gets out of his royal clothing, and he observes what's happening to these oppressed slaves. And there's an Egyptian taskmaster, a government official, who likes one of these Jewish women, has got the eyes for her, more than the eyes for her. And he sends out her husband on a work mission at night. At night they didn't have electricity. It was very difficult. And he sends him out in the dark. And the Egyptian comes in and he violates this woman thinking it's her husband. And the husband had come back from his work duty. And he comes in on them. And the taskmaster is beating that man to death. And after he's through beating this man to death, he'll kill the wife. Moshe sees this. No one knows he's there. No one knows that he's even around. It says, Vayifen ko v'ko. Now it should have said, Vayifen po v'sham. He looked here, he looked there. What's ko v'ko? So the Medrash and the Meforshim say. He looked deep down at himself. What kind of a man are you? So on the one hand, he justified. He said, look, no one has to know I'm here. This guy's going to die. His wife's going to die. Okay, feel bad for these two Jews. But maybe in 10 or 20 years when the Pharaoh retires, I'll have more influence and I can help thousands of Jews, hundreds of thousands of Jews, millions of Jews. But then he looked at himself. You're going to sit here and let an innocent man die? What kind of a man are you? You're going to sit here and do nothing while an innocent man is killed? And he kills the taskmaster. He saves the life of this innocent slave, of Nebuch, this wretched, innocent slave. He saves his life. So it's that kind of a sensitivity for each and every life. Vayifen kol v'kol chutam edus kodesh. Feinata chelkam achal chodesh. The month of Av that we celebrate the destruction, the annihilation. Where's the sensitivity for each and every life? The numbers that we use are mind-boggling. Whether it's in Spain, whether it's in Ukraine, the numbers that we've lost in recent generations in Israel, to terror, at wars, the 6 million that no one can fathom. Where's that sensitivity to each and every life? Eko tov kishulach geol avadecha. Where is the ko that you said to the good one? Right? We refer to Moshe not only as Avigdor, but as Tuvia, the good one of God. When you sent him to redeem your slaves, your servants. Ko somar, thus shall you say. What's ko somar? L'shalach amal leavdecha. The blackout years, those 86 years of darkness are over. And now a nation will emerge. And God watched and he recorded every experience that you suffered during those 86 years. It was not for naught. We now have been in Gullus for 1950 years. Where is the Koamar Hashem of the Navi that will announce, that will be the harbinger of our redemption? Ve'ein ata yashu bogdecha beveis v'udecha. What do we have? Those who despise us. They translate here as the treacherous enemies. The bogdecha are in the most intimate places. They destroy our synagogues. They destroyed our mikdash, as we described in the 16th kina. Shagu! They roar like a lion. Tzorarecha. Your enemies, your foes, your oppressors, bekerav mo'adecha. Someone who's an enemy of Am Yisrael is an enemy of God. Shagu b'tzorarecha beveis v'udecha. Eko karisos chadashos brisos. Where's the code that you said about the covenant you made with us in Mitzrayim? You gave us unique, specific mitzvos that we would go on to keep the rest of our life and our history. But we're no longer B'nai Noach. We're now starting to get a taste of a life, of a committed life, a life of a contractual life. whether it was the mitzvah of Rosh Chodesh, that time means something, time sensitivity, whether it was the mitzvah of Korban Pesach, also a time sensitivity, whether it was the mitzvah of matzah, of chametz, all of the various mitzvahs, whether it's the mitzvah of sensitivity to labor. The worst thing you can have is when the oppressed become the oppressor, when the abused becomes the abuser. Look what happened with the French Revolution. Look at the Bolshevik Revolution. Who was worse, the communists or Tsar Nicholas and his henchmen? The communists by far did worse. You taught us from day one. The first thing you taught us is a responsibility we have to employees. How to treat someone who's not in a position of power, not in a position of control. This was the covenant that you gave us, that you shaped us, that you forged us with. B'cho amar, and there was a time sensitivity. Kachatzos laila b'mosei osos. He really said, Hashem said bachotzos, at midnight. But when Moshe repeated it to the Pharaoh, he said kachatzos, in case they would make a mistake in their calculations, they should never think that God was not actually absolutely, with absolute integrity fulfilled his word. Vehinata, now what's happened? Luhogaho benaleim le'asos. That sensitivity to time, to awareness, but nothing. Just the opposite. They come in with their boots. Think about what we said when the Romans came into the Beis Hamikdash. Think about what we said when the German stormtroopers came with their boots into our shuls. There's no sensitivity at all that comes from a holy place where you take off your shoes so you can be sensitive, where there's time sensitivity, where there's human sensitivity. None of it. Eko mishma umoshe Allah, kosomar linvas bayis ma'ula. Where was the Ko Somar Lebeis Yaakov V'Saged L'Bnei Yisrael? At Har Sinai, as we're about to create that covenant, to become God's partner, to become God's bride. It's a marriage and it's a covenant and it's a partnership. But not every Jew understands everything the same way. For certain populations, you communicate it b'lashon raka, Ko Tomar Amira. For others, you have to be stronger. Saged, kasha kigidin. For certain people who are audio learners, you communicate it in an audio way. For those who are visual learners, in a visual way. For those who are more concrete and tangible, in a tangible way. For those who are more abstract and ethereal, in an abstract, ethereal way. But there was this sensitivity to each and every member of the community, to how we learn and how we can internalize the message and how we can internalize the values. Such a sensitivity that it would become meaningful to each and every one of us, and we all would find sipuk nefesh, meaning and substance in the way that we'd be educated. Where's that kosomar? Veinata, now what do we have? Niatsua b'nei avla. The b'nei avla, they mock us. The words we hear are not words that speak to us, that are music to our ears, that inspire and educate us, just the opposite. They're words that blaspheme us. Eiko siach shishim osios hakadumos. What about the 60 letters? Ko, this is what you should say. Ko sevarechu es b'nei Yisrael. The threefold Birkas Kohanim. Yivarechecha Hashem v'yishmerecha. The providence that God will enable us to function financially. We'll have bracha. And not only that, we'll be able to protect it, not lose it. Ye'er Hashem panav elecha v'choneka. Or panav. That God, through providence, will educate us, will enlighten us, will expand our horizons, will teach us substance, will give us meaning. How to treat each other, how to relate to God, how to relate to the environment, how to relate to our world. Not just financial blessing, but educational, spiritual blessing. Yisa Hashem panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. What's Yisa Hashem panav? Again, it's not just that it's a body of knowledge, that we feel we're encountering God, we feel that we have a relationship with God, that there's meaning, there's richness, and it creates shalom. What's shalom? From the word shleimus. That is not just physical and financial blessing. It's not just educational. It's psychological, emotional. You can be so bright, so educated, if you're not healthy emotionally, that he makes us shalom, he makes us whole and complete. You can't have peace unless you're whole and complete within yourself. So that Kosevarchu, that's the providential knowledge that he shared with the nation, that he would enable us to function as individuals and as a people. Where is that Ko? Vehenata askuridumos, besvachetz kardumos. Svachetz kardumos is the description of the destruction of the Bayis Rishon. What do we have now? We don't have wealth, we don't have education, we're in the dark, and we're for sure not whole or complete, and we don't have peace. Eiko patzlakovu ve'racham kedoshecha. The famous story of Bilam and Balak. Bilam wanted to curse the Jewish people and to find their downfall. And God, like a hook in the mouth of a fish, God forced Bilam, like a bit in the mouth of a horse or a donkey. He forced Bilam to speak about the strength of the Jewish people, the depth of the Jewish people, the blessing that the Jewish people could find. He turned a klala lakov and he turned it livarech. Where is the ko that described the destiny of what this people could become? But he says, Veshuv, when he returned to Balak, V'chosid aber, this is what you should say. This is what you should speak about the Jewish people. Humar likdoshecha. It was a tamura. It was a switch from the curse of what his intention was. Vehinata, now, tsaru al irkochecha. Now what happens is they've oppressed your holy city. There is no blessing. Shilchu ba'esh mikdashecha. Just death and destruction. Eiko kichas leviim shlemecha. For us to be an Am HaNivchar, to be a light into the nation, a Mamleches Kohanim, how are we going to be a role model? How are we going to set up an ethical society? How are we going to teach people how to treat employees, how to treat each other, how to negotiate a deal, how to speak to God, how to take care of their world, if we're not educated? So God gave us educators, so we could be role models because we have role models. Who are they? That's the Beis HaLevi. That's the Kohanim and Leviim. We pay the taxes. It's the whole basis of the tax system in Western civilization. We pay taxes, and that pays for the public school teachers. We pay taxes, that pays for the state university professors. They're supported by us so they can educate our children. But that was taken straight out of the concept of Kohanim and Leviim in the Bible. And you gave us this incredible group who would live not in their own territory, but scattered throughout the length and breadth of the people. They would do adult education. They would teach the young, teach the secondary education, the Masiftas and the Beis Yaakovs and the girls' schools and the boys' schools, and teach in the Batei Midrashos. Do the adult education after we come back from work, the adult education at night, on Shabbos. You built in a whole system of people who will transform us and educate us. You took them to play that role. To be matar them. And they in tune would have a certain time each year, when it was their mishmar, they would go to Yerushalayim and they would represent the nation as the educators and the ones who worked in the Beis HaMikdash. Most of their job is throughout the towns, villages, and cities, but they also would function in the Mikdash. Now it's as if the heavens are quaking, are thundering. On the earth of which your Mishkan, the Mishkan that bore your name, has been defiled and desecrated. What's the 7 shofar? It's the story of Yericho, the very first city of Israel that's conquered. Once they did a hakafa every day, on the 7th day, 7 hakafas, and they blew the shofar. And instead of hundreds and thousands of Jews being killed because of the thickness of that wall, the shofar caused, so to speak, the ground to open up. A miracle happened, and the walls literally sunk into the ground, and the city was exposed, and it was an easy conquest. Kosa says, Sheshes Yamim lahapil choma, with the goal of what? Causing that thick protective wall. Lahapil choma la'aretz vehinata. Now sha'arim tavu bar. It's just the opposite. Our walls come crumbling down and are buried in the ground because of their destruction. Sarfum chol moedei kel ba'aretz, and they have burnt all of the holy shuls, the Batei Mikdash, the Batei Midrashos. Think about how many shuls were destroyed on Kristallnacht. I have a 2-volume set, Pogrom Nacht. Almost 1,300 shuls in German-controlled Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia in one night were destroyed. Eko teshuos asameotzer. Where is the Koamar Hashem that the prophets, the Nevi'im, Yeshaya, Zechariah, Yirmiyahu, Yechezkel, talking about destiny, talking about different aspects of the destiny of Am Yisrael. B'choamar asher lachozim natzar. That was a term that you gave them. It was always a term that the Jewish people could learn and prepare and build for their future. Veinata, what's happened now? Tupchu firachai b'chatzar, ad masai Elokim yecharef tzar. Now what's happened? Look at our young. The bodies are bloated, laying on the street. We can't even bring them to burial. The slaughter of our masses. How long, God? How long will the oppressor continue to blaspheme and attack you, the religion that you have given us, and we, your children, we, your people? How long? Ad Masai. We said there are 2 times a year where it's not just, it's a nice thing, but that is the mitzvah, is to relive. Seder night, it's not about our ancestors. We're leaving Mitzrayim, right? Osanu hotzi misham, b'tseisi li, me, b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim. What God did, what He did for me. B'chol dor v'dor chayev adam liros es atzmo. We have to see ourselves as if we're leaving Egypt. That's the whole reason we say a Hallel. Because when we confront providence, we break out in song. Otherwise, you never say Hallel at night. It's a different thing. If it's happening to me, it's very different than if it happened to someone who's an ancestor that I've never met. And the same is true on Tisha B'Av. On Tisha B'Av, it's not about describing history. It's not about what happened in the past. We are reliving the tragedies. It's happening to us. We're experiencing the loss. So along that theme, the 31st Kinnah, page 515 in the Mesoros Harav. Eshtukad bikir bi bahalosi ali bi betseisi mi mitzrayim. A positive, it's a march, it's a triumphant. The passion that we had when we left Egypt, but now it turns. Vikini ma'ira leman askira betseisi mirushalayim. When I left Jerusalem, there was no passion, there was no triumphant march. It's kinim. Az yashir Moshe shir lo yinosh betseisi mi mitzrayim. The Hallel, the song that we broke out at the sea with the defeat of the Egyptian military and our salvation, that we still sing till this day, every day, Az Yashir. Vayikonein Yirmiyah v'noha nehi nehiya b'tseisi mirushalayim. When we left Yerushalayim in chains and shackles, having lost our loved ones, it wasn't a song, it was a kina, it was a dirge, it was a lamentation. Beisi his konein v'shachane anon b'tseisi mi mitzrayim. The providence that was surrounding us, the ananei hakavod, the clouds of glory that protected us. V'chama asel shachna alai ka'anana b'tseisi mirushalayim. When we left Yerushalayim, it wasn't that kind of hashgacha. It was midas hadin, not midas hachesed. It was a dark, dreary cloud. Galeram yamu v'chachama akamu b'tseisi mi mitzrayim. Zedonim shatafu v'al roshi tzafu b'tseisi mirushalayim. The seas, the Yamsuf, it stood as a wall. It protected us as we were able to make it through and save. Here, just the opposite. Those who hate us are oppressors. Those who want to slaughter us, they had free reign over us. Degan shemayim umitzor mayim betseisi mi mitzrayim. Literally, the grain of heaven, the manna, mitzur mayim, the water, all of the basic necessities we were taken care of. Lana umromim umayim hamarim betseisi mirushalayim. Bitterness. What's mayim hamarim? Like the Mesota, because of our infidelity to our God, our infidelity to God in heaven, to our master, to our partner. Instead, we're drinking the bitter Mesota that the suspected adulteress drinks. Hashkem v'harev sevivos harchorev b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. What was the ultimate objective of leaving Egypt? It was the covenant. It was the spiritual freedom, the educational, the intellectual freedom. At Har Sinai, when we woke up that morning and we went to and made a covenant. Korel el oevel al naros bavel b'tzeisi mirushalayim. And what do we do? Psalm 137. The dirge that we sang is refugees on the Euphrates River, on the Kfar tributary, off of the Euphrates. It wasn't one of Nasev and Ishma. It was mourning and crying and dirge. Umare kevod ad Hashem ke'esho cheles lefanai b'tzeisi mimitzrayim v'cherev letusha tevach netusha b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Again, instead of the fire that led them and illuminated the night for them, instead of the perceived presence of providence, we were led to the slaughter and defeated when we left Yerushalayim. Zevachu mincha v'shemen hamishcha b'tzeisi mimitzrayim skulas el kucha katzon letivcha b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Instead of korbanos and a mishkan, in that relationship with Hashem, everything from the mikdash, which was obviously the objective of the Mishkan, was a permanent mikdash. It was all taken away. We spoke about in the 16th Kina. And we were led like sheep to the slaughter. Literally taken like sheep to the slaughter. We were the slaughter, not the korbanos. Chagim v'shabbasos u'mofsim ve'osos b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Tanis ve'evel urdof ha'hevel b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Instead of holidays and Shabbos to commemorate those moments in providence, to commemorate the Yetzias Mitzrayim, mourning and fast days to commemorate our destruction and demise. Tohu ohalim la'arba degalim b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. The way Bilam described how the Jewish encampment, enveloping Machane Shechina as Machane Leviah, enveloping that as Machane Yisrael, the four sides of four camps. But now, Ohale Yishmalim u'machanos areilim b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Where are we now? In concentration camps, refugees. The description of when they fled to their cousins, the Bnei Ishmael, and how they were treated and killed by their supposed cousins. Think about 1939 to 1945. There was nowhere to run. There was nowhere to run. No one wanted us. We had no homeland, and we had nowhere to run. And the world sat by while our Lithuanian hosts, our Ukrainian hosts were not hosts. They murdered us. The Catholics in Poland. All of this driven and in partnership with the Third Reich. Holland had the most wonderful, glorious history of all of Europe. Of any country in Europe was the Netherlands. No one survived. It was the second worst percentage of survival after Lithuania, after the Baltics. It was worse than France, it was worse than Germany, it was worse than even Poland. These were supposedly our friends. We had nowhere to run. They gave us up with a geschmack, with a thirst. That's where we ended up. Alle yishmalim u'machanos areilim. Yovel u'shmita ve'eret shoketa b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. Right? We had the Yovel, the Shemitah, the whole system where the Jewish people could grow because of these sabbatical years, where everyone could become a scholar. And the land was at peace and respite, and there was plenty. Machor litzmisus v'charus likrisus b'tzeisi mirushalayim. And now, not like the Yovel where you return in the Yovel year, the Jubilee year, you return to your land, you return to your position. We're sold forever. 1950 years. How many Yovels fit into 1950 years? Kapores ve'aron va'avnei zikaron. Right? The hashgacha that we had. And now what? That was b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. Now what do we have? Avnei hakela uchlei habela b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Not the stones that Aaron wore that represented the hashgacha, the stones on the Choshen Mishpat, the stones of the Avnei Miluim. Now what stones we have? The stones that were thrown at us, the stones that clubbed us, the stones that we talked about that were catapulted at us into Gamla. Leviim v'aronim v'shivim zakenim b'tzeisim mimitzrayim. The whole infrastructure we spoke about, the educators, the Chachmei HaMasorah, the members of the Sanhedrin, the Kohanim Leviim, that were dispersed amongst all of us so that everyone could get an education. Now who do we have? Nogsim umonim umochrim v'konim b'tzeisim Yerushalayim. We have taskmasters. We have people who sell us. We're literally chattel that's sold and bought. Moshe Yereinu v'Aaron Yancheinu b'tzeisim mimitzrayim. Who were our leaders? Moshe was our shepherd. Aaron, the leadership of Mishpat and the leadership of Chesed, the incredible combination of the two. Now what are we? Nebuchadnezzar v'Andreos Kesar b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Now what do we have? Nebuchadnezzar, and it's interesting, Hadrian. It's interesting, not Titus or Vespasian, but Hadrian. Why Andar Yavesh? Because the suffering that, look at the Rambam in Parakeh Halacha Gimel of Hilchos Tanis. Please look at the Rambam in Parakeh. The suffering that we suffered under Hadrian with the destruction not only of Bar Kokhba, but the genocide post Bar Kokhba, far worse than anything we suffered. So when we talk about the Roman destruction, the worst part of that destruction was what happened 2 generations later in the 130s at the hands of Hadrian and the Roman troops. Na'aroch milchama v'adoshem shama b'tzeisi mimitzrayim rachak mimenu v'hinei einenu b'tzeisi mirushalayim sisrei paroches v'sidrei mareches b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Heima niteches alai socheches b'tzeisi mirushalayim Olos uzvachim v'yishenichochim b'tzeisi mimitzrayim b'cherev medukarim b'nei Tzion hayikarim b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Top of 519. Parei mikbaos lechavod nikbaos b'tzeisi mimitzrayim shrikos usruos lekalon usvos b'tzeisi mirushalayim tzitz hazahav v'hamshel v'rahav b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Hushlach hanezer v'afas ha'ezer b'tzeisi mirushalayim Kedusha unevua uchvod adoshem nira b'tzeisi mimitzrayim nigala umora v'ruach hatuma b'tzeisi mirushalayim. That contrast, Kedusha unevua. In other words, just the whole context of their life, of their education, of how they were mentored. Uchvod adoshem nira, the perceived presence of God. And just the opposite when we left Yerushalayim, the Ruach Hatuma, Mora, that fear. I mean, the images that we have of when Germans came into a town, the images during V'tach V'tat, 1648 and 49, when the Ukrainians, the Cossacks and their Tartar mercenaries came into a town. It's such a contrast. Rina bishua v'chatzas rotzer hatrua b'tzeisi mimitzrayim za'aka hasolal v'nakas chalal b'tzeisi mirushalayim. The screaming of little children, the gasping of the corpses. Shulchan nora v'chalil uktora b'tzeisi mimitzrayim elil v'soeva ufesel umatzeva b'tzeisi mirushalayim. And then the final stanza. Torah usuda uchlei hachemda b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. And now listen to this. Sason v'simcha v'nas yagon v'nacha b'shuvi l'Yerushalayim. The last verse goes not b'tzeisi when I left Egypt, Because remember, we're reliving it. So it's not when our ancestors left, Jerusalem. It's when I left Jerusalem. But what is the yearning? Sason v'simcha. V'nas, what will happen? All of the yagon v'anacha, the sorrow, the moaning, the crying, it will flee. It will be gone. When? B'shuvi l'Yerushalayim. And this, of course, is going to be the theme of the 7 Haftorahs, the Shiva Nechemta, in the aftermath of Tisha B'Av. We're now turning to the 34th Kinnah, okay? And this is really one of the great tragedies in Jewish history. But this is not a tragedy that was imposed upon us by our oppressors, by our enemies. This is, so to speak, a self-imposed tragedy. And this is a story of Zechariah Hanavi. Who is Zechariah Hanavi? Not the famous Zechariah of the Bayis Sheni. We have 14 prakim of Zechariah. He, together with Haggai and Malachi. It's a question, who was Malachi? Was Malachi Ezra? Because the word means my agent, my messenger. Was that Ezra? Was that Mordechai? That's an opinion in the Gemara. Or was his name Malachi? But these 3 Nevi'im, Rafi, these 3 Nevi'im of Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, they're the ones who really took the Jews, the refugees, those who had returned from Babylonia, those who had returned from the Persian Empire. And they worked with them to rebuild the city, to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash, to institute changes that there wouldn't be a marketplace on Shabbos. That's the famous Zechariah. Now, all the hopes and all the aspirations that the Bayis Sheni would be something much more than it ever was, it never came to fruition. So these nevuos that we read about from Zechariah, they're eschatological nevuos. Those prophecies are about what will be, the ultimate, the Bayis Shlishi, because they weren't fulfilled in the time of the Bayis Sheni. That's not the Zechariah we're speaking about. For instance, many of the evangelical Christians, in the Protestant community, they love the prophecies of Zechariah because they're eschatological in nature. They're also very challenging to understand because the imagery and the analogies there are not so concrete and so tangible. Now, who's the Zechariah we're talking about? He's a Zechariah of the Bayis Rishon. Let's take a step back. Atalia, who was the daughter of Achav and Izevel, she had a terribly wicked mother. She marries the Melech Yehuda. So on the one hand, they think it's a very positive thing. The 2 southern tribes of Yehuda, the 10 northern tribes of Shomron, of Yisrael, they'll at least work together because there's a shidduch. You've got the daughter, the princess from the 10 northern tribes, marrying the king of the 2 southern tribes. But, you can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy. She grew up with Izevel. She grew up in an ugly house. I don't mean aesthetically, it was beautiful aesthetically. I'm talking about their midos, their values. And with the death of her husband, she takes power, she seizes power, and she starts to kill off all of the remaining descendants of David HaMelech. All of the messianic lineage that went through David and Shlomo, one by one, she's assassinating them, him and her team. Of course, her hands are clear. You can't see that she was behind it, but that's what's happening. And there's this one child, Yehoash. They literally save him. I don't mean abduct him or kidnap him in a negative way, in a positive way. And they hide him, they camouflage his existence. And the Yehoyada, the Kohen Gadol, is responsible for raising him. There's a revolt against Atalia, and they overthrow Atalia. They then run the government until Yehoash, this young man, can grow up and function as an adult, as the leader of the Jewish people. And when he does, under the influence of Yehoyada, Kohen Gadol, he does many great things. Eradicates much of the Avodah Zarah. He removes not all, but some of the private altars. And he realizes Atalia knew she couldn't destroy the Beis HaMikdash, but she could be passive-aggressive. By not fixing the highways and the roads, people won't come to Yerushalayim. By allowing a building, which is not a young building, it's a couple of 100 years old, let it not be repaired, and it'll fall into disrepair. Things need maintenance. You don't fix a house in a number of a few years, a house can really start to fall apart. Well, something as large as the Beis HaMikdash compound, alachas kama v'kama. And that's what she did. So under Yehoash, and we all are familiar with this because it's the famous Haftorah that we read for Shabbos Shkolim, for Parsha Shkolim. He goes about the fundraising campaign and they try to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. I don't mean rebuild it, I mean repair it. It's called Bedek Habayis. Fix up the highway system so people will be Ola Regel. So it's easy to come to Yerushalayim, to learn from the Sanhedrin, to learn from the Kohanim, to participate in the Mikdash. That's the positive of Yehoash. When Yehoiada, who as long as he was under Yehoiada's influence, Yehoash did a decent job as the executive, as the Melech of Yehuda. When Yehoiada dies, he's replaced by his son Zechariah. That's the Zechariah we're going to be speaking about. That Zechariah was very pious. He was not only the Kohen Gadol, he was not only a great scholar, he attained the level of Nevuah. He was a Navi. And the people, unfortunately, after Yehoiada's time, didn't conduct themselves the way they should have. And there was a lot of mistakes, and a lot of corruption, and a lot of flaws. And when Zechariah tried challenging the people, engaging the people, they were threatened by him. And rather than deal with the cause of their flaws, they literally eradicated the messenger. In baseball, they talk about hitting for the cycle. That's someone who gets a single, a double, a triple, and a home run all in the same game. This was more than hitting for the cycle, this sin. This was a sin that literally, when did it happen? It was a sin of murder. They murdered the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, who was a Navi, Zechariah, on Yom Kippur, that fell out on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash. Murder in the Beis HaMikdash of the Kohen Gadol, who is their Navi, on Shabbos, on Yom Kippur, that fell out on Shabbos. That's the story. I mean, you don't get worse than that. You don't get more heinous than that. In the Gemara in Hanizakin, the Midrashim that is alluded to here by Yehuda Halevi, says that the spot that he was murdered, in the temple courtyard, in the Chutzner, the stone you couldn't erase that blood. It wasn't absorbed, and it couldn't be erased. And here the imagery is the blood kept boiling. Why? Because instead of a trauma where there was an introspection, instead of a trauma where society said, hey, we're doing something wrong. How could this have happened? No. Olam kiminhago noeg. Everybody just kept going on. Life as usual. And that blood, that spot of the murder, never was erased. It kept boiling. And over 150 years later, when the Babylonians, the chief butcher, Rav HaTabachim, the chief executioner, that's the term we give him, it's Nebuzaradan. Nebuzaradan was the general of the Babylonian armies, the general of Nebuchadnezzar's armies. When he comes in and he sees that blood, that's the story of this kinnah. The 34th kinnah, we're on page, in the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinnos, the Masoras Harav, page 541. Yom Achbi Hichbadati, the day of my oppression, how it weighed upon me. Vayikaflu avonai, my sins were compounded, and we discussed the compounded sin. Bishalchi, now this is who speaking? Representing the Jewish nation, because this was a national sin, and it was a national sin that this was never dealt with or addressed. Bishalchi yadi bedam navi, when I extended myself by taking the blood of the prophet, where bachatzar mikdash Adonai, velo chisasasu adama, in the earth, the ground would not cover up that blood. Ad bo cherev monai, until the point when the sword of our oppressors, the Babylonians, came into the mikdash. Velo shakat adehu kam, the gam hifli plilia. It was a wonder. It was a miracle, meaning it defied the laws of physics, that it could not be erased, it couldn't be cleaned, it kept boiling. And this is a famous quote from Eicha. Vayerev bevas Yehuda ta'aniya v'aniya, and was increased amongst the daughter of Yehuda, meaning the Jewish people, the southern kingdom, great moaning and great agony. Hayaholech v'soer, it was like a tempest, it kept bubbling. Ad bo rav tabachim, until Nebuzaradan came in. Uvoel mikdash ad Hashem, and he came to the mikdash of Hashem. Umatza damim roschim, and he sees the blood boiling. Vayishal levav urzeh, he says, what is this? This is strange, this defies the laws of physics. And he asked, La kohanim hazovchim, to the kohanim. Vayanu, they answered him, oh, ein ze ki im dam azvachim. They lied. That, must have been an animal that, the blood spilled over here. Gam hu zavach lachakor. He says, that doesn't look like bovine blood. What kind of korbanos do you bring? Three animals, right? Doesn't look like lamb blood. Doesn't look like goat blood. So he checked. Vayachakor. I'm sorry. Gam hu zavach lachakor. Ma ze val mehoya. Va'omar lenafshi. And I, the Jewish people, say, Zeh chotoseich v'zeh pirya. This is your sin, and this is the fruit of the sin. Now we're paying for it. Uv'chol zos lo shakat. It did not quiet. V'odo kayam nigrash. And it was like a storm-tossed sea. V'yevukash hadavar v'yimatzeh meforash. And he kept saying, tell me the truth. You're lying to me. I want to know what is the story with this. And they told him, Kidam ish ha'elokim. This is the blood of the man of God. V'gam damo hinei nidrash. And behold, his blood cries out for justice. He says, Isfu li ha'kohanim, v'hotzium mi beisya. Gather for me the kohanim. V'lo eshkot, I will not cease. Nebuzaradan, the chief executioner, the general of the army, I will not be quiet. Ad yishko dam hanavi Zechariah. So what does he do? It's what the Germans did. They would go into a town. They would take, who's the first one they took? They asked for the rabbi. And they executed the rabbi in front of the people. Okay? That's always what the Germans would do. Okay? He took the Kohanim. Who are the Kohanim? Our educators, our rabbis. The reason we pay the taxes, Chaf Daled Matnos Kahuna, is that we, the Mamlechas Kohanim, should have a Shevet Kahuna, should have Kohanim and Leviim who educate, who transform us. And what did he do? He started slaughtering the Kohanim. Next, Dakar Yeshishim Lemeos Ubachurim Leribaos. After that, he started, who? The older people he started killing by the hundreds, but the Bachurim by the tens of thousands. Why? See, those who hate us, it's very important for them to slaughter the children. Why? You want to annihilate the Jews, you got to annihilate the Jewish future. Much more important to kill the young than to kill the old. The old can't have children anymore. They can't reproduce. They're not going to grow up to take vengeance. I'll tell you two stories. One is the commandant of Auschwitz, Rudolf Hersh. It looks to us like Hess, but it's with an O, with an umlaut. So Rudolf Hersh was put on trial. And he was sentenced, and he was executed in Poland. It was a Soviet court, a communist court, and they executed him. But while he was waiting for his execution, he wrote a memoir. He wrote an autobiography in incarceration, on death row. And in it, a lot of it is him justifying his life. A lot of it's baloney. But there's incredible nuggets and there's incredible things we can derive from that. And I want to share with you one story. And this was shared with me by the famous Gavriel Bach. Gavriel Bach was a chief justice in Israel. Before that, he was the assistant prosecutor of Adolf Eichmann. And Hersh says the following. He, the commandant of Auschwitz, and the SS there were times, like for instance, when there was a transport of a couple of thousand of French children. The parents had been shipped from Drancy. Drancy was outside of Paris. They'd been shipped to Auschwitz, and the parents had been executed. Then they shipped these little children. Can you imagine how many days it was by train from France to get to Galicia, to Auschwitz? And some of them died on the train, but most of them survived. It's not like they had water, but they came out. And they were taken in, and they were murdered right away. The whole transport, a couple thousand children were sent in to be gassed. And he said, he says, the term he used in German was, we shook at the knees, because they're crying and screaming as we're slamming them and slamming the door closed on them. He says there were different times when Obersturmführer Adolf Eichmann came to visit Auschwitz. And I shared this with him. And Eichmann said to me, "Are you kidding? What do you mean you get weak at the knees?" It's a term in German. I apologize, I don't know that term. What do you mean you get weak at the knees? He says, the whole enterprise. This is the real war. The war, what, we're going to kill the elderly? We're going to kill the adults? And then these little kids are going to grow up and take vengeance on us? These little kids are going to grow up and have children themselves and continue the Jewish nation? The holiest part of our mission is annihilating the Jüdische Kinder. A second story, and this I heard from the Rav Zatzal. The commandant, the SS commandant, who oversaw the Vilna ghetto. He was a great lover of classical music, and he also had a thirst for butchering and murdering little children. And he would sit there. He loved Bach, he loved Mozart, and he loved the slow movement of Beethoven's Second Symphony he loved. But he would sit there and he would play Mozart. He'd play Bach with one hand, and he'd have a pistol, and they would line up children while he was playing the piano, and he would shoot Jewish children in the Vilna ghetto while playing the piano. But that is something we see amongst those who hate us, this desire to kill the future, to attack the children. Arafat did that. The famous, I think it was 1975, when they went into the school in northern Israel, in Ma'alot. It was a Bnei Akiva school, and they murdered these kids. That's Yeshishim by the hundreds, Bachurim the young, L'ribaos by the tens of thousands. Vayored latevach koanei ad Hashem tzivakos. And again, the educators, the Rabbanim, the Mechanchim. And here it is, V'tinoka shel beis Rav, the school children. They went out of their way to butcher the school children. Ve'einei avos ra'os, the parents, all they could do was see their children being killed. Remember, think about those of you who are familiar with the ghetto, maybe one of the most famous ghettos in Lodz. The head of the Judenrat was Chaim Mordechai Ramkovsky. And maybe the most infamous Jewish speech in history was a speech that he made of "Give me your children," where he got up there and where he thought he could delay things, but us being essential to the German war effort. There were over 100 textile factories of Jewish slave laborers in the Lodz ghetto. But the Germans wanted the elderly and they wanted the children because they had no value. They weren't working in the factories. And the famous speech, "Give me your children. I can keep you alive because you have value to the war effort for the Germans. But unfortunately, I can't save your children. And you have to give me your children so that you can stay alive." See, the lies at this point were over. You couldn't lie that they were being resettled in the East. People knew the facts. In the shrills, in the shrieks, in the crying of these Jewish mothers giving up their children, knowing full well their children were going to be butchered and slaughtered. And that's this description here of what the Babylonians were doing to the population of Jerusalem. Ve'ein sheket, there was no peace or no respite for the blood of the prophet. Vayihi lemofes ula'os, it still was a sign, a wonder. V'cherev tsar no kemes v'hakir yehomiyah, as the sword of the oppressor was taking vengeance, the city was in a state of astonishment. B'chol zos lo shava po v'od yado netuya. Again, the description of the Babylonian army is being the extension of God's arm, meaning the extension of God's justice on the Jewish people. Hosif laharog nashim im yonkei shadayim. He murdered young women who were with their nursing babies. V'dam ola beineim kedam yor Mitzrayim. The flow of blood in Yerushalayim was like the Nile River. Adei nasan Nebuzaradan einav l'shamayim, until it came to a certain point where Nebuzaradan looks up towards heaven. Vayomer ha'ein dai ledam bivnos Yerushalayim. God, we haven't slaughtered enough of your people. Hakala ata oseh sheris hashivya. Do you want to totally eradicate? Do you want to totally annihilate all those that have been left that we haven't killed yet? V'az. And then shakat dam naki. At that point, the blood finally, that innocent blood of the prophet Zechariah, stopped boiling. V'cherev nakam revaya. And the sword of vengeance had been satiated, had its full. And then we turn to God. Lecha to you chatanu Elokim. We have sinned, God, using the term that midas hadin, Elokim, justice. Havinu v'ershanu. Not just chatanu, we were off the mark, we made mistakes. No, it was premeditated. It was unadulterated evil. V'haragnu neviecha. We murdered your prophet. V'rishenu yadanu. We now have internalized our own wickedness. Yihi chos techol enachamenu. Please, Hashem, comfort us and console us, enable us to change. Ki mishol shivanu. From the depths, from the depths of Gehenna, we are crying out to you. Umipri ma'alaleinu, the fruit of our corruption, the fruit of our dastardly deeds. Zeh kames avanu, how we have been satiated from it. Rachem lo ruchama, hasora haniya. This storm-tossed, afflicted, that's the term from Yeshaya, has no comfort, has not been consoled. Eineha l'chotisa, her eyes to you does she raise. Vesrascha tzofia, and for your help, your support, your salvation, does she yearn and look for. We want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff just for enabling us to do this program. And last year we reached 39,000 discrete viewers over the course of, it was a Sunday. This year with COVID, I'm sure many people are at home. And hopefully the words of the Kinos and what we're about to engage in right now, hopefully will have depth and meaning to many of you. And this could only be done with the help of Richard and Deborah, and we want to thank them. This past March, a man by the name of Darius Gabai was nifter. He passed away. Who was Darius Gabai? He was 97 years old, originally from Salonika, Greece. Originally Salonika was part of the Ottoman Empire, and that's why many Jews settled there. Many Jews who had come from places like Barcelona, other parts of Catalonia, and it was a great Jewish city. Unfortunately, Salonika suffered almost as horrifically as any other Jewish community. And that is with the help of many of the Greeks. The Germans went throughout the Greek islands, they went to the Greek mainland, and they deported most of the Jewish community. Where did they deport them to in 1943? To Auschwitz. And Darius and his brother Yoshua were put into a place known as the Sonderkommando. In English you say Sonderkommando. Sonderkommando, which, in its horrific terms, the Nazis referred to as the Special Forces. Special Forces was a euphemistic way of saying those Jews whose job was to escort their brothers and sisters into the gas chambers, whether it was to cut their hair, whether it was after the gas killed them, be it in Belzec and Treblinka, be it in Sobibor, it was carbon monoxide poisoning, or in Auschwitz and in Majdanek, it was using Zyklon B, and pulled out the corpses out of the gas chambers. In the case of Auschwitz, most of them were put into incinerators and they were burnt to death. In the case of Treblinka, Belzec, Sobibor, massive, massive pits these massive pits that they were initially buried in, and then eventually they were taken out and burnt to death. And this was the fate of a large percentage of European Jewry. Now, what's unique about the Sonderkommando, and we'll talk about this in a minute, is that they are the witnesses. And the Nazis in places like Auschwitz would get rid of them every 90 days, because the worst thing that could happen is that there should be an eyewitness to the death of our nation, to the annihilation of our people. And the Sonderkommando knew that. They knew that their time was very, very limited on earth. But somehow, through providence, there are a number of Sonderkommando who actually survived. And they're the ones who have borne witness to the greatest atrocity in human history. They're the ones who are the most significant, crucial witnesses. And we're going to talk about their story. Their story is not an easy one, because after they lived the life they led, just the ability to continue and to go on afterwards, to say that it was impossible, is an understatement. And here's where I want to start. I want to start with the story of a young man who was a Polish boy who ended up in the Sonderkommando. Now, he could not even tell his wife what he experienced. He never told his children. Almost no one in our congregation knew it. I only found out about it from one person who knew, who he had alluded to certain phenomena. This man had lost everyone in Poland. His wife had lost all of her family in Hungary. And like many, we refer to them as Hitler's shidduchen. These were set up as a function of the Shoah. There's no way that a Polish Jew would have married a Hungarian Jew. It's just culturally different language, different values. But after the war, they were all alone in a DP camp. And they married. And they had 2 daughters, wonderful daughters. They had a wonderful family. He settles in Beverly Hills. And he actually he's a tradesman. And from being a tradesman, he goes to become a builder. And he spent his life in construction. And he worked very hard. Family led a Jewish life. His focus was really his work. And no one knew his story. Very humble, very quiet, very soft-spoken. When he finally could no longer work, he hit a point, in his late 70s where he had to retire. That's where everything changed. I used to go visit him, and he sat there just starry-eyed, glaring into space. And they brought him to neurologists, they brought him to psychologists, they brought him to internists. They had some of the finest medical care that LA could provide. And no one could explain what was wrong with him. No one could explain what happened to him. Why? They tried getting him a puppy. They would bring over the great-grandchildren. He just sat there. You get a couple of words out of him. And this went on for a number of years till he died. But literally, his life shut down. He shut down because when he stopped working and we had time to think about it, all of the ghosts, all of the trauma, it came back. And what a tragic, I used to sit with him. What a tragic, tragic figure. He was one of the Sonderkommando. Who were they? We said they observed it directly. They were the first-hand witnesses. And only a few of them survived. One survivor of Belzec. 600,000 Jews were killed in Belzec. 99.5% of them were Galician Jewry. Western Galicia, Krakow, Auschwitz, that communities. Central Galicia, Tarnów, Eastern Galicia, Lvov, Tarnopol. They were all murdered and annihilated in Belzec. And we had one survivor testimony, Rudolf Redder, that we'll hear from and we'll discuss a little later. One from Sobibor. I believe there were only 18 survivors of all of Sobibor. but one that could tell his story. Tuvia Blatt, when he came and settled in America, was a young man from the town of Ishbitza. In Polish, we say in Yiddish, Ishbitz, but I think Ishbitza in Polish. And his story, and the story of Sobibor. We have a few that survived Treblinka. We're going to quote Avram Bamba, known as the Barber of Treblinka, one of the famous witnesses that Claude Lanzmann interviewed in Shoah. And if you go on YouTube, there's a 4.5-hour interview of him, his survivor testimony. The story of Panari Forest outside of Vilna, where when the Russians controlled Lithuania, they had these massive pits where they stored fuel or petroleum in. And they were used there to murder tens of thousands of Jews from Vilna, from the counties surrounding Vilna, and only a few survivors. The SDKM, the Sonderkommando unit, which was known as SDKM 1005. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the Gestapo, he met with them. And the date was October 4th, 1943. Where did they meet? In the city of Posen. Poznan in Polish or Posen in German. Many of you know Rabbi Akiva Eger was the Rav in Posen. And he said to them the following, and this was after the annihilation of over 3 million. They had annihilated all of Polish Jewry. It took them less than 18 months. They started the annihilation in March of 1942, and already by October of 1943, with the exception of a few people working in the ghetto in Lodz, in the factories where they had the textile factories, everyone else in Poland had been annihilated. And he said the following, "This is a glorious page in our history, but it never has been or never will be written down." Himmler said that to the SS as they celebrated the annihilation of the largest block of European Jewry. It never was told, it was never written down, but it was. God ensured that there would be a few survivors. There would be a few members of the Sonderkommando that would tell the world, that would tell history this story. Auschwitz, and that in itself is a fascinating story. When the Russians were coming to liberate Auschwitz, many of the Sonderkommando slipped out and they went into other barracks. And when the SS, before starting the death march, leaving Auschwitz, heading in a westerly direction to avoid the Russians from liberating Auschwitz, they said, "Is there anyone? We're just looking for the members of the Sonderkommando. Anyone from the Sonderkommando?" No one came forward because they would have all been annihilated. Like their predecessors, they would have been wiped out. And these members of the Sonderkommando, there weren't many, but unlike Belzec, where there was one, we had a few more. You could count them maybe on 3 hands. And they survived. And in a book called We Wept Without Tears by Gideon Greif, this was published by Yale University Press, we actually have 7 or 8 of them, their testimony, and including the brother of Darius Gabai, Yehoshua Gabai, who settled in Ashdod in Israel and lived the rest of his life there. How did they describe themselves? They literally shut down emotionally, as we said. They called themselves, we were robots. We lost all feeling. I had no more feelings. I couldn't cry. I was not a human. I couldn't feel. I couldn't think. I was a robot. Now, there were a couple from Greece, and Yehoshua Gabai was one of them. They actually had a little different response, and they actually could feel, could speak about it. But the large majority, these were all quotes. What did they do? They pulled out of the corpses of many times their family members, their townspeople. They're the ones who pulled out the gold teeth. There were dentists amongst the Sonderkommando. They searched the cavities anal orifices, genital orifices, ears. They searched for diamonds, for rings, for money. They, of course, giving it to the SS. They dragged and they burnt the corpses of their fellow Jews. They're the ones who had to stoke the bodies. The bodies were burning. Imagine stoking wood in a fire in a barbecue. They had to do that. They had to scoop and scatter the ashes in Auschwitz into the Vistula River. The Sonderkommando, as we said, were the most vulnerable and the most wanted by the Nazis because they were the first-hand eyewitnesses that could bear witness to the world. The Sonderkommando knew that once the transports would stop coming, whether it was to Belzec, to Sobibor, to Treblinka, whether it was the burning of the bodies in Panari or Ramula outside of Riga, Latvia, once that happened, once the burning of the masses of corpses, of the tens of thousands of corpses, they too would be killed. And there was a revolt of them in Treblinka, and there was a revolt in Sobibor. And the reason that it happened when it happened is because at that point there was no one left to kill in Poland, so Treblinka shut down. There was no one left to kill in Sobibor in Poland, so Sobibor shut down. And their job was, Heinrich Himmler came and said that all remains have to be removed. We have to eradicate. There can never ever be a trace. No one can know that this place existed. They took down everything. They took down the whole camp. And as they were finishing the burning of the bodies, they knew that they would be the last ones killed. That's when these revolts took place. And that's why in Auschwitz, there was a revolt in 2 of the 4 gas chambers in Birkenau. There was a gas chamber that was not being used in Auschwitz I. There were 4 that were being used in Birkenau, which is Auschwitz II. 2 of them, there was a revolt. When did it take place? October of 1944. When there was no one left to kill anymore because Hungarian Jewry had all been deported. And they said, armed resistance was never a decision to live, but it was a statement of how one was going to die because they had no chance of surviving. What was religious life like? Well, Rudolf Reder, who we'll speak about, was the only survivor of Belzec. There were actually 2 survivors of Belzec. Of 600,000 Jews, only 2 survived. Chaim Hirschman, who the day that he was going to testify in a Polish court was murdered by Polish Catholics. The only survivor was Rudolf Reder. And all that we know, and I'm going to speak about Belzec, is what we know from Rudolf Reder and what we know from a former Nazi chemist, a man by the name of Kurt Gerstein, and we'll read Kurt Gerstein's testimony. Kurt Gerstein's testimony, of which we'll discuss later, is in a book published by SUNY Press called Writings in Witness. It's a book, all of the books that I'm showing you, I recommend that you get. Reder writes, we had a minyan. We got up very early in the morning. We were slave laborers, and before roll call, we davened in a minyan in Belzec. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur of 1944 in Auschwitz. What happened? The Jews, what would you take if you were being shipped away from everything you ever had, everything you ever were? You only were allowed to take a suitcase and the clothing you could put on you. What would you take? What would you take? Certain precious pictures. If a family had a Sefer Torah, you'd take a Sefer Torah. A siddur, a machzor, tefillin. What would you take? Precious diamonds or gold, because you think you would need that for food. So the Sonderkommando in Auschwitz, when people would hang up their coats as they were getting dressed naked to go and to be deloused, quote unquote, meaning to be gassed to death, to be showered, quote unquote. From the pockets of these coats and jackets, they picked up siddurim, machzorim, a shofar. In the suitcases in the Canada bunk, there were Sifrei Torah. There were Leichter, Shabbos candles, women. And they actually had a minyan, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur. Where were they barracked? Where were they housed? Not in the, as many of you have been to Auschwitz have seen, the bunks. They were separated. They were quarantined, isolated from all of the other slave laborers. They slept on top of the crematoria. They slept on top of the crematoria. They didn't wear the same clothing as other inmates. Their caloric intake was better because people had food in their pockets. And the Nazis, they would kill them on the spot if they ever took diamond or gold, or they would take anything precious. The Nazis didn't care if they had a sitter. The SS didn't care if they had a machzor. The SS didn't care if they had food. Because these are the people who lived and functioned amongst the dead. They were different than anyone else. And they had a minyan. There were 2 Sifrei Torah they had in the Sonderkommando in Auschwitz. You know, they had 12-hour shifts. So the shift that worked during the day, in 1944, they davened Kol Nidrei and Mariv. In the shift that worked at night, they davened during the day, and they actually said Yizkor for the Kedoshim. There was a Pesach Seder. Where did they bake matzahs? They took flour they got flour from the kitchen, and they baked matzahs in the same crematoria that their fellow Jews were murdered and incinerated in. But they had matzahs. Can you imagine retelling the story of Yetzias Mitzrayim, of our liberation from Mitzrayim? Where? In the crematoria? I want to share with you the story of Sam Itzkovitz. Sam Itzkovitz comes to Birkenau as an 18-year-old boy, Polish Jew, in 1942. He was chosen to work in the crematoria. No one ever volunteered for that job. You were chosen for that job. And he said he contemplated suicide, as did all other members. Many times he wished he could kill himself, just run and throw himself on the electrocute himself on the barbed wire, on the electrocuted barbed wire. He says, let me tell you something, death was easier than life. The Germans would tell the Jews, you're coming into the shower, you're coming to be disinfected, and after that, you'll be sent to work. There were signs written in German, written in French, written in Yiddish and in Italian. Jews were told, hang all your clothing and belongings on a hook, and please remember the number. Numbers were set up by each hook in the undressing room in Auschwitz. And that's how they would dupe the people. They would say, please remember your number, because after your shower, you're going to take your belongings with you. And they would tell them, make sure to take the strings and to tie up your shoes and put it on the hook with your clothing. The SS man would arrive in a Red Cross van, and he would drop the Zyklon B in the holes in the roof of the gas chamber. An SS doctor would inspect that everyone was dead, and he would declare in German, everything is finished. 16 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, at the Eichmann trial, when the government of Israel paid whoever Eichmann would choose for his defense attorney, who did he choose? Robert Servatius. Servatius was the famous German defense attorney at the Nuremberg trials. And he led a team that tried to defend Auschwitz. And in the trial, he referred to the murder of 1.2 million Jews in Auschwitz as he used medical terms. So the Israeli judges, all of whom were fluent in German, they stopped the proceedings at the Eichmann trial. He said, excuse me, these were acts of murder. These were acts of genocide and mass killing. How can you use how can you use medical terms? So Servatius responded, listen, since it was carried out by doctors, these were medical operations, which just shocked everyone at the trial that he could speak that way. David Novoseller, he remembers carrying elderly bodies after they were gassed. And he says, carrying these elderly bodies and putting them into the crematoria. He says, I felt that I was cremating my mother I felt that I was cremating my grandmother. I wanted to jump into the flames and I wanted to be burnt with them. Philip Muller, and this is a very, very important survivor. This is a book, a translation into English of his book. It's called Eyewitness Auschwitz. Philip Muller was one of the key witnesses in Claude Lanzmann's Shoah. Why is he significant? Because Philip Muller was probably, of all those who survived the Sonderkommando, he was in the Sonderkommando the longest of anyone, already from late 1941. And he says the following, and you can watch him tell this story. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to commit suicide. And he goes into the gas chamber. He's the only one with clothing on. Everyone else is naked. And there's two young naked Jewish women. And they said to him, "You can't. You have to survive. Someone has to tell the world our story. Someone has to let the world know that we lived, that we existed." And these young women, what little strength they had come from a transport. They'd been on cattle cars for 2 days. They physically took him and they pushed him, tried to push him out the door. He gets out the door and the Germans see that he had tried to be in there. And they start, "Schweinhund!" And they start beating him. "We determine when you die, not you. We'll tell you when you die." And they beat him. And his destiny would have it, Philip Muller survived Auschwitz. He survived the Sonderkommando. Yaakov Silverberg, he was a religious Jew. And he wanted to run to the electric fence. But one of the people there who did not make it, did not survive, he was the Dayan of Makov. And he says, as a Rav, as a Talmud, "I'm telling you, God will determine when you die. You cannot take your own life. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. This may be harder than any other mitzvah, to keep living and not to run into the fence." And he didn't. And this Yaakov Silverberg survived. The Dayan, of course, was killed. Eliezer Eisenschmidt, he described that there was a trainload that brought an entire community. An entire community was annihilated. He saw who the Rav was. He asked, "Where's the Rav?" And he went to the Rav as they were in the changing room. And he whispered to him, had he been heard by the SS, he would have been killed. He says, "Say Vidoy with your Kehila. When you go in there, those are not showers. Please say Vidoy and say the Shema with your Kehila." And as they went in, as they were saying the Shema, as they were following after their Rav, saying their last confession, he stood there, he watched it, and he lived to testify. Some Jews, they said nothing at all. Some Jews, they held their children for the very last time. Some said Vidoy, some said Shema. Some couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe they were going to die. How could this civilized country, Deutschland, the place of Goethe, of Schiller, how could the Germans do such a thing? They couldn't believe it. How could they do this to innocent men, women, and children? Sam Itzkovitz, he says, "I lost my amunah. I lost my faith. When I saw what the Germans did to all of these children. I can't understand, why were these children, why were they born to be slaughtered like this? What did they do wrong? How come they have to suffer?" Itzkovitz described the scene. Now from his testimony, that scene was taken and it was changed around a bit, but it was a major scene in a movie by the name of Son of Saul. If any of you have seen that Holocaust film. And Itzkovitz described that there was a religious Jewish man who was a member of the Sonderkommando. And they would take the dead bodies of their brothers and sisters, of their fellow Jews, And then they put them up to the gas chamber was down here, and above was the crematoria. And he says, this Jew, he would take every body of a dead child, and he didn't just put it onto the fire. He would say the Kaddish. Yiskadal v'yiskadash shemei Rabbah. B'hama divra. He would recite the Kaddish. And after saying the Kaddish over the corpse of this little child, he kissed the child. And then like he's laying down, imagine laying a child in a crib. He laid the child into the crematoria. And he did this for thousands of Jewish children who had been murdered by the Nazis. Itzkowitz described the flames. He said, the flames, the image he can never get out of his mind is the skin peeling off of their body and the stench of burning flesh and the horrific scene of watching the incineration of people from communities that he knew, watching country by country European Jewry being murdered. Rudolf Reder, the lone survivor that we have from Belzec. He was born in 1881. He was a chemist. He owned a soap factory in Lvov. Now, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire controlled Galicia, it was known as Lemberg, right? Rabbi Yitzhak Shmelkes was the Rav there, the Beis Yitzhak, famous Jewish community. After World War I, and when it became Poland again, Lvov. Today it's called Lviv. Lviv, it's part of the Ukraine. But at that time, it was part of Poland, Eastern Galicia. And he had a daughter who was a doctor in the Jewish hospital. What was known as the Gross Aktion. An action was when like in English, it's an action, was when the Germans would round up large number of Jews and ship them off. So the Gross Aktion of August 16th, 1942, it brought Rudolf Reder to Belzec. Initially, he was one who was digging the mass graves where they would put the corpses in. Okay? There was a time he was a Mason. He became a member of the Sonderkommando. Whatever the SS told him, he did. Now, Reder was with two SS men who actually, they brought him with them because he was at that time functioning as a Mason, back to Lvov to get supplies. They needed supplies for the camp, for the lager. So three Polish women, they start flirting with these SS men. You know, SS had very beautiful uniforms. It wasn't just like a Wehrmacht uniform. They were the elite. You know, every SS man, they had church records that he was a purebred German. Every SS man had a tattoo on his body of his blood type because they would never do a blood transfusion from someone who wasn't a pure German into an SS man. So these three Polish women, they started flirting with them. And as they're flirting, he said to himself, you know, I'm going to die anyways. Why not try it? And he runs. While they're schmoozing with the girls, he flees. He runs away and he escapes. He goes back to a former employee, a Polish Catholic person who was an employee of his, who hides him, and he's in hiding until 1944, until the Soviet army liberates Lvov. Now, after the war, he moved to Krakow. And he lived there almost till the end of the 1940s. But as you know, the famous pogrom in Krakow, and there's a pogrom in Kielce, no Jew could stay in Poland. And he leaves in 1950. He first moves to Israel. It was very hard. Many survivors couldn't make a living, couldn't earn a living it was a fledgling state at that time. And because he couldn't make a living, he got a visa and he settled in Canada. What's very strange and what's a mystery to all of us, this extremely important person, because he was the only survivor of Belzec, we don't know the date and we don't know the place of where he died. His death is unknown to us. But his testimony that was given in a Polish courtroom in 1946, like many of the early testimonies, it's much less restrained and it's much more powerful than the more sanitized testimonies that we have in the Spielberg tapes of the 90s. His testimony relives the experience. It's raw, it's powerful. It was given in his original language in Polish. And it's not, quote unquote, a preferred narrative that has been given or said many times. I want to read a couple of paragraphs of Redder. This is from page 118 of the translation. Describing being shipped to Belzec. We rode on. No one said a word. We were aware that we were headed for death, that nothing could save us. Apathetic, not a single moan. We were all thinking one thing, how to escape. But there was no way. The freight car we were riding in, it was brand new. The window so narrow that I couldn't have squeezed through it. It must have been possible to pry the doors of other cars open because we heard shots fired at people trying to escape. No one said anything to anybody. No one comforted the women who were crying. No one stopped the children from sobbing. We all knew. We were on our way to a certain and horrible death. We wished it was already over. Maybe someone escaped, I don't know. Escape could only be attempted from the train. Several dozen SS men opened the cars upon our arrival, screaming, "Los! Los!" They drove people out of the cars with whips and rifle butts. The cars had doors a meter above the ground, and all those being herded out, young and old, had to jump. They broke arms and legs during this, having to jump to the ground. Children hurt themselves. Everyone fell, dirty, exhausted, and terrified. Aside from the SS, the so-called Zugführers were on duty. Who are the Zugführers? These were the Ukrainian guards. These were the supervisors of the permanent Jewish death crew in the camp. They dressed normally without camp insignia. The sick, the old, and the small children, all the ones who could not walk on their own, were placed on stretchers and set down at the edge of enormous dug graves. The Gestapo man, Ehrmann, he shot them there, and then he would push them into the grave with his rifle butt. The same Ehrmann, a specialist in finishing off old people and small children, a tall Gestapo man, a handsome dark-haired man with a normal facial expression, he lived like the others in Belzec, next to the station, in a little house, all by himself, and like the others, with no family or women. I'd like you to read, I want to read a significant piece of Redder describing in his testimony Belzec. I was in the camp from August until the end of November 1942. This was a period of the mass suffocation of Jews. A few of my companions in misfortune, the few who had managed to be there longer, told me that most death transports were in this period. They arrived every day without a single day's break, usually 3 times a day, with 50 cars in every train. Can you imagine that? 50 cars of Jews in every train. And every car had 100 people in it. When transports arrived at night, the victims of Belzec waited in the closed cars until 6 in the morning. On average, 10,000 people a day were put to death. 10,000 people a day. Sometimes the transports were even larger and more frequent. The Jews came from all over, and only Jews. There was never any other transport. Belzec served exclusively for killing Jews. The Jews were unloaded from the freight cars by the Germans and the Zugführers. A few steps further on in the yard, there were also Jewish workers present for the disrobing, and they asked in a whisper, "Where are you from?" They were answered in whispers, "From Lvov, from Krakow, from Zamosk, from Jaslo, from Tarnov, from Raisha," and so on. I saw this every day, 2 or 3 times a day. With every transport, it went the same as with mine. They were ordered to undress, the belongings were left in the yard. Ehrmann always gave his deceitful speech, and always the same one. People always cheered up at that moment. I saw the same spark of hope in their eyes, the hope that they were going to work. But an instant later, the little ones were torn away from the mothers. The old and the sick were thrown onto stretchers. Men and little girls were prodded with rifle butts further and further along the fenced-in path, leading straight to the chambers. And the naked women were steered just as brutally to the second barracks, where their hair was shaved off. I could tell precisely at which moment everyone understood what was awaiting them. And the terror, despair, cries, and horrible moans, they mingled with the notes of the orchestra. The men were driven in first with bayonets, stabbed as they ran into the gas chambers. The askars counted 750 into each chamber. By the time they filled all 6 gas chambers, the people in the first chamber had been suffering 2 hours already. Only when all 6 chambers were so tightly packed with people that it was difficult to close the doors, that's when the motor was started. The machine was a meter and a half by a meter. It was a motor and a wheel. The motor roared at longer intervals. It ran pretty fast, too fast to distinguish the spokes in the wheel. The machine ran for 20 minutes by the clock. They shut it down after 20 minutes. Right away, the doors of the chambers leading to the ramp were opened from the outside, and the corpses were thrown on the ground, making a huge mound of corpses several meters high. The askars took no precautions in opening the doors. We didn't smell any odor. I never saw any balloons of gas or any admixture being poured. All I saw were canisters of gasoline. 80 to 100 liters of gasoline were used each day. 2 askars ran the machine. But when the machine broke down, once they called me over, since they called me the Obenkunstschüler, the oven specialist. I took a look at it, and I saw glass pipes connected to other pipes, leading to each chamber. We believe that the machine either produced high pressure or created a vacuum, so that the gasoline produced carbon monoxide, which killed the people. The calling for help, the screams, the desperate wailing of people locked in and being smothered in the chambers, it lasted 10 to 15 minutes. Horribly loud. Later, the groans got quieter, and at the end, everything quieted. I heard the desperate screams and cries in different languages, because there were not only Polish Jews, there were also transports of foreign Jews. Among the foreign transports were mostly French Jews, but there were also a few Dutch, Greek, and Norwegians. I don't remember any transports of German Jews. Now, there were transports of German Jews. Many of my family was gassed to death. They were the very beginning, before he got there in August. The guinea pigs to make sure Belzec worked were German Jews who were transported from Würzburg through Lublin to Izbitz. In Polish, it says Izbica. That's where my family was killed. From Izbica, they were shipped and gassed in Belzec. There were, however, Czech Jews. They came in freight cars just like those of the Polish transports of Jews, but the Czech Jews had baggage, decently equipped and provisioned. Our transports were full of women and children. The transports of foreign Jews were largely male, and there were few children. The parents had obviously been able to leave them in the care of their countrymen and protect them from a cruel fate. The Jews from foreign countries arrived at Belzec totally unaware, certain that work was waiting for them. They were dressed like refined people and painstakingly outfitted for the journey. The behavior of the German thugs towards these people was the same as towards the Jews from other transports. And the system of murder was also the same. They died just as cruelly and despairingly. During my time at the camp, there may have been 100,000 foreign Jews, and they were all gassed. When the askars opened the sealed doors after 20 minutes of suffocation, the corpses were in a standing position, the faces as if asleep, not changed, not bluish. You had blood here and there from the stabs made by the askars' bayonets. The mouths were slightly open, the hands clenched and often pressed against the lung area. The one standing nearer tumbled out just like mannequins through the wide open doors. All the women were shaved before being murdered. They were herded into the barracks. The rest waited their turn outside, naked and barefoot, even in the winter, even in the snow. Tears and despair seized the women. This is when the shouting and the laments began. The mothers pressed the children to themselves. They went out of their minds. My heart broke every time. I couldn't stand that sight. The group of shaven women was driven further on, and others stepped over the different colored hair that covered the whole floor of the barracks like a plush, deep carpet. When all the women from the transport had been shaved, 4 workers used brooms made of linden to sweep and gather all the hair into one big multicolored pile as high as half the room. They loaded the hair into jute jugs with their hands, and they turned it over to the storehouse. The storehouse for the hair, underwear, and clothing of the gas chamber victims was located in a small separate barracks, maybe 7 by 8 meters. Belongings and hair were collected there for 10 days, and after 10 days, the sacks of hair and sacks of clothes were packed separately. Then a freight train arrived and carried this loot away. People who worked in the office said that the hair was shipped to Budapest. One Sudeten Jew in particular, a lawyer named Schreiber who worked in the office, provided this information. He was a decent man. Ehrman had promised to take him along when he went on vacation. One time Ehrman went on a short holiday. I heard Schreiber ask him, Nachman, Sie mich mit? But Ehrman answered, Noch nicht. Will you take me along? Not yet. Ehrman deceived him this way, and Schreiber surely died like all the others. He himself told me that a whole freight car of sacks of hair was shipped out every few days, addressed to Budapest. Besides the hair, the Germans shipped out whole baskets of gold teeth. On the way from the gas chambers to the graves, and thus along several hundred meters, stood several dentists with pincers. They stopped each of the workers dragging corpses, opened the mouth of the cadaver, looked into it, and pulled out the gold. And then they threw it into a basket. There were 8 dentists. Most of them were young, picked out of transports to perform this work. I got to know one of them better. His name was Zucker, and he came from Rzeszów. The dentists had their own little barracks together with the doctor and the pharmacist. At sundown, they carried the baskets full of gold teeth to their barracks, where they separated the gold out and melted it down into bars. A Gestapo officer, Schmidt, guarded them and beat them when the work went too slow. Each transport had to be done in 2 hours. The teeth were melted into bars 1 centimeter thick, half a centimeter wide, and 20 centimeters long. Valuables, money, and dollars were taken out of the storehouse each day. The SS men collected it themselves and put it into suitcases, which workers carried to Belzec to the headquarters. A Gestapo officer went first, with Jewish workers carrying the suitcases. It was not far, only a 20-minute walk to the Belzec station. The camp in Belzec, that is the torture chamber in Belzec, was under this headquarters. Jews working in administration said that the whole shipment of gold, valuables, and money was sent to Lublin, where the main headquarters was, with authority over the Belzec headquarters. There was a terrible, vicious SS man who was a thief and a crook. His name was Odilio Globachnik. Odilio Globachnik was based out of Lublin, and I'm sure that's where this went to him. There were 10 workers there who had to unstitch every piece of clothing very carefully under the supervision and the whips of the SS, who between themselves divided up the money found in the clothing. Special SS men were assigned to this supervision, and always the same ones. The Jewish workers sorting and unstitching the clothing couldn't misappropriate anything and didn't want to. What good were money or valuables to us? We could not buy anything, and we had no hope of staying alive. None of us believed in miracles. Every worker was searched very carefully, but we often walked around on scattered dollars that hadn't been noticed. We didn't even reach down for them. It was pointless and did us no good. Once a shoemaker deliberately and openly pocketed $5. He and his son were both shot. He went to his death happily. He just wanted to get it over with. Death was certain, and what was the point of going on suffering? The dollars in Belzec helped us. They helped us to die easier. I want to read a few pages of testimony from the Barber of Treblinka. This book, Shoah, is a transcription. You know, Recently, Claude Lanzmann just died last year, but about 5 years ago, Claude Lanzmann sold the outtakes to Yad Vashem and to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. This is a transcription of the 9.5 hours of Shoah. And I'd like just to read a couple of pages. The man's name is Avram Bamba. He comes from Częstochowa. Częstochowa is a famous Polish city. Avraham, this is Lanzmann speaking, he's interviewing him. Can you tell me, how did it happen? How were you chosen? There came an order from the Germans to take out the barbers they could get. They need them for a certain job. The job they were needed for, we didn't know at that time, but we were gathered as many barbers as we could. How long did it happen after your arrival in Treblinka? This was about 4 weeks after I was in Treblinka. When was it? In the morning? Yes, it was in the morning around 10 o'clock when a transport came to Treblinka and the women went into the gas chambers. They chose some people from the working people over there and they asked who was a barber, who was not a barber. I was a barber for quite a number of years and some of them knew me, people from Częstochowa and other places. So naturally they chose me and I selected some more barbers who I knew and we got together. Professional barbers? Yes. We got working and were waiting for the order. And the order came to go with them, with the Germans. They took us into the gas chamber to the second part of the camp in Treblinka. Was it far from the first part? No, not too far. But it was all covered with gates, with barbed wire, and trees covering the gates, so no one should see there is a gate or a place going into the gas chamber. Is this what the Germans called the Schlauch, the funnel? No, the Germans called this the road to heaven, the Shar HaShamayim. Himmelweg, in German it's called Himmelweg. Yes, Himmelweg, the road to heaven. And we knew about it because we worked for quite a time before going to work in the gas chamber. Going in over there, they put in some benches where the woman could sit and not get the idea that this is their last way or the last time they're going to live or breathe or know what is going on. How long did the barbers cut the hair inside the gas chamber? As that was not always the case. We worked inside the gas chamber for about a week or 10 days. After that, they decided that we should cut the hair in an undressing barrack. How did it look, the gas chamber? Meaning, how many people, survivors, had ever been in the gas chamber? And remember, with the exception of Auschwitz, no, even including Auschwitz, the gas chambers had all been destroyed. There were no remnants in Belzec, no remnants in Treblinka, no remnants in Sobibor. In Auschwitz, there was remnants. So he describes, it was not a big room. It was around 12 feet by 12 feet. But in that room, they pushed in a lot of women, almost one on top of another. But like I mentioned before, when we came in, we didn't know what we were going to do. And then one of the capos came in and said, barbers, you have a job to do, to make all those women coming in believe that they are just getting a haircut and they're going to take a shower. And from there, they go out of this place. That was our job, to make them feel that way. We know already that there is no way of going out of this room because this room was the last place they went in alive and they will never come out alive again. So Claude asks him, can you describe precisely? Describe precisely. We were waiting there until the transport came in. Women with children pushed into that place. We, the barbers, started to cut their hair. And some of them, I would say all of them, some of them knew already what was going to happen to them. We tried to do the best we could, the most human we could. Excuse me, he asks, how did it happen when the women came into the gas chamber? Were you yourself already there, or did you come afterwards? I said we were already in the gas chamber, waiting over there for the transport to come in. So you were inside, yes, inside the gas chamber. And suddenly you saw the women coming in? Yes, they came in. How were they? They were undressed. They were naked, without clothes, without anything else. Completely naked? Completely naked. All the women and the children. The children too? The children as well. Because they came from the undressing barrack. The barrack before going into the gas chamber where they had undressed themselves. He asked, where did you feel, what did you feel the first time you saw all those naked women coming? I felt that accordingly, I have to do what they told me. to cut their hair in a way that it looked like the barber was doing his job for a woman, and I set out to give them both, to take off as much hair as I could, because they needed the women's hair to be transported to Germany. So that means you did not shave the women. No, we didn't. We just cut their hair and made them believe they were getting a nice haircut. There were no mirrors. No, there were no mirrors. There were just benches. Not chairs, just benches where we worked. About 16 or 17 barbers, and we had a lot of women in. Every haircut took about 2 minutes. No more than that, because there were a lot of women to come in and get rid of their hair. So you asked him how he did it. Let me just keep going. You cut the hair of how many women in one batch? In one batch, there was about, I would say, going into that place, between 60 and 70 women in the same room at one time. And afterwards, the doors of the gas chamber at Treblinka, they were closed? No. After we were finished with this party, another party came in, and there were in total about 140 to 150 women. They were all already taken care of, and they told us to leave the gas chamber for a few minutes, about 5 minutes, when they put in the gas and choked them to death. Where did you wait? Outside the gas chamber and on the other side. On this side, the women went in, and on the other side, where we were, was a group of working people who took out the dead bodies. Some of them were not exactly dead. They took them out, and in 2 minutes, and in 1 minute, everything was clear. It was clean to take in the other party of women and do the same thing they did to the first one. Tell me, these women, they had long hair? Most of them had long hair. Some had short hair. What we had to do was chop off the hair, like I mentioned. The Germans needed the hair for their purposes. But Landsman says, but I asked you, and you didn't answer. What was your impression the first time you saw these naked women arriving with children? What did you feel? I tell you something. To have a feeling about that, it was very hard to feel anything, because working there day and night between dead people, between bodies, your feeling disappeared. You were dead. You had no feeling at all. As a matter of fact, I want to tell you something that happened at the gas chamber. When I was chosen to work there as a barber, some of the women that came in on a transport, they came from my hometown, from Czestochowa. I knew a lot of them. I knew them. I lived with them in the same town. I lived with them on the same street. And some of them were my friends. And when they saw me, they started saying, Abe, Abe this, Abe that. What's going to happen to us? What could you tell them? What could you tell? A friend of mine worked as a barber. He was a good barber in my hometown. When his wife and his sister came into the gas chamber, he starts crying. Go on, Abe. Abe, you must go on. You have to. No, you have to understand. Avram Bamba, and you'll see, was a strong man, was a big man. I can't. I can't. It's too horrible. Please. Landsman says, we have to. You have to tell us. I won't be able to do it. You have to, Abe. I know it's very hard. I know, and I apologize. Don't make me. Don't make me tell this. Please, we must go on. I told you today is going to be very hard. They were taking that in bags and transporting it to Germany. Oh, hey, go ahead, Abe. Please tell. What did he answer his wife? What did he say to his sister? They tried to talk to him. They could not tell, he could not tell them that this was the last time they were alive. Because standing behind us were German Nazis, were the SS men. And we knew if we said a word, not only his wife, not only the other women would be dead, but we would be dead. But in a way, they tried to do the best for them. They waited a second longer, a few seconds longer, a minute longer, just to hug them, just to kiss them, because they knew they would never see them again. What I'm not going to read, because it's way too horrific, is the testimony of Kurt Gerstein. Those who want to, it's pages 199 to page 202 from a book by the name of Writings in Witness. Okay? Who is Kurt Gerstein? In Germany, he was anti-Nazi. He was a scientist. But like many others, he was forced, if he wanted to live, to work for what the government told him to do. So the Germans had him working on, of all things, in a chemical plant, working on chemicals that would kill people quicker and in a more expeditious way than carbon monoxide. And they had him working on this. And Kurt wrote a testimony after the war. He is maybe the only survivor. Well, he didn't survive. We'll tell his story in a second. But he was maybe the only one who was taken and shown what happened in Belzec, in Sobibor, and in Treblinka by Christian Worth in August of 1942. Now understand, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, those were the three places geographically, specifically located for the annihilation of Polish Jewry. As we said, in 15, 16 months, they annihilated over 3 million Polish Jews. He was taken, Christian Worth was a terrible SS Obersturmführer. He was responsible for Operation Reinhard. Operation Reinhard are those 3 death camps where the goal was the annihilation of Polish Jewry, the largest block of Jewry in the world, okay? And Christian Worth took him to these camps. He, in this testimony, is incredible, because other than Rudolf Redder, it's all that we have, and it's very, very specific. I don't want to read it because it's very harsh, meaning it's graphic, but it's very, very specific. And he sent it to 3 places. He sent it to the papal nuncio in Berlin, he sent it to the Dutch underground, and he sent it to Sweden to alert and to notify the world about the annihilation and extermination of European Jewry. The Vatican has never acknowledged this in any communication. We don't know. Now that Pope Francis has opened up the Vatican archives, we started to have people going in and studying and doing work on the Vatican archives, but it was shut down with Corona. This is one of the key things that we're looking for. He says that he gave it to the papal nuncio in Berlin. Did the papal nuncio pass that on to the Vatican? Did he do nothing with it? We don't know. And that's one of the things we're looking for, because if they did, the Vatican knew very early, and they knew exactly what was happening from one of the most significant first-hand sources. Now, the tragedy of Kurt Gerstein, after the war, he was held because of his position with the chemical lab. He was a Nazi. They didn't realize that he wasn't a Nazi, that he was doing this as forced work. And by the way, when he describes Belzec, he says he wanted to be thrown in to the incineration with the people. He says, I was frozen. He says the rest of them were looking at this, so proud of what they were doing. I just prayed to my God and prayed to the God of the Jews and the Christians that he save these people. But he was imprisoned, and it was found out what he had done. They killed him. He was killed by other Nazi prisoners. He should have never been incarcerated with them. He should have never been incarcerated at all. And he was killed in 1945. But we have his testimony, which was one of the most important testimonies, something he wrote and sent out, of the whole Holocaust. The face and the persona of the survivor, who I described, referring to the congregant that we had in Beverly Hills. His face, just that glare, broken, almost soulless, staring out just staring out. That face haunts me till this day. The testimony of Philip Muller, and I ask of you to go to YouTube and see if you can Google it, or if not, to see it in Shoah. His testimony, describing being in the gas chamber and then being taken out, it haunts me to this day. What happened to Chaim Hirschman on his way to testify and being murdered, one of 2 survivors, and the only survivor of Belzhitz, his disappearance, not knowing how he died, where he died, that haunts me to this day. These men, whose innocence, whose youth and life were taken from them, they continued to live against all odds. They fought the ghosts that haunted them. They fought those ghosts the rest of their lives in order for one reason: that the world would have a first-hand witness to testify and to say Kaddish to the loss of over 1/3 of our nation, to the loss of 1.5 million children. These men bore the burden. They bore the burden of our nation. Please, God, that we never forget their sacrifice. We never forget their legacy. And that we, now that none of them are no longer alive, the last of them, Darius Gabay, as we said, was Nifter in March, we become their legacy. We serve as a living, as an eternal Masorah for their sacrifice. The greatest sacrifice that any human being has made in the history of our people, has made in the history of mankind, to live through what they lived and to try to the best of their ability to somehow, some way, testify, go forward and live. Heinrich Himmler said in Posen on October 4th, 1943, this is a glorious age. This is a glorious page in our history, but it never has been, and it never ever will be recorded. These unique individuals recorded that page for the annals of all of human history. That the Kedoshim will never be forgotten. That the Kedoshim will always be remembered. And that we commit ourselves to being their legacy, their future, to rebuilding a people, a broken people, to rebuilding that people, to rebuilding our world, to recreating our Masorah and our Torah. We will be their legacy, the legacy of the Kedoshim. But not only that, we will be the legacy of those rare individuals, the Sonderkommando. We're now going to turn to the 26th and the 27th Kina. The 26th Kina in the Masoras Harav, 26th Kina is on page 469. And this is a fascinating Kina because it creates, it's an image, it's a mashal, it's an analogy. Not meant to be taken literally, but it's an idea. As you know, Yirmiyahu, who the Babylonians literally wanted to take in a golden carriage, because he was the guy who all the years was saying, don't revolt against Babylon. Don't revolt against King Nebuchadnezzar. Your problem are not the Babylonians. You know what your problem is? Our corruption, our flaws. Look in the mirror. The Babylonians are a symptom. And no one listened to him. In fact, as we said, they incarcerated Yirmiyahu, right? You don't like the symptom? It's like giving yourself, breaking your nose because it's running. A runny nose is not the cause of your problems. It's a bacterial. Address the bacterial infection. Take an antibiotic. Don't smash your nose. But, they incarcerated the prophet. It wasn't their problem. The problem was their corruption. And he goes with the refugee community after the assassination of Gedaliah. He travels to Mitzrayim. He's not willing to come to Babylonia and lead the life of dignity and respect when his brothers and sisters, his flock, are in concentration camps. So he goes with the exile community to Egypt. My point being that this kina is an idea. It's based on a medrash. It didn't literally happen. And much of the conversation we're going to have to elaborate and explain. Az bahaloch Yirmiyahu el kivrei avos. After the Churban, Jeremiah goes to Hebron. He goes south to Hebron, to Kivrei Avos. V'nam, and he says, Atzamos chavivos, ma'atem shochvos. Precious bones, why are you lying there? Why are you not up crying, pleading with God? B'nechem galu v'techem charevos. Your children have been exiled, their homes are destroyed. Vayezechus, where's the chusavos, be'eres taluvos? In this land which is now a barren wilderness. Where is the chusavos? Im ka'adam avru bris. If they violated the covenant, ayezechus krusei bris. Where's the merit of those who God created the covenant with? Now, what's the point here? The point is the following. We have a Gemara in Masechta Shabbos. Tama zechus avos. The merits of the progenitors, that ceased. Okay? But what is not Tama? What has not ceased? Bris avos, the covenant. A covenant is a contract. A covenant is an eternal contract with two partners. Hashem does not abrogate his covenant. Unlike what was said against the Jews, unlike some of the theology of early Christianity, God does not violate the covenant. So the point being, there's no schus avos. The Jews have used that up, and nor should there be, because we're responsible. We have personal responsibility in our relationship with God. We have personal responsibility and communal responsibility. Okay? Now, what's bris avos? And what's the point of this? What we were blessed with is the life of Avram and Sarah and Yitzchak and Rivka, Yaakov, Rachel, Leah. And we have those as role models. And why do we have the analysis of our great Meforshim, the analysis of the Chachmei HaMasorah, the Chachmei HaMedrash, that we can learn and understand, how we should function, theologically, philosophically, how we should function in terms of welcoming in strangers, in terms of our midos. They're incredible role models. And we need to turn to them and act like we are their mamale makom, act like we are their continuity, that they're our role models. Not just use them, look, if I get a ticket and I go, my grandfather's best friends with the judge, so he gives me a pass. I have to act like my grandfather. I have to conduct myself that way. And that's the idea here. When Yirmiyahu goes and asks the Avos and Imos to plead on behalf of the nation, what's Yirmiyahu really doing? What's the point of the Kalir? We, the nation, have to go back to our roots. We, the nation, have to go back to our role models and function and live a life in line with the perfection of our role models. That's the idea. So the response, go kulam bekinim. They cry out in lamentation, al chesron banim, over the destruction of their descendants. Dovavu bekol tachanunim, not just kinim, but tachanun, petitions. Pinei shochein ma'onim, to confronting the one who resides in the heavens, meaning the master of the universe. Ayeh havtachas v'zacharti lehem bris rishonim. Where is the promise you gave? Now this is taken out of context. Zacharti lehem bris rishonim is from Bechukosai. It's referring to the generation that left Egypt, that made the covenant at Sinai. But here rishonim is alluding to what? To the Avos and Imos. Where Hashem is your covenant with them. So God responds, Ma e'esel lachem banai. What can I tell you, my children? Gzeirahi milfanai. There is something called justice. And this covenant has consequences for violating the covenant, for not abiding by the covenant. Heim heimiru chavodi betohu. Instead of leading a life of perfection, I gave them a system. They threw it away for garbage, for nonsense, for a life of meaninglessness. V'lo pachadu v'lo rahu. In their arrogance, there was no fear. I sent them prophets. They didn't respond. V'alim einai mehem. Should I conceal my eyes from that? V'lo shavu v'lo nahu. Hundreds of years they didn't return. Hundreds of years they didn't correct themselves. Ve'ech esapak ala miras lohu. How should I refrain? Were the basic foundations of our existence, of their existence. They said, there's no God, there's no this, there's no system, there's no consequence. How long do I go on and not respond to that? Im ka'adam avru bris, and we plead with Hashem. If it's a person who, the Jew has violated, the Jewish people have violated their covenant, but where is the zechus of the krusei bris? We keep asking that. And the whole point is, tama zechus avos. The only way the Jewish people can be worthy is by them fulfilling their part of the covenant. Za'ak Av Hamon Ba'avuram, the father of the multitude of nations. Of course, Avram Avinu, he cried out. V'chinein penei el Ram, and he pleaded with God Almighty on high. Chinam nuseisi eser bechinos avuram, for naught, for nothing, did I go through these 10 trials and tribulations. V'hein chazisi shivram, and what do I see for it? The destruction of my descendants. Vayeh havtachas al tira Avram. When you said to me, you showed me Jewish history in the Bris Bein Absarim, but you said, don't be afraid. Don't worry. Where is the al tira Avraham? And God responds, Ma e'aseh lachem banai. What can I tell you, my children? Gezerehi milfanai. This is the decree, meaning there are consequences to violating and not abiding by the covenant. Ta'olehi zaros ba'avoda zaros. They strayed. They engaged in the worst corruptions philosophically and theologically. Yatsu lachtzov, boros nishbaros. What did they dig? They dug wells that were broken, wells that were poisoned. Not wells of Torah, but wells of sewage. Ve'ech esapak al bitul aseres hadibros. The foundation of Yiddishkeit, Rabbeinu Sad Yagon, is that all the mitzvos are subcategories of these 10 macro categories, aseres hadibros. They violated all 10 foundations. Next paragraph. Ko tzavach Yitzchak. Yitzchak screams out, Penei shochen shochak, lashav bi tevach huchak. Was it for naught? Was it for nothing that I was willing to sacrifice my very life? Sacrifice that commitment to you, which hopefully was supposed to have an indelible impression in us, the descendants to have that kind of a commitment. And now, v'hein zari nishchak v'nimchak. What's happened to my progeny? Slaughtered, being annihilated. V'ayev tachas v'esbrisi akim es Yitzchak. Where is the promise that you said, I will establish a covenant with Yitzchak and his descendants? And again, ma'aseh lachem banai gezerehi milfanai. Maru b'yirmiyah. They rebelled against the prophet. V'timu har hamoria. We know from Yechezkel what would happen. Instead of them facing west, they would literally turn around, turn their back to the west, and in the morning they would face east and worship the sun. In the Beis HaMikdash they did this. Timu, they're metame har hamoria. The very place that you defined, that you consecrated through your actions, that Abraham consecrated through his actions, they were metame it. They defiled it. Nil esi niso ge'iyah. I'm tired of that, of their rebellion. Eich esapak al hariga Zechariah. What we just read in the 34th Kinnah. What they did on Yom Kippur. Murdering the Kohen Gadol, the Navi, on Yom Kippur to fell on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash. I should do nothing? I should ignore that. That's not the covenant we made. They are bound to live by that covenant. Sach yulad b'selef. This is referring to Yaakov. Demos kisonin zolef. Crying because, remember, Avraham is not only the progenitor of the Jews, he's the progenitor of Ishmael, of the Arab world. Yitzchak's not only progenitor of the Jews, he's the progenitor of Esav. And Esav's descendants, many of them established Rome. What happened, later in Roman history and with the split of the Roman history? That's the foundation of Christianity. So Islam in the Arab world, Christianity in the Roman world. But Yaakov, he is only the progenitor of the Jews. The Jews are his only children. And he's watching his children be destroyed. And he's gushing with tears. Zolef. Olalai asher tipachti be'elef, ech gazu mine bechelef. The very young that I yearned, that I nurtured into a nation. How can this happen? Ve'ech hafra mimeni damim bedamim kama elef. In the payment, thousands and thousands are being killed. Ma e'eseh lachem banai gezerahi milfanai. Patro eneman. So the trustworthy servant, Moshe Rabbeinu, pleaded and petitioned with God. Kafush be'efra meduman. Tzon asher bi'echeki ha'aman. The very flock that I nurtured in my bosom. What's that referring to? Moshe says to God, I can't bear this nation alone. You tell me to bear them, nurture them, bear their responsibilities. Lo chalavadi lases. You tell me, kasher yisaha omein esayonek. What is an omein? The way an omein nurse takes care of the nursing child. Now, to the best of my knowledge, men don't lactate. So what's an omein? There's an omenes. An omenes lactates. How does it work? When a baby wakes up, the mother's existence is totally dependent upon the child. So what happens in the middle of the night? The husband says to his wife, your baby's crying. Go get your baby. So she nurses the baby. She burps the baby. She diapers the baby. That's an omenes. That's a nursing mother. At this point, the baby's been burped. The baby's been fed. He's full stomach. He's clean diaper. Now the baby's crying. It's a cantankerous, obnoxious baby. She says, okay, Buster, now it's your turn. Because at this point, there's no nursing to do. There's no diapering to do. Now it's his turn. But you understand, it's acceptable for a baby to cry and be upset when they're hungry or when they have a dirty diaper. When they're all taken care of and they're upset, that's a cantankerous child. And that's the omen. That's when the father comes in. Now it's his turn. And Moshe says to the Rabbeinu Sha'olam, Moshe says to him, look, they complain about this, that you've provided them, we've provided them with an education, we've provided them with everything, and they're still cantankerous, and they're still complaining. I can't handle this. But he did. He bore this cantankerous nation. And he gave his life to this cantankerous nation. And that's why he has the right to plead on their behalf. And again, it's not that Moshe's pleading. In our religion, you only pray to God. The only source of power is God. No matter how righteous a human being is, someone who's in the grave, you're not praying to them. You go to their grave, some people do, for what purpose? To be a catalyst. For you to come in touch with your own mortality. There's a minhag on Tisha B'Av. There's a minhag, aseres yemei tshuva, to go to the cemetery. It's part of tshuva. It takes all the ego out of you when you know you're going to be maggot feed. And sooner than later, we are going to be maggot feed, all of us. That's our destiny. And what it does is it's a humbling phenomena. And that's why it says, if there's no Jewish cemetery, you should go to a Gentile cemetery. Because mortality is a phenomena of all human beings. But Yoshua ben Nun, he was not giving in to the peer pressure. He didn't make a detour from the Meraglim to go to Hebron. It says, Vayavo ad Hebron. Only singular, only Kalev did. Why did Kalev go to Hebron? Because he felt himself giving in to his peers. And by going to Ma'aras HaMachpelah, visiting the burial place of the Avos and Himos, he realized his role is to continue their legacy. His role is to bring about to fruition the promise that God made to them. Their sacrifice for this land, for this people, It was mechazik him, it strengthened him. He didn't pray to them. You only pray to God. When you go to a kever like that, you only pray to the Ribono Sh'olam. There's no intermediaries. It's not our religion. It's not a religion of intermediaries. There's only God. And that means my personal responsibility, your personal responsibility to perfect ourselves, to refine ourselves, and to have a real relationship with Hashem. So what does it mean? They're going to Avram, to Yitzhak, to Yaakov, going to Moshe. You're not asking, we don't even know where Moshe's buried. So they're not going to his grave to ask him to pray. What is the idea? The idea is, who was he? And what should we be? What did he teach us? What kind of a role model was he to us? And if our leaders act like him as a leader should, and as we as the flock take his teachings, he's Moshe Rabbeinu, our teacher, our mentor, our educator, that will enable us to do tshuva. Because we've rejected what he stood for. Because we haven't followed in his footsteps. And the same is true with the avos and imos. For that reason, we invoke them. We try to go back to our roots, back to our models, and recalibrate who we are. So Patz Roa Ne'aman, Kafush Be'ifer, what did he say? Ayeh Havtachas Kilo Alman. Where was the promise that you said this nation would never be an orphan nation? Kol B'chi Leah, Misofefes Alavaveha. Leah is crying, beating her chest. Rachel achosa mivakal baneh. She's crying over her children. Zilpa make paneh. Bilha mikonez b'shtei yadeha. We invoke the four imahos, because you know the 12 tribes came from not only Rachel and Leah, but from Bilha and Zilpa. And unlike the medrash that this is based upon in the Psichta, in the introductory medrash to Eicha, here we add up everyone. Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Moshe, and the four imahos. And if we turn to them as our role models, and we relate to God the way they related to Hashem, look at the last paragraph. Shuvu semimim limnuchaschem. What does God say? Come back. Return, precious ones, to your menucha, to Israel. Come back. Come back. Not only come back from a geographic point of view, but return to the lifestyle that you should have been, that you could have been leading, and you should have been leading. Malay amalei kol mishalosechem. If you sincerely do teshuvah, I will fulfill your requests. I will partner with you. If you function as a partner of the bris, I'll function. Shulachti bavel lemanchem. God says you should know one thing. I have been sent into Bavel on your account. What do you mean God sent himself? He never abandons us. There is consequences to our actions. Sometimes he has to break down the walls that we build around us so that we can mimamakim karasicha Hashem, min hametzar karasika, so that we come in touch with reality, that we change, we perfect ourselves. But God never abandons us. He doesn't. And he goes, Shchinta begalusa. The perceived presence of God is in the exile with the Jewish people. God is a refugee with us. Imo anochi v'tzara, as David HaMelech says in Psalm 91, in Kapitel Tzadi Aleph. Shulachti bavel lemanchem, hineni mishovev galus benechem. And behold, when you do tshuva, when you come in line with who and what you are, when you function like the role models that I gave you, then I will return you. Return you to your land, return you to your ancestral homeland, and you can play your role. So there's a nechama at the end, that God will never totally abandon us. He's in exile with us, and ultimately He will bring us back home. The 27th kina. This is also based on a medrash, a fascinating kina. Az bimalo seifek yofa ketirtza, hein erelam tza'aku chutza. Yirmiyahu sees, now this is the embodiment of the Jewish people, right? The Jewish, in Shir Shirim, right? We're the bride, we're the lover, and God is the groom, the other lover. It's a partnership. It's an intimate marriage. And where's the house that we build with Hashem? The house that we build with Hashem is the Beis HaMikdash. Why is it called the Beis Vad? Viud, the Kalir calls it. Moed, because that we have this intimate rendezvous where we come to know God, we come to learn His system, we come to perfect ourselves by conducting ourselves in a godlike manner and becoming educated and sensitive. But this gorgeous, gorgeous bride, as she's described in Shir Hashirim and other places, she looks like something out of a horror film. Are you a monster? Ugh! Can't look at you. Scary, horrific. But yet there's something in you that we can tell at one time you were so beautiful. What are you? Are you a demon? Are you a beautiful woman? Who are you? What are you? Yirmiyahu asks. This character that, so to speak, is the embodiment of the Jewish people. Ben Chilkiyahu mer Ammon kiyotza. Who's Ben Chilkiyahu? Yirmiyahu ben Chilkiyahu. When he came out of the Mikdash. Isha Yefas Tor Minuvelis Matzah. He found this, on the one hand, a beautiful woman who looks so disgusting. Gozrani alayich b'shem Elokim v'adam. I declare, in the name of God, in the name of humanity, Im sheidla sheidim ato livnei adam. What are you? Are you human? Are you some kind of demon? What are you? Demus yaf yech kebasar adam. On the one hand, you seem to have been so beautiful. But pachtech v'yarsech, I'm scared just looking at you. I tremble just looking at you. She responds, Hein lo sheidani, I'm no demon. V'lo golem pachas. I'm not some kind of creation, Hollywood monster creation, no. Yidua hayisi b'shuva v'nachas. There was a time in my history when I was so pleasant, when life was so good. Who am I? V'hein l'shaloshani, I am 3. U'l'shivim ve'echad, I am 71. V'l'shem asar, I am 12. V'shishim, I am 60. Ve'echad, and I am 1. What's 3 and 71 and 12 and 60 and 1? Zeh echad Avram haya. I am the legacy of the first human being who came to know God on his own, of our father, our progenitor. I am the continuity of Avraham. That's the one. Uben hashlosha avos shlishia. And who am I? What's the 3? The 3 couples. Our 3 generation of progenitors. Avram and Sarah, Yitzhak, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. Yaakov, Rachel, Leah. Chok shnei masar, hein shifteka. What does that mean? I'm 12? The 12 strands that created the nation. The shifteka. Each with its own unique dimension, but together creating this gorgeous tapestry. That's who I am. V'shishim, the Shishim Ribo. That's the nation in particular, not just the 12 tribes, but the individuals. In V'shivim Echad, Sanhedreka. In 71, that is the body that guides the nation. They are the best of the nation. The 71 greatest Talmidei Chachamim, the Sanhedrin HaGadol. They're the representative body of the nation. Tami hakshivi avasi tshuva. So Yirmiyahu says, please, return to your pristine self. Return and live a life in line with your nature. Yan heyosech kol kach chashuva. There was a time when you were so significant. Yafa lich be'eletz v'lismoch betova. V'lo likarei od bas hashoveva. Why do you have to be called the wayward one? Return. And she says, Ki eich esmach. How can I ever again attain happiness? Koli ma'arim. I can't even raise my voice. I'm so broken. Hein olalai nitnu biyad. Sometimes you're so numb. You're just so traumatized. You saw that, we talked about that in the 23rd Kinnah. Some of those survivors, they lost all fire in their system. They lost all the passion. Hein olalai nitnu biyad sarim. My children are under the control of oppressors. Laku nevi'ai. My prophets have been smitten. V'damam megurim. They've been slaughtered, killed. Galu melachai v'sarai v'choanai v'kolarim. The leadership. I don't even have mentors and leaders because our leaders have all been taken away. Those that weren't killed have been taken away in chains and shackles. Milon Mikdashi, the place of my Beis HaMikdash. Ba'avoni nadad. It's gone. God has abandoned, so to speak, the house because of my sins. Dodi me'az barach, right? Barach dodi. He has fled. My beloved has fled. Vayudad. No amali ba'al korchi shudad. In the pleasant place, that home where I, meaning the Jewish nation, where we had our rendezvous with our lover, with our partner, with God, it's been plundered. Rabasi am echa yashva b'dad. That city where the whole nation convened. Josephus would write, especially on Pesach, because if a man doesn't partake of Korban Pesach, he's chayiv kares. The whole nation, from the diaspora, from the north, the south, if need be, they would declare it an Ibor Shana. They would intercalate and create a leap year so they could prepare the highways. And everyone would come. Jerusalem was teeming with people. It was something that you felt like you were part of a nation. And that place with all of those people, desolate. It was like at the beginning of COVID. You went to places like a Times Square, or, our offices are around the corner from Wall Street. You go to Wall Street, the place is desolate. How could that be? Echa Yoshva. Rabasi am Echa Yoshva Badad. Socha Isha Lanavi Yirmiyahu. So she says to Yirmiyahu, Soch lelokecha ba'ad sora makasaniya. You pray to your God on my behalf, on behalf of the storm-tossed, afflicted one. See, what's the idea here? Sometimes, you're so broken, you can't help yourself. You need someone to help you. Look, that's what we ask people to daven for us. It only works if they internalize if it becomes their pain and their sorrow. But sometimes you need someone to internalize your pain and to daven on you, pray on your behalf. And that's what she asks Yirmiyahu. Until a point where God says, Dayenu, it's enough. Enough of the suffering, enough of the affliction. And he saves me. Saves me from the sword, saves me from the oppression. Pilel tachina lifnei kono. So Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah does, he davens. Malay rachamim, the one who is filled with compassion, he turns to God. Rachem ka'av al bano, have compassion like a parent to his child. Tza'ak. And what happened? Hashem cried out, Oy la'av shehegla nino. Woe to a parent who sends away a child from home. Can you imagine throwing a child out of the house? V'gam oy lebein, and woe to that child, shebeshulchan aveno, who no longer sits at his parents' table. What a tragedy. Kum lech Yirmiyah, lama sechasha. Yirmiyahu, get up. Do not be. Why are you silent? Lech karalavos. Go to the progenitors. Go to Aaron and Moshe. Roim yavo akina linase. Again, what does it mean that Yirmiyahu should go to them if he's representing the people? Meaning Yirmiyahu needs to teach the people to live a life in line with our roots, with our foundation. Ki ze'ev erev tarfu asaseh, because the wild wolves of the field have ripped apart the lamb. The lamb is always associated in the Bible with the Jewish people, with Am Yisrael. Shoeg haya Yirmiyahu Navi. Yirmiyahu doesn't just plead and cry. He roars. Al machpela noim kelavi. Tenu kol bivachi avos hatzvi. Please raise your voice and cry out. Ta'u b'neichem harehen b'shevi. Your descendants, look at what's become of them. Shameim mikdash mibli voy moed. The Beis HaMikdash is destroyed without anyone coming. Al ki yedidim nitnu lihimoed, because its friends, meaning God's friends, his people, they've fallen and faltered. Teshiveim kemeaz, please God, return them. Return them to the old glory days. Somech, support them. V'soed, provide for them, as you did in the past. Terachem Tzion, have compassion on Tzion is the Mikdash, and Yerushalayim. Remember, Yerushalayim as a city is not a city. Yerushalayim is a third mechitz of the Beis HaMikdash. That's why when we say Nachem, Tisha B'Av afternoon, we refer to Yerushalayim as Bezuya, despised, Chareva, destroyed, Shomema, desolate. What do you mean? Yerushalayim has more people today than it ever had. How can you call it Bezuya, Chareva, Shomema? It absolutely is. Yerushalayim is not a city. Yes, it's a city, but halachically, its status is the third mechitza of the Beis HaMikdash. There's the Azara, the courtyard. Harabayas is like Machane Shechina. And then the old city, Ir Atika, halachic Yerushalayim, that is Machane Yisrael. That's where we eat Meiser Sheni. That's where we can partake of Kodshim Kalim. That's where we are so that we can take Lulav and Esrog, Shivas Yamim. Usmachtem lifnei Hashem Elokechem, Shivas Yamim. It says in Parshas Emor. So Tzion. What do we say? Tirachem Tzion. Have compassion on Tzion. Kivot Moed. The time has come again for the people to come back. For God to come back to His people and His people to come back to Him. Very, very powerful kinna. We're going to turn now to say the kinna of the Bab of a Rebbe. Both in the Masoras Harav and in the Art Scroll Kinnos, it comes after the Kinnos, after the 46 Kinna. In the Masoras Harav, I have it on page 627. Here it's called the 48th Kinna. It's on page 627. You know Reb Shlomo Halberstam, the Bab of a Rebbe, who was nifter a number of years ago. He lived in Borough Park. He himself was a survivor. Lost his father, lost many members of his family. And he rebuilt his Hasidim. His Hasidim were rebuilt, Galician Hasidim, in Borough Park. Today there are different branches of Babav. He was asked to write a kinna by his Hasidim. And the way it was told to me by Rabbi Herbst, who was very close with him, he literally sat down, not very long, he sat down and wrote this up, and he gave it to his Hasidim to say. But the fact that he experienced this, he's not a third party. He's not describing something, he lived through it. Zichru na v'konenu kol Yisrael. Always remember and always be aware and conscious. And engage in lamentation, engage in kinos. All of the Jewish people. Kolchem yishama berama. Your voice should be heard on high in the heavens. Ki hishmida Germania samenu b'meizam hamilchama. Germans and their support, the Germans and their collaborators from Latvia, Estonia, from the Ukraine, from Lithuania, from Poland, and many other parts, from the Netherlands, from France, the Vichy government. The Slovakians, the Romanians, and the Arrow Cross, the Hungarians, all of the many, many supporters that he had in this, they destroyed, they annihilated our nation like never ever before in the annals of human history, and please God, never ever again. Bimisos mishunos achzarios. How many different forms of death, cruel, bitter, harsh forms of death. Berav v'tzama, first and foremost, they starved us to death. We were going on a caloric intake of 300 calories a day. Al tishkuchu b'chol hadoros, never may this ever be forgotten throughout history. Adei tizchu liros b'nechama, until the point when we finally are zocha and merit comfort and consolation. Tza'akosam uvechiosehem, the cries of our family, the shrieks of our family, the tears of our family. Tzavufim uskurim bekronim, they were crammed, and we're going to speak, we've spoken about this earlier, how they were crammed into cattle cars. Katzon latevach yuvalo. When sheep or cattle are being brought to the slaughter, they're treated better than our family. L'sreifa b'kivshonim. Our slaughter was literally to be gassed to death and to be burnt up. So there's no grave, no nothing to even visit. Kol shavam, the voice, the sound of their crying, Yizacher, may that always, Yizacher tamid, may it always be remembered before you. Lifnei shochin ma'onim. Bikaram Shema Yisrael, the last words on their lips, the Shema Yisrael. Masru nafsham la'adonei hadonim. As they sacrificed, as they gave their lives to the Master of Masters. Rashi Yeshivos v'Talmideihem, the heads of different yeshivas. Rabbi Chanan Wasserman, Baranovich, many, many others. The students of Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, the great Raj Yeshiva, the Kasha Klover, Rabbi Aryeh Frimer, the author of the Eretz HaTzvi. Think of the thousands and thousands of mentors of Rosh Yeshiva that were lost. The Eish Kodesh, the great Hasidic Rebbe, in his Talmudim. Menachem Zemba in the Warsaw Ghetto. And we can think of thousands of others. The Hamone Amcha Shama, and the masses of Jews. When you go to Yad Vashem, to the Valley of the Communities, you go into this part of Galicia, Western Galicia, and you just get lost in a maze of thousands of communities of Jews. 3.3 million Jews lived in Poland. Before the war, 3.5 million. And that's true in Slovakia, that's true in Hungary, that's true in Romania, that's true in Lithuania, that's true in Russia, that's true in the Ukraine, that's true in Holland, that's true in Germany. Thousands of communities that each had their own special nigunim, each had special minhagim, each had a special way of educating the children, each had special institutions of taking care of the poor in the community, of the sick in the community. Chesed institutions, all annihilated. Hamone amcha shama. He'evidum bi'inuyim kashim. How they were worked to death was such... You think about Mauthausen. The life expectancy in Mauthausen was 6 weeks. In Auschwitz, the average slave laborer lived 10 weeks. I'm not talking about the people who were killed in the first hour, who were gassed to death. I'm talking about the people who worked to death. The average slave laborer in Auschwitz lasted 10 weeks before dying. In Mauthausen, it was 6 weeks. You know what they did in Mauthausen? When you weren't working fast enough, it was a quarry. And they just pushed you off the step, and you went hundreds of feet to the bottom of that quarry. The remains of Jews laying at the bottom of that quarry. That's Ha'avidum bi'inuyim kashim. Haragum b'yad ramah. Dimei yeladim rakim tzokim elecha min adama. The blood of those children, many of you have been outside of Tarnov. They marched the Jewish children of Tarnov out to the forest. There's a mass grave. And one mass grave has over 800. One day they took 800 Jewish children, they marched them out there and they gunned them down. There are many more like that. Effie Zuroff, the famous Nazi hunter, who works with Simon Wiesenthal Center, they translated his book into English. He co-authored it with a famous Lithuanian journalist. Town by town, they took the Jews out. They dug mass graves and they murdered them. Many of you are familiar with Father Patrick Dubois, the famous French Catholic priest, who spent 20 years of his life going to the Ukraine, Lithuania, and White Russia, demarcating mass graves. Nikom nikmas tav v'nafshim lo sechaya kol neshama. Please, God, take vengeance for the death of these innocent women and children, where their intention was that there should never be a Jew that survived. Those of you who've been to Wannsee in Berlin, Eichmann and Reinhard Heydrich, they laid out the whole map of Europe. Their goal was the annihilation of 11.5 million Jews from Great Britain through Russia. And you see what their goal was, how they were going to annihilate our people. Al sreifas alfei midrashos ubate keneshos. Think about the burning of thousands of shuls and bate medrash. On Kristallnacht alone, November 9th, 1938, I have a 2-volume set upstairs, Pogromnacht, almost 1,300 Jewish homes of worship, shuls, small synagogues, large synagogues, destroyed. Those where there was no Gentile building next door to it, they were burnt to the ground. Those where there was a fear that the fire would spread and it would burn Gentile buildings, so those buildings were destroyed, were crushed, but they didn't burn them. Okay? We have the footage. We have the pictures before and after. In Latvia, do you know how many shuls there were in Riga? Riga is the capital city of Latvia. They were all destroyed. In fact, the main shul, they took many Jews in it and they burnt the Jews alive in that shul. One shul was not destroyed. It was rebuilt after the Holocaust. You know why? It was in downtown. And there were secular buildings. There were Latvian buildings on either side. Davening there is the most eerie feeling I've ever had in a shul, in a synagogue. You know what it says? You know, over the Aron Kodesh, what would you expect? Da lifnei mi'atomed, know before who you stand. Or shivisi Hashem lenegdi samid, right? I always put God, I always have the image of God before me. I'm always seeing myself in God's presence. That's what we're used to, right? No. You know what it says there? Baruch asher lo nasan teref l'shinehem. Asher lo nasananu teref l'shinehem. The source of all blessing is God, who did not give us as prey, as fodder, that they could devour us. Can you imagine that in a shul? That's what you have in the shul in Riga. It was the only shul in Riga that wasn't destroyed. Rivivos al Sifrei Torah, tens of thousands of Sifrei Torah, Vilomdel, and those who learned that Torah. Nekonin b'shi'ios, shilchu va'esh mikdashel, they were burnt. Hitzisu ve'einenu tzefios, and we watched it. And there was nothing we could do. Yishalem ha'ma'avir be'era, give punishment to those who destroyed. Yadin bagoyim malei givios. Za'aku shamayim v'adam al alfei ayaros miftzarei Torah. The heavens and the earth mourn. Not just the dead, not just the survivors, not just the future of the Jewish people. The earth and the heavens itself mourn over the destruction of these thousands of cities. Artzos Europa kilosea, throughout the lands of Europe and its communities. Nochaleu mekaime Mesorah, those who inherited and who upheld the Mesorah. Tzadikim zekenim chasidim deveke emuna tahora. Miyom galinu martzenu lohaya kazeh kilonora. From the day we were exiled, from the day that we were exiled from our land, nothing is horrific. Nothing is all-encompassing. Nothing as horrible as this has ever happened. Rachem al she'erisenu. Please have compassion on our remnant. Habeitna mina shamayim. Please from heaven, look after us. Lamachanos hakadoshim pi eser kayotze mitzrayim. Over the fact that we lost 10 times those who left Egypt, were devoured. Komem beis kodshenu, please God, rebuild our holy temple in Jerusalem. V'nachamenu b'kiflayim, right? Nachamu ami. And please, we need a geometric amount, an exponential amount of comfort and consolation. Romamenu, rebuild us, reestablish us. V'avi'enu l'tzion v'Yerushalayim. And bring us back to the Beis HaMikdash, to Jerusalem. And we end, and I want to make this comment. It's, as the Rav said every year, this is not an end. It's the last kinna we're saying, but it's not an end. Elit Zion ve'areha. What does it mean? Keep on mourning. There is no way that we can encompass. There's no way we can articulate. There's no way that we can reflect the depth of the suffering of our people throughout the millennia and what they have gone through. There's no way we can ever encapsulate the Holocaust, no less everything else. Elitzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chivsu la chagur asak, al ba'al nu'ureha. So on the one hand, like a woman in the midst of birthing pains, the most acute pain. You can't, even with an epidural, the kind of pain that a woman has, going through birth, it's such an acute pain. And that's the acute pain we have. But at least when a woman is in labor, after that terrible acute pain, there's an end to it. And there's a child. There's a new life. There's a future. But not us. We're like the Basula, Chagura Sak, Al Baal Nu'ureha. What does that mean? The woman her whole life is preparing, waiting to find the right one and get married. And then he dies. The night of their wedding, he dies. How are you going to comfort her? A woman who's been married for 20 or 30 years, as painful and as terrible as it is, she has 20, 30 years of memories. They built a life together. They had a family together. They built a community. They participated in a community together. She has nothing. She only has loss. We have no baby to show for this. Only loss. Alei armon asher nutash be'ashmatzon adareha ve'al bias mecharfeel besoch mikdash chadareha alei galus mishar seel mani meshir zimareha ve'al damam asher shupach kamo meimei yeoreha alei hegyon micholeha Asher damam bi'areha ve'al va'ad asher shamem uvitul sanhedreha. The blood that has been spilled in our cities, the place where we came to know God, where we came to learn, to grow together, it's all desolate. The Sanhedrins that nurtured us, that educated us, they've all been nullified. Alei zivchei semideha ufidyonei bechoreha ve'al chilul kelei heichal umizbach ketoreha alei tapei melacheha b'nei David gevireha ve'al yafyam asher chashach be'esaru kisareha alei chavod asher gala be'es charban devireha ve'al lochetz asher lachatz v'sam sakim chagoreha alei machatz v'rov makos asher huku nizireha ve'al niputz elei sela olaleha niareha alei simcha soiveha b'sachakam ashvareha ve'al inui b'nei chorin nediveha tehoreha alei fesha asher avsa selo derech ashureha ve'al tzivos kehaleha shezufeha shechoreha alei kolos micharfeha be'es rabu figareha ve'al rikshas migadfeha besoch mishkan chatzereha alei shimcha asher chulal befi kamei mitzereha ve'al tachan yitzav chulach kishov ushma amareha eli tzion v'yareha kemo isha b'tzireha v'chivsu la chagur asak alba nu'ureha. We want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff for their, first of all, for their tremendous generosity, but as much as that is for their support over the last 11 years, enabling us, Am Yisrael. Last year, we had 39,000 distinct people that participated in the program with Rabbi Weinreb and myself on 5 continents. And none of this could be done without the support of Richard and Deborah. We have profound gratitude to the Parkoffs. And we please God, there should never be a Tisha B'Av of mourning. It once again, Kara Alai Moed, it will be a day designated not for mourning, but for us to be together in Yerushalayim, and for all those who suffered, and all those who suffered incomprehensible pain, they too will join us. The Jewish people will return to our home, to Tzion V'Yerushalayim. Thank you.